Hello there, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternature or here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Hello. It's always just me first. But today it is just me because Jody is not feeling well, so she's just going to hang out. That's why she says the defense is resting. And I used my mom voice in my email to her that told her to get some rest and get better. That's it. Listen to me. So, I'm alternate juror. I usually have Jody with me from the defense rest. She is here in spirit and in chat. So make sure you say hello to her as well. We are following this riveting buried in the backyard trial in Florida, where a woman is Laurie Shaver. Oh my gosh. Where have you been, Felicia? I have been wondering about you. I hope you are doing well. It has been forever. Yay, I'm so excited. And hello to everybody else. I was not ignoring you. So I'll just get the good mornings out of the way and then I will get back to what we're doing. Gabby, I know you're here. There you are. I know you're here. Good morning, Gabby. Good morning, Teresia. Good morning, Jody. Get rest. Good morning, Miss Carmen. Hope you're doing better today. Good morning, Debbie. The other Debbie that thinks just like me most of the time. Yes, you are working too hard because it's been forever. But I'm so glad to see you. And then there's old Dill. Morning, Dill. Hope Miss Super Baby is doing good today. She's always generally in a good mood in the mornings. So that's the best time. Anyway, back to this riveting trial. It's so riveting. So far, Laurie Shaver is accused of unaliving her husband. There was issues of DV between both parties, going both directions. She is accused of using a firearm and firing a round into his head, and not only doing that, but burying him in the backyard under concrete, putting a fire pit over him. So if you think about that, she would go have friends over, sitting and having fires, and they're knowing full well he's under there. So, yeah, it's crazy. The other twist in the whole thing is her daughter, now 16, who was 7 at the time that the crime was allegedly committed, has confessed to being the one who fired the round into the back of Michael Shaver's head. She will testify at some point. I don't know when. I'm hoping that's when everything maybe will pick up in this because it's been really weird. It took 2.5 years before anybody ever even said, hey, we need to get a wellness check on this person because I haven't heard from him in 2.5 years. No family did that. It was a friend that had known him for a year. And then he's like, oh, gee, where's Michael? Huh, nobody's seen him. So Laurie Shaver didn't actually get charged until 2020. The crime allegedly took place in 2015, I think. And then, like I said, 2.5 years later, wellness check, missing. And here we are today. So we're going to pick up from lunch yesterday. That's where Jody left off. The first witness, if you guys tell me to L, I will L, because it is a CSI person, but the TV is turned towards the jury only. It's like Brandy Churchwell is in the courtroom, and I was watching Baker yesterday, and she said in there she can't even see the screen and of what the CSI person is showing. It's only to the jury, and I can tell you it got pretty boring. So I didn't watch all of it. I actually kind of tuned out, to be honest with you, because it was you can't see anything. So I will start it, and if you guys say move, we'll move to Dr. Kyle Shaw, which I believe is the medical examiner. So his testimony will probably be better and more interesting than hers. But it's up to you guys. I'm good with whatever. And then once we get through the rest of yesterday, we will start on today's and go in there. Good morning, Christine. It is great to see you. I hope you are doing well and having a good day. Maybe Carmen. So I'm going to start this. I am expecting a phone call. So if you see me like jump off here, that's why. I need to take care of something and then I'll be back. But I'll be right here watching all of you behave. Because that's what you do. All right. I think the sound has improved. Don't worry. I know I haven't shared it yet. Carmen, you can go ahead. Yeah, you can do that. I know, Gabby, and I hold you to nothing. However, I did want you guys to get a good view of the ceiling tiles because there is an elusive thing that we've been looking for almost a year now. And yes, sometimes we're children. It's okay. All right. You guys let me know what you think about this CSI thingy person. She's not a thingy. She's a person coming up. And we'll start a little bit of it because she is on the stand for a little bit. When she gets to the TV part, let me know what you want me to do. And here we go. Like I'm on like watching Poltergeist or something. Come on. It turns off in just 1 second. Yowzer.
Okay, the jurors are present, and Jessica Wade is approaching the stand. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Oh, seriously.
Judge, excuse me, for the record, I see the witness has notes and documents before her. She needs to refresh herself. I ask that she put those aside for the moment so we know what her
If you could close your folder, please. You cannot read from your documents, but you may refer to them to refresh your recollection. Please state and spell your full legal name.
It's Jessica Nicole Wade, Jessica Nicole Wade.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Please introduce yourself to the jury again.
Hi, I'm Jessica Wade.
Where do you work?
I work with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am currently a crime scene investigator.
First of all, what are your duties as a crime scene investigator?
So we go out and we observe the scene as it is. We document, collect, and preserve items of potential evidentiary value.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
Almost 16 years.
Can you describe to the jury your training and your experience that allows you to do that job?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal forensics with a minor in criminal justice. And then I also have on-the-job training here at the sheriff's office with approximately 500 hours of continuing education.
And what type of things did that continuing education involve?
The extra ones.
Yes.
The first one was basic crime scene school that just goes over the basic procedures as a crime scene investigator.
Good morning, Bri. How you
Good
doing?
morning. Good. How are you?
I'm good. I don't know if you heard or not. I'm expecting a phone call, so I'm gonna have to jump off here for a second, but I'll still be right here. But I don't know when it's coming. So if you see me just jump off real quick, that is why.
Alrighty.
So it'll be in your hands.
Okay.
Jody is not feeling well, so she is
Oh.
in chat, but not actually. She's in chat. She's supposed to be
Okay.
resting. So
And I'm just here for a little while because I got to take my sister to the airport.
that's perfect.
Everybody's got a busy day today.
They do. Everybody. They should schedule
And I'm
stuff
going to start
around us
catching up
better.
on the chat here.
All right.
Morning, everyone.
Yeah. Hi, Bri. Oh, I'm going to mess up. Yes, the Bri sandwich. It's Jody. All right. I'm going to hit play. Oh, hey, Bri. Yeah. Chihuahuas are fun, Felicia. Kind of. Unless they just won't stop nipping at you. They think they're huge. All right. So, excuse me. This is a CSI person. She gets to the point where the TV's turned and only the jury can see her. So at that point, if anybody says to move, if the majority says move forward, we're going to bypass her. But so far, we're just going to let her roll. See what happens.
Action.
All righty.
Investigator, and then other classes such as bloodstain pattern analysis and just processing different types of crime scenes.
Can you estimate about how many crime scenes that you've been involved in processing over your almost 16-year career?
Approximately 400 or more.
Are you trained in how to collect the different methods of collection of different types of evidence?
Yes.
Once a piece of evidence is located and collected, describe to the jury the process that you use when you're actually packaging a piece of evidence.
Once we collect the item, usually they're collected in paper bags. The material's breathable. A description and the case number and anything that identifies the object and where it was located is written on the packaging, and then also again on property receipts. And then those items are submitted to our evidence department.
When you process a crime scene, especially a larger type crime scene, do you usually work in teams?
Yes.
Why is that?
So that the tasks can be delegated between the members on the team and to make sure nothing gets overlooked.
During the course of your almost 16 years, have you processed crime scenes involving buried bodies?
Yes.
About how many times?
Approximately 4 or 5.
Have you been to training that teaches you how to do that?
Yes.
When you are processing a crime scene, do you and the other crime scene investigators wear gloves and other protective gear?
Yes.
Let me direct your attention to March 9th of 2018. Did you respond to 9850 Sandy Pines Road in Claremont?
Yes.
Is that in Lake County?
Yes.
When you arrived there, tell the jury a picture of what you saw and what was going on.
The scene was a large piece of property that was completely fenced off with multiple other fenced off paddocks for animals. The residence was a manufactured home, and it was closest to the road on that piece of property. And then there were multiple marked and unmarked law enforcement vehicles.
Was the scene kind of cordoned off with crime scene tape?
Yes.
What is that? What's the purpose of it?
The crime scene tape went across the span of the front gate, and that's just to ensure that nobody goes in there that's not supposed to go in there, and to limit the amount of foot traffic that goes through the scene while we're processing.
Was there somebody from Lake County whose job it was to make sure that no unauthorized people entered that crime scene?
Yes.
Had a search warrant been obtained that allowed you and other crime scene investigators, law enforcement officers, and the like to go to that scene to search for evidence?
Yes.
Is that search warrant signed by a judge?
Yes.
Once that search warrant was obtained and you all went out there to the scene, did you begin to process that scene?
Not immediately.
At some point, did you?
Yes.
Generally, what does the term processing a scene mean?
Again, it's where we go and observe what we have and then to locate and document the items that are there.
During that process, were photographs taken?
Yes.
Who else was involved from your agency at the time in processing the scene?
There were multiple other crime scene investigators and several detectives.
You mentioned photographs were taken?
Yes.
Showing you must have been marked as State's Exhibit L, having previously been shown to the defense counsel. Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize the contents?
That is so true, Felicia. Yeah, watch those little scrappy ones. I'll get you. A lot of dough because your Subway sandwiches are $6.99 for a $5 foot long. It was riveting.
Yes.
Recognize them?
Yes.
We're going to go through them individually, but generally, what do those photographs show?
Those are of the scene throughout the process.
This time, State would move States L into States 15, Your Honor.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
No objection. Without objection, States L will be moved into evidence as States number 15.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photo 1 of States 15. What are we looking at here?
That is a bird's eye view of the most of the property.
And can you, with the court's permission, would it help you step down to kind of point out to the jury what the different structures are?
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Yeah, dance all around. I think this is
Can you just kind of point out to the jury kind of where the road is, where the main residence is that you described?
So the main road is up here, that's Sandy Pines, and then this is the front of the residence, which faces the road, and then this is the back area with several sheds and outbuildings, and then the fire pit.
So the fire pit is kind of the bottom middle of that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you photograph 2 of States 15. What do we see here?
That's another bird's eye view of the, what would be the south side of the residence, and then showing that there's the pool and then the other section off.
All right. Since Jody is saying L, do you guys just want me to go to cross? Because this is her testimony, is her standing right here and us not being able to see anything she is talking about the entire time. So you guys let me know. If you want me to go forward to cross, I can. I think she goes back on the stand for that. Put an L in the chat, please. We've got 2 L's. We got 3 L's. Jody says it's crapola. L. All right, we're Ellen. Well, crap. Some of his cross is there, isn't it? Can't tell what she's moving to. Shady Pines, isn't that on Golden Girls? All right, so Cross is still at the TV. Do you want me to go to the medical examiner? Apparently, somebody said in the Tellus trial that was out in Nevada that Law and Crime accidentally showed the deceased twice, and they got in trouble. Which I'm like, it is what it is. All right, that's the end of the. That's the end of that. All right, here's the medical. I believe the medical examiner, Dr. Kyle Shaw, coming up to the stand. Hopefully this is interesting. It'll tell us all about the injury that they were able to see. Kind of, because he was in my ground for a long time.
Now, please come up to the witness. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Dr. Kyle Shaw, first name K-Y-L-E, last name S-H-A-W.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Dr. Kyle Shaw.
Where do you work?
I currently work as a forensic pathologist in the upstate area of South Carolina, working for several coroner counties in that area.
What do you do for the coroner county? What do you do on a regular basis?
So I'm a forensic pathologist. My role with the coroner offices is to review cases that are presented to me and provide my opinion of cause and manner of death. In the coroner setting, primarily that involves performing autopsies as part of that process.
Where did you work before you moved to South Carolina?
At the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg.
What did you do for the District 5 ME's office?
I was an associate medical examiner, again, working as a forensic pathologist with a similar role, except that I was more directly involved in some of the investigative process and supervising investigators for the office.
How long did you work here in the 5th Circuit in Leesburg, right?
In Leesburg, for a decade, 10 years.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job as a forensic pathologist?
I got a medical degree from the University of Sydney in Sydney, Australia. Following that, I did a 1-year clinical internship with the Southeastern Sydney Area Health Service, also in Australia. Following that, I returned to the U.S. and did the first 2 years of my general pathology residency training at the Eastern Virginia Medical School in Norfolk, Virginia. Following that, I did the final 2 years of my general pathology residency training at the University of Maryland Medical Center in Baltimore. Following that, I did a 1-year subspecialty fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland. And then following that, I moved down here and took a job.
You're obviously licensed to practice medicine in Florida. Are you still licensed in Florida?
I am, yes.
Can you describe for the jury generally what an autopsy is and what it involves?
In general, in most cases, an autopsy involves both an external and an internal examination. During the external examination, I look at the outside of the body and any clothing or materials that are with or on the body for evidence of natural disease or injury. I then move to the internal examination, where we examine the internal organs of the head, neck, chest, abdomen, and pelvis as part of the routine we call full autopsy. And during the internal examination, again, I'm looking for evidence of natural disease or injury and trying to correlate those findings with the external examination, as well as any investigative information that we have at that time.
Can you estimate about how many autopsies you performed in your career?
On the order of over 3,500 at this point.
You mentioned earlier the term forensic pathology. What is pathology, first of all?
So pathology is a medical discipline that focuses on the study of natural disease as well as injuries, but primarily pathology is focusing on natural disease in general terms.
What is forensic pathology when compared to pathology?
So forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology where we focus, again, on natural disease and injury, a little bit more focus on the injury aspect of things, and then applying those findings in a legal and public health setting.
Have you performed autopsies in your career on skeletal remains?
Yes.
About how often?
I would estimate on the order of 50 or 60. Again, there's a variation or a range of decomposition changes that range from early decomposition all the way to dry, disarticulated skeletal remains. And there's a few kind of in the middle there that are partially skeletonized that wouldn't necessarily be considered a, quote, skeleton, but somewhere on the range of 40 or 50 or so.
What do you mean by disarticulated remains?
Disarticulated basically means that's usually very late in the decomposition process, where the bones the soft tissue holding the bones together has also decomposed, and the bones are separate. They're disarticulated. They're no longer articulated or attached to one another.
Have you performed autopsies on people who have sustained gunshot wounds to the head?
Yes.
About how many times?
Many hundreds. I'm not sure if it's to the thousands, but many hundreds.
Have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in court in the area of forensic pathology before?
Yes.
About how often?
60 or so.
Good morning, Zach. I owe you a thank you. I was not there yesterday when you sent your super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. And I wanted just to acknowledge you. You're here. And Carmen says, hey, Dad. So thank you so much.
70 in court.
I ask permission to allow this witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me direct your attention to March 10th of 2018. Did you perform an autopsy on skeletonized remains recovered in the case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
How did those remains get from the scene to your office?
They were transported by one of our forensic investigators from the scene. She was present during the excavation process, and she brought those to the office.
Am I correct? You personally were not present. Your medical examiner investigator was.
Correct.
Where is the medical examiner's office located here in the Fifth Circuit?
It's in Leesburg, so it's on 809 Pine Street in Leesburg.
Right.
Is a case number, a medical examiner case number, assigned to each and every autopsy you perform?
Yes.
Is that number unique to the individual autopsy?
Yes.
What was the autopsy number associated with this case?
2018-0428.
Is it customary, and it didn't happen in this case, that law enforcement was present during the autopsy?
Yes.
Were photographs taken during the course of your autopsy?
Yes.
Good morning, Adair.
Showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit S for identification. Can you take a look at these images and tell me if you recognize them?
All right, I'll be right back.
Yes, these are images. It's photographs as well as an X-ray images that were taken at the medical examiner's office during the course of this examination. Not all on the initial day of autopsy, some are later.
Do those fairly inaccurately depict the skeletonized remains as well as some of the evidence that was packaged and things like that?
Yes.
This time, statement move S is in Sam and evidence as 19, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Without objection, states S will be admitted into evidence as states number 19.
How were the remains packaged when they arrived in your office?
So they originally arrived in a body transport bag as well as some additional bags, basically to help contain the smaller bones.
Were those bags obviously sealed with evidence tape and things like that?
Yes.
What's a body transport bag?
So a body transport bag is a typical, what we call just a body bag. And usually a body, especially if there's any substantial remains involved, will go into that bag and zipped up for cleanliness and privacy.
What was the first thing you did when you received the skeletonized remains?
We start taking photographs. So photographs usually precede the examination, and then of course additional photographs are often taken during the course of examination. As also part of that process, at least in certain kinds of cases, X-rays will be performed.
In this case, did you lay the various bones out in what would be the anatomical position of the human body?
Yes, during the course of examination, those bones, in a skeletal type of case, they get laid out.
Showing you photograph 1 of states 19. What do we see here?
This is part of the layout of the skeletal remains at the medical examiner's office. So just for orientation, towards the left of the image is the skull, which is on a foam support pad there. And then most of the bones basically going down to about the level of the pelvis.
Photograph 2, what does this show?
This is basically working our way down that same set of remains, just looking at a different area. So this goes a little bit lower. It includes the pelvis and more of the lower extremities.
And photograph 3 of states 19. What do we see here?
And here we see the rest of the lower extremities. So over on the far right of the image, we see a number of small bones, and those are the smaller bones of the ankles and feet.
Were most of the bones that would normally be contained in the human body recovered?
Yes.
Were any bones missing?
There were a few small bones, predominantly of the hands, that were unable to be located, but very few.
Did the fact that a couple bones in the hand may not have been provided to you affect your ability to do an autopsy in this case?
Not substantially, no.
We've heard something about a humerus bone. Where's the humerus bone in the body?
The humerus bone is part of the arm, or the upper arm. That basically is from where I'm indicating on myself, from the shoulder to the elbow is the humerus.
Did you examine the skull in this case?
Yes.
What did you do to examine the skull?
So as part of that examination, again, X-rays are performed, images are taken, or photographs are taken, and then during the course of that, some cleaning is usually performed. In a case like this, where the specimen or the bones may subsequently go for anthropologic examination, I usually do very little other than, again, some general cleaning and general examination.
Why would you do very little if they're going to go to be examined by an anthropology lab?
So sometimes these bones are very brittle and very delicate. And usually I find that once I'm able to document them, that the anthropologist is more of a specialist specifically in bones. So it's usually valuable for them to see those bones in as pristine a condition as possible. So I'm usually very delicate with what I do have.
You mentioned X-rays were taken. What does photograph 4 of states 19 show?
So this is an X-ray of the skull. Now the lower part of the jaw is absent. It was disarticulated. It's just not in this X-ray. But what we can see is over towards the left and bottom, we see the teeth just for orientation. And then towards the right of the image, so that red dot was just on the teeth. Now over on the right of the image, there's a bright white spot. That bright white spot is radiopaque material that corresponds to a projectile or bullet.
showing you photograph 5 of States 19. What do we see here?
So here we see an image of the back of the head or the back of the skull. This has been rotated around so that the top of the skull is down and the bottom of the skull is up. And right in the middle of that image, we can see a round hole, which represents a gunshot wound. In this case, a gunshot wound of entrance.
Can you point in your own head generally where that gunshot wound was located?
It's approximately here, as I'm indicating on the back of my head.
Did you locate a projectile inside of the skull?
Yes.
And explain how you did that.
So the x-ray let me know that it was there. I was then able to carefully basically reach into the skull. We can't see it in this particular image, but the skull is basically sitting on the top of the spine, and the bottom part of the brain transitions into the spinal cord, and where the brain exits the skull and goes down into the spinal column, there's a hole, and that's called the foramen magnum, and it's on the order of approximately an inch or a little bit bigger in size. So it's a decent sized natural hole in the skull, and I was able to reach in there, feel that bullet, which was loosely adherent but not firmly adherent. It came loose very easily, and I was able to recover that and retrieve it out of the foramen magnum.
Why would the projectile or the bullet actually have adhered to the skull?
So when soft tissue decomposes and begins to dry out, material sometimes will stick to it. That soft tissue, as it decomposes, forms a little bit of a glue-like substance. So there were just a little bit of residual decomposed tissue that had dried around the edges of that bullet and caused it to basically be loosely stuck there. So it was not rattling around originally, which is why it was first noted on x-ray.
Did you observe any kind of an exit wound or damage to the opposite side of the inside of the skull as if the bullet entered the skull and hit the opposite side?
So although there were some fractures of the skull, there was no impact site that I was able to identify, nor that the anthropologists subsequently reported. There was no exit wound, and there was no obvious impact site.
Once you recovered the projectile out of the skull, what did you do with it?
That was packaged up and turned over to law enforcement.
Showing you what's been marked as evidence of States Exhibit M is in van. You open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
So the outer bag here has been previously sealed. It has some labeling on the outside that appears to be related to law enforcement's numbers. Inside is a small envelope, and the envelope bears a medical examiner's office label and the medical examiner's office case number of 2018-0428.
Is that the medical examiner case number associated with this case?
It is, yes, and the original one of the seals, one of the evidence tape seals, has my signature and the date of March 10th, 2018.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected out of the skull? If you need to open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents of that package.
Sure. So within this envelope is a bullet or projectile, which appears to be consistent with the same or substantially the same, appears to be substantially the same as the projectile that I recovered in March of 2018.
And I'm also showing you photograph 6 of States 19. Is that a picture that you took of the projectile you removed?
Yes.
This time, state removed. States M is in married into evidence of States 20.
Any objection? Without objection, States M will be moved into evidence of States number 20.
You said obviously the projectile would have entered through the back of the skull. Can you, beyond the projectile traveling back to front, are you able to determine the path of travel and with any other specificity?
Not definitively. One thing to kind of keep in mind when we're doing these examinations is that a typical bullet, has two main profiles. The bullet is a little bit elongated and tends to have a rounded tip, like a little bit of a cone or a rounded cone shape. So when that bullet is facing directly at you, the profile is round. When it is off center or tangential at an angle, so we have perpendicular and we have a little bit of an angle to perpendicular. As it rotates away from perpendicular, it takes on more of an oblong or ovoid shape. So when that bullet enters the skin or skull, when we have a round hole, that tells us that the deviation is not dramatic from perpendicular, from a right angle, because if it is a fairly dramatic angle, then we have normally an oblong or irregular skull entrance. In this case, the skull entrance is rounded. However, because of the absence of the brain, in other words, I can't see the path of the bullet through the brain because there's no brain left, I can't say that it was perfectly perpendicular when it entered, only that there's no clear evidence that it was at a sharp or distinctly sharp angle away from 90 degrees.
During your examination of the brain, the skull, did you locate any other portions of the potential projectile in the brain?
Yes, so the X-ray also shows a few very small pieces or radiopaque fragments, basically fragments that show up the density of metal, which are typical. It's typical for a projectile to break off a little bit or small pieces. So there were additional pieces noted on X-ray.
Did you do anything with those additional pieces that were noted?
Not at that time.
Why not?
They appeared to be firmly embedded either in the bone or on the inside of the skull. So my options would have been to either try to open the skull to get at those, which would have deviated that skull from so-called pristine, or at least in the condition that I had it. And I wanted anthropology to look at that first.
Would it be common that if the anthropology lab noticed that, they would, when they were finished, remove those items and send them back to you?
Yes.
Did you locate any finger or toenails in the remains that were provided to you?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 7 of stage 19. What does this show?
That is a sampling of fingernails or toenails that were recovered from the body bag, from the materials that were provided.
Photograph 8 of stage 19. What does that show?
Additional fingernails or toenails that were recovered.
And did you package those fingernails and toenails up in the 2 bags we've seen in the picture?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit O for identification. Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the packages?
Sure. This is an additional paper bag that has some labeling on it that appears to be from law enforcement. The bag appears to be currently sealed. Within the bag are 2 small envelopes bearing the medical examiner's office labels and case number of 2018-0428. And my signature is on the seals.
Can you open those up inside, tell me if you recognize it?
Sure. So within our dry material that appears to be the same or substantially the same toenails in one of them. as well as the second one.
This time, state would move states O into evidence as 21, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, states O will be admitted into evidence as states number 21.
Now, Doctor, in case I asked a bad question earlier, you mentioned that you found the projectile that you recovered, as well as some projectile fragments that were embedded in the skull.
Yes,
You're not saying that those are from two separate projectiles, are they?
correct. It's consistent with just being from a single projectile. The projectile that was recovered is partly deformed, and during the course of deformation, it is possible that a portion of that metal broke off during the course of entering the skull or impacting the skull.
Is it common for when a projectile hits a hard object like a skull to fragment right apart?
Yes,
You've seen that a lot of times in your career, haven't you?
many, many times, yes.
You mentioned the anthropology lab a few minutes ago. Were these human remains that were brought to the medical examiner's office, packaged up and sent to an anthropology lab?
Yes.
And how are they packaged up and how are they sent?
So originally they were packaged either in a box or bag and physically brought by our investigator to the Pound lab. So Investigator Griffiths drove them up on, I'm just referring to the investigator's report, which is part of the medical examiner case file. On March the 22nd, those were received by, I'm also referring to the anthropology report, March 22nd of 2018. They were transported up by Investigator Griffiths. Later that day, still on March 22nd, the lab contacted us back and said that a femur was available to be returned to us.
Get into the femur in a second. Where was this lab located that the remains were transported to?
The lab is associated with the University of Florida, so they're in Gainesville.
You mentioned the term Pound lab. What is that?
So it often just gets called the, quote, Pound lab, but it's the CA Pound Human Identification Laboratory. So it's sometimes also called CapHill, but it is a lab that is associated with the University of Florida.
And they do their own analysis. You're not a part of that analysis, right?
That's correct. We provide them information that we have, the investigative information that we have, and we'll discuss the case, but they do their own analysis of the bones themselves.
We said a few minutes ago that the Pound lab people sent you back the femur.
Yes.
First of all, what's a femur?
So a femur is the major bone of the thigh. So between the hip and the knee, that big bone is called a femur.
And what was the purpose of you getting the femur back?
So the plan at that time was to take that bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is a common source, and the longer that a skeleton has been out, the more bone sometimes is needed to do an analysis. Now, I don't perform those analyses, so I can't comment on exactly what they need, but it is common for them to ask for either a piece of bone or the entire bone. And again, they usually have better results if they're able to look at the entire bone and not have to go back and forth with us to get more bone later.
So the plan, you guys are going to get the femur back, and that femur is going to be sent to the Department of Law Enforcement in whole for DNA analysis.
Correct.
Okay. How did the femur come back to your office?
So that was packaged up at the Pound lab on the 22nd. We received it by FedEx on the 23rd, March the 23rd, and then I examined it, or it was examined. The package was examined, I believe, on the 24th, March 24th of 2018.
Take photos of that piece of evidence and things like that.
Yes.
Showing you photograph 9 of states 19. What do we see here?
So this is the FedEx package label, and up in the upper left-hand corner, Maybe a little bit difficult to see, but in the upper left-hand corner is a handwritten date of March 22nd, 2018, which is the date that they informed us they were packaging that item up. And then towards the bottom, you can see another label that is typed. It says 23rd of March, which is part of the FedEx shipping identification labels.
You said you got it the 24th of March?
We received it, I believe, on the 23rd. It may have been late in the day.
And photograph 10 of States 19, what do we see here?
So this is the outside of the box. This is the outside of the box that contained the femur. This is actually, I believe, after we repackaged it, because you can see the date there of the 24th, where it had been resealed in order to be released to law enforcement.
Photograph 11 is the bottom.
Yes, that's one side of the box.
Okay. When you opened the box, when you received it from the Pound Lab and opened it up, what was inside?
A femur, and it was packaged and sealed. There was an additional seal on the inner bag packaging.
Okay. Was there also a letter inside from the Pound Lab?
Yes.
Did that basically just indicate they're returning the femur?
Yes. So this is our opening that box originally as it came to us from the Pound Lab, which included a very brief letter from the Pound Lab regarding their limited examination to that point.
And photograph 13 of States 19, what do we see as we get further into the box?
And that is the femur within packaging from the Pound Lab.
Photograph 14.
Additional image of the femur having been removed from that box.
And we see some writing on the bag. It says 3C18 bag 1 of 1. Do you know what that means?
3C18 is the Pound Lab case number for this case.
Okay. Did you eventually get a report from the Pound Lab?
Yes.
Did it have that same case number on it?
Yes.
Did the report also mention the femur was returned to your office?
Yes.
Does all that documentation clearly indicate the femur returned to you was the same femur that you sent to them?
Yes.
Okay. Photograph 15 of States 19. What does this show?
So this is that femur outside of the bag. The bag was open for us to take additional photos. Again, just documenting that it was in the same condition that it was when we had released it the previous 2 days earlier, I believe.
Photograph 16, is that just the other side of the femur?
Yes, we just rolled it over.
And photograph?
And that's the femur with that received packaging label.
Now, to your knowledge, was this femur sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis?
That is my understanding, yes.
And was it eventually returned back to your office, the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
When was that sent back to you? Actually, got a question.
We did receive it back. Again, I'm referring back to the medical examiner's investigative report on June 22nd, 2018. It was received back from Detective Dorier to our office.
Was it still packaged in the same box that you sent it off?
Yes, that box had been repackaged and resealed.
Showing you photograph 18 of States 19. What does this show?
That is the box that we received back. And again, we can see at this point, we can see additional labeling has been added. You can actually see the original or the earlier March 24th number towards the bottom left of the image from when we had sealed it previously.
Now it has the yellow Florida Department of Law Enforcement sticker on it.
Correct.
And photograph 19.
That's a
law enforcement, or the Florida Department of Law Enforcement sticker.
Yes.
And photograph 20. What do we see?
This is the femur inside that package, and we can see in this image at least two, or actually I believe three areas where bone had been removed for DNA purposes. One is toward the top of the image. Yep, there's actually a little piece that's missing on the ball at the very, very top of the image, a piece towards the upper quarter of the image, a piece towards the bottom, and in a different angle there's actually a fourth area that had been cut into, again, by the lab for the purposes of DNA.
except for those areas of the femur that were cut away for purposes of DNA analysis by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, was the femur in the same or substantially the same condition as when you received it initially, when you sent it to the lab, when you got it back from the pound lab, and when you sent it to Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, other than those areas, it appeared to be substantially the same.
Showing you what's been marked in States Exhibit P is in Paul. Does that box look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Same box we've been seeing in all these pictures?
It does appear to be, yes.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
So the seals appear to be intact at this point. There's quite a lot of tape on it because of the repackaging, multiple repackagings. And within are some bags, including the bag with the pound number of 3C18, as well as the. Yes, it appears to be, again, with 4 areas that have been cut into the purposes of DNA.
Time statement move States Exhibit P is in Paul, and evidence is 22.
No objection.
Without objection, this is states number 22.
And with the court's permission, may the doctor just publish the femur to the jury showing the areas that were cut away?
Granted.
So this is the femur, the front part of the femur, the back part of the femur, and we can see an area that's been cut away in the ball or head of the femur, an area here on the proximal shaft, the upper part, an area on the distal shaft down here, and an area down here basically at the knee.
And none of those areas were present when you first saw the femur, correct?
Correct.
So it's not like those were caused by some kind of trauma or gunshot wound or anything?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Did the medical examiner's office eventually receive all of the bones and the human remains back at your office from the pound lab?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned earlier that during your x-ray you saw those projectile fragments from that projectile embedded in the skull, and you didn't do anything with them.
Correct.
Were those fragments removed by the anthropology lab and sent back to you?
Yes.
And how were they packaged?
They were separately packaged with the remains that came back to us.
Showing you photograph 22 of States 19. What does this show?
So that is a bag with the fragment within it that has the pound lab case number 3C18, and you can see that it's sealed at the top.
Photograph 23 of States 19. What does this show?
That is upon initially removing the fragment that they recovered.
And did you actually remove it?
Yes, I would have removed it from that bag.
What happened when you removed it after you?
So between taking that photograph and turning it over to take an additional photograph, it fragmented.
Okay. Just broke apart?
It just broke apart. Gentle manipulation. It's just a very small, thin, brittle piece of metal in that case.
Showing you photograph 24 of States 19. What do we see here?
So that's the same fragment that unfortunately had broke apart during manipulation and prior to repackaging.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit N as in Nancy. Can you take a look at that item, open it up, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yeah, so it's currently there's a outer plastic bag which has an evidence label, a court evidence label on it. Within that bag is a manila envelope which has the medical examiner's office label and case number of 2018-0428 on it. My signature is present on one of the seals. And within there are fragments that appear to be substantially the same as the last image taken and displayed on the monitor there.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move N as in Nancy into evidence as 23.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, states N will be moved into evidence as states number 23.
During the course of your autopsy, did you examine all of the bones that were provided to you?
Yes.
Except for that single gunshot wound to the back of the skull, did you locate any other trauma to either the skull or any other bones you examined?
Not that would be considered trauma at or around the time of death, or what we call perimortem trauma. There was some damage to some of the ribs. However, that was interpreted as post-mortem trauma.
Meaning after death?
Meaning after death.
So did you locate any evidence of a chip or a break in any of the other bones as a result of trauma, either being struck or another gunshot wound or something like that?
No.
All right, at this time, we're going to allow the jurors a comfort break. So we'll break for about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. We're in recess.
All right.
There is such an interesting conversation going on in chat. Felicia, I think you are correct. Don't we all love our spouses to death? We just wait till they go, till death do us part, not till we cause it to do us part. You are correct. I think we were talking about this the other day. Yes, she's married. I think somebody said that Florida has a law about, I don't know, if they're gone for 2 years or something like that. He wasn't declared legally deceased, but there was something about abandonment so that then she didn't have to technically divorce him. I don't know. But she either committed, what is that, bigamy? Or she had a way to remarry. The abandonment law. So there's that. We have the comfort break. 10 minutes, did the judge say?
Yeah.
How about,
Right.
It was close. It was about 20. You always double them. Oh, and then here, I'm going to have to do it right like this. The judge gets ready to tell the defense that I believe the court cameras told them that they were picking up their conversation on their mics. So it's kind of interesting because, lawyers and tech, he kind of freaks out. He has no idea how to hit the mute button on his microphone.
Apparently, they are able to hear some of the discussions. I don't know to what extent at your table. So if you have discussions at your table, please press the mute button.
He's here? No?
There should be a red button on the microphone.
Oh, well, does it stay?
I do not know, sir.
You have to hold it down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
All right. So
I got you.
I was just informed during the recess that
Very well.
the discussions were being picked up to some extent.
Very well. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. All right.
Did
Are
you hear
we
the
ready
part
for the
where you
jurors?
said she did it?
Okay. Please call in the jury. Thank you.
Yes, like that. Like She didn't like family, that kind of stuff.
You can if you'd like to.
He's like, this button here, is it stuck? I said, no, you got to push it and hold it down. You've never used a mic before.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. I see that all the jurors have returned after recess. Thank you again for your attention today. Please proceed.
Just a few more questions for you, Doctor. I think when we left off, you indicated that you saw no indication at all from your analysis of all of the bones in the skull or any other trauma, injury, other gunshot wound, except for that single gunshot wound to the back of the skull, correct?
Correct. No other perimortem injury that would be related to the death.
You mentioned that there were some fractures in the skull around that gunshot entrance wound. Were those fractures caused by that single entrance, gunshot wound entrance?
Yes.
We see on TV, CSI, that Abby from CSI can tell you that these bones were buried on this date, this month, this year. Is that real?
No, unfortunately.
Are you able to do that?
No.
Are you able to determine, and with great generality, when, based on the condition of the bones, they would have been buried?
To a very limited extent, with very broad potential ranges.
And what are those ranges or parameters?
Well, again, it depends on the individual case. So in this particular case, I would have to depend really on the anthropology examination because they deal with primarily bones.
Question to ask them?
It probably would be a better question to ask them because they can go into detail as to how they came to that.
Fair enough. Did you determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes.
What was the cause of death of Michael Shaver?
In my opinion, gunshot wound of head.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be?
In my opinion, homicide.
Thank you, Doctor. No other questions, Charlie.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailiff, if you could move the screen aside, please.
I like these better.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Afternoon.
Pleasure seeing you.
You too.
Recall me taking your deposition some time ago?
I do.
Okay, we did that by Zoom, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, I gained certain information from you. And part of that information I was able to glean, was it not, that you rely on multiple sources to conduct an investigative autopsy such as this?
Sure. As part of the process of coming to an opinion of cause and manner of death, I pieced together lots of information from lots of different sources. Part of that is the autopsy, but there are other things.
You use reports such as police reports, incident reports, correct?
When those are available, yes, or discussions with law enforcement.
Okay, so you usually look to law enforcement. You have somebody inside doing investigative work, correct?
When you say inside, you mean inside the
medical examiner's?
That's correct. So the medical examiner's office itself, we have our own investigators that do investigation as well.
Okay. And you rely on other reports generated in other agencies, such as the Pound, as you discussed in this case, correct?
Sometimes, yes, certainly as it applies to this case.
So it's not just your opinion you're relying on the opinions and conclusions of other individuals, correct?
I bring together as much information as I possibly can to reach my opinions and my conclusions.
Yeah, that's just a yes or no question. You rely on other people's conclusions as well.
I also rely on additional information. It's not always their conclusions, but it's sometimes their interpretations.
Okay. You rely on dental examinations, FDLE reports, correct?
For certain parts of the investigation, yes.
And we know you relied on other documents and reports in this case, correct?
Yes, there were additional reports that were generated in this case that, again, add into the totality of the information for the case.
Okay. We know our discussions, it takes you about an hour or so to do one of these investigations, correct?
About an hour or so to do the autopsy or the physical examination of the bones, and it varies a good bit depending on the nature of the case. But for an examination of bones, it might take on the order of an hour, especially if they are already clean and dry.
An hour or two, correct?
Roughly,
That's
yes.
a fair statement.
Sure.
And in this case, when you received the bones that you did this autopsy upon, they were in a skeletal state, correct?
Yes.
There was no soft tissue on the body, correct?
Correct.
The internal organs had deteriorated, correct?
Correct.
So any injuries to the internal organs were not visible, correct?
Correct, because those organs were no longer present. They had decomposed.
Correct. So you don't know the degree of any combat or any altercation that occurred and by looking at other evidence, correct?
Correct, in the sense that there is no soft tissue to examine in this case.
Correct. Now, you'd spoken about the gunshot entry wound. Where was that located?
In approximately the middle of the back of his head.
Okay. And it's my understanding from our previous discussions, you were unable to determine whether the person was sitting or standing, correct?
Correct.
You weren't able to line up and figure out where or not anybody had approached the subject, correct?
Correct. Those are issues of the circumstances of the death.
Okay.
And there's no anatomic finding that tells me in this case
Okay.
his position.
You weren't able to discern the height of the individual that had engaged Mr. Shaver, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was the skeleton in full state? Were there broken portions of it?
It was almost complete, but it was disarticulated.
Did you reconstruct the skull?
The skull was actually almost completely intact. There were fractures, but it had not come apart at that point. During the examination at the Pound Lab, there was some separation of those fracture lines, but it was almost complete to my recollection. There may have been some small pieces above the orbits on the inside that were absent, but the majority, certainly the outer part of the cranium, was almost complete.
Okay, do you have 23? The fragments on your table, or is it clerk have them? Clerk have them?
It was a weird name for a lab.
Yes, sir. Showing you what's in evidence, I think, is 23, correct?
Yes.
Are those the fragments that you testified to?
These are the additional small fragments that were recovered by the Pound Lab.
Okay. And those were located in what portion of the body?
In the skull.
Okay. Do you know where in the skull?
I don't know. I do not know precisely where. The X-rays showed one fragment that was most likely adhered to the inner table, but there was a fragment that was very close to the entrance wound. I'd have to refer to their report for exactly where they recovered that fragment.
Or there's that angle of it, Teresa.
So the particle of radiopaque material that they ultimately recovered was associated with the entrance defect. So it's basically right at that entrance fracture, basically a portion of the the projectile split off and basically went into the bone as it was entering the skull.
Okay. There was no soft tissue in the neck, correct?
Correct.
There was no analysis of any entry potential through the neck region, correct?
Not through the soft tissue because there was no soft tissue to examine. The bones, however, were
there any meteorological tests done on the metal itself to connect it to the remaining fragment?
not by me.
Okay.
Basically, those fragments are turned over to law enforcement for any.
Do you know whether or not you received any report data dealing with that subject?
I did not receive any report data to my recollection. I have not been presented any such report. However, we normally wouldn't get such a report if such existed.
Okay. So when you say that the death was caused by homicide and it was caused by one wound, you're unable to testify with all certainty whether or not there was any other injury to any internal organ or an entrance through a neck or another region through soft tissue, correct?
Correct. So if there was an additional injury or injuries that were solely through soft tissue and did not involve bone, then I would have no way of knowing about those.
Very well. Now, this may sound kind of a silly proposition in one respect, but when you do an autopsy, you don't have, particularly absent any brain or other soft tissue in the body, you don't know whether or not this man was suffering from any kind of psychological issues, correct?
So even during a regular autopsy, generally we cannot infer a psychiatric illness from the autopsy findings alone. That depends on the preceding history, medical history or other history that would give us most of that information. We can infer some an element of brain damage, but that's not the same as saying someone has a psychiatric disorder.
So really the autopsy is limited to the physical structure. It doesn't entertain any consideration about the circumstances how the individual was shot, correct?
So there's more than one component here. So the autopsy itself, yes, we're looking at the anatomic or physical findings, and sometimes we can correlate those with history, circumstances, or scene findings and those kinds of things. But the autopsy itself is focused primarily on gathering anatomic physical data that we can then look at and try to correlate with the remainder of the case.
And in the report that you constructed in this case, there's a section that deals with death information, and I think it was noted visual, correct?
I'm sorry, could you?
The date of death, it was just defined really based on information other people had supplied, correct?
So there is no specific date of death on the autopsy report. Instead, we have what's called a date found. So that's the date he was actually located.
Okay.
Now, you may be referring to the investigator's report, which may have a date of death present. Any such date, in fact, it has when he was originally found as the date of death, being March 9th, 2018. So that's date found. That's not intended to be the date. It's not an opinion of when he actually died.
There were no burn marks on the body or the structure, correct?
Not that I identified, no.
Indicating it had been in a fire, correct?
Correct.
Was there any evidence that the body had been moved?
So the fact that the body was recovered buried is an indication that the body had been moved at some point. However, it's also true that it's possible that he received his fatal injury while within the grave somehow. But those findings are really based on the totality of the circumstances, not just the anatomic findings.
So you can't tell where Mr. Shaver was shot?
Correct. I can't tell where he was physically located at the time that he was shot.
Okay. Now, Was there any, in your report, any indication of any injuries or damage to the teeth of Michael Shaver?
To the teeth,
Right.
not to my recollection, but I will look through the odontology report briefly.
Felicia, I've seen a lot of shows where people tried to take care of their problem with the gators down there in Florida, and it didn't work because they didn't eat it all, or they didn't eat any of it. I think gators are a little picky.
There was no noted perimortem injury. There were evidence of restorations or dental work that had been done, and some of the teeth were missing. However, no known perimortem injury.
Okay, so there were some teeth missing, correct?
Yes.
You know, they've been broken, moving the body, post-mortem, pre-mortem.
Again, I am referring to the odontology and anthropology reports that also involve the teeth. I would have to review the photographs to say as to which were missing post-mortem versus which were missing ante-mortem. Basically, the difference there is that if a tooth goes missing or falls out or gets knocked out, say years before death, then the bone tends to heal over and there's no socket left. Whereas if the bone falls out at the time of death or after, then there's an empty socket there. It is very, very common for teeth to fall out in the decomposition or skeletonized stage because there's no soft tissue still holding those teeth in place. So a little bump sometimes can knock those loose.
Could they be loosened or knocked out, transport in the body?
It's possible.
Okay. And were there any missing teeth or damaged teeth?
Not injured or damaged teeth that I noted that would be considered perimortem injury around the time of death.
They're referring you to your report. I think it's 305. Is this your report?
No, this is the Pound Lab report.
Okay. Do they indicate, or is there any indication there of any damage to any teeth?
I'm just going to read the page that you presented to me.
Okay.
We're not giving advice, are we, Kelly? We're immersed in
Look.
about eggs.
Direct your attention
I like
to your deposition instead.
Sure.
Okay. Page 45 of the slide to you. What's your look on line 25?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
So just reading from that, line 25 says absence of teeth number 1, number 16, number 17, and number 32 due to loss/extraction or agenesis, meaning, just for interpretation, that those were removed or absent well before death. And just looking just above that, I was referencing the anthropology report. So it's in there somewhere.
Okay. So there's some missing teeth, though, correct?
Sure.
Now, when you use the word post-mortem, you're talking about after death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you assess that issue and reach in any conclusions whether there was any post-mortem damage to the body or injuries?
There were some injuries to the ribs that were post-mortem. Again, I depend largely on the anthropology report for that.
Tell me what the post-mortem injury to the ribs was.
So I'm turning to page 4 of 23 of the anthropology report. At the bottom of that page, there's a section called post-mortem damage. And within that, they describe post-mortem breakage of multiple ribs. I can read that report if you'd like me to, or
I have your deposition here.
okay.
If you'd like to refresh your recollection on page 46, line 8, 9, and 10.
So reading from the highlighted section of 8, 9, and 10, quote, it says there is postmortem breakage on multiple 9 ribs, comma, okay. Oh wait, that's your question. That was the question from you. My answer was yes.
Okay. So there was entry to the ribs after death.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Gabby's
And
driving.
that post-mortem injury to the ribs, could that be associated with transporting the body from one location to another?
So the interpretation or the determination of whether an injury is post-mortem or not depends on a few different things. I largely would depend on the anthropology consultant to address those issues, but the most common finding that I see that distinguishes an antemortem or perimortem injury from a clearly postmortem injury is a difference in coloration of the break. So if an injury occurs around the time of death, then the surface of the broken bones, the broken edge, will have basically the same coloration as the rest of the surface of the bone because it's going through the same process. It's being exposed to the same environment. Whereas a bone that fractures post-mortem or well after that is usually a lighter color because it's cleaner. It hasn't been exposed to the same processes. It hasn't been exposed to the elements the same way or the decomposition process the same way. However, in this particular case, again, I would depend on the anthropologist to distinguish precisely what they meant by the postmortem breaks. They do describe within their report that the margins of at least some of the breaks are lighter in color than the surrounding bone. So for this to occur during the manipulation phase or the phase of moving a body, it would most likely be well after death. In other words, far enough after death for there to be a difference in the environmental exposure. So probably not hours, but probably a much longer time frame.
Okay. Would it create a difference in the color of the ribs?
If that postmortem interval is long enough before that secondary post-mortem break occurs.
Was there any findings that there was any difference in the coloration of the ribs to suggest there was post-mortem damage to the ribs?
Yes, again, I'm referring to the anthropology report here.
That's fine. And I know when I spoke with you with your knowledge independent of the report.
Sure. So within their report, they describe the margins of the fractures or the breaks in the bone are lighter in color than the surrounding bone, which is an indication of being separated in time.
Right. So there was an indication that sometime past the death of Michael Shaver, there should have been, or there could have been movement in the body, correct?
Yes.
To account for that discoloration or difference in color on the ribs, correct?
Well, something caused the break. So the difference in color is where the break is, that newly exposed break point. It's lighter in color because it hasn't been exposed to the same things as the rest of the bone.
And there was on rib number 9, there was a break mid-shaft, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this would indicate could occur possibly by movement of the body as well, correct?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And there was damage to the sternal ends of the ribs as well, as to 4, 8, 18, and 10, correct?
Right ribs 4, 8, and 10. Yes.
Okay. And what that means is that the ends of those portions of the ribs that was fractured was not subject to the same environment as the first of the bone around it, correct?
Of the unfractured bone around it, correct.
Correct. And that would indicate damage to the body after death, correct?
At least damage to that rib, yes.
Correct. When you use the word paramortem, that you're using that word or phraseology to refer to injury at or around the time of death, correct?
Yes.
And in examination of the body and the records, you discovered that the body had what are referred to as buccal fractures, correct?
During my review of the anthropology report, they described that, yes.
Mm-hmm. And a buccal fracture is where one side of the rib breaks or fractures and not the other, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, where the body would be of this, the ribs would be of the same tension or tenderness, correct, throughout.
But it basically means that there's two sides of a rib, and one side buckles or fractures, whereas the other side doesn't show anything.
And that usually occurs at the time or about the time of death, correct?
Again, although that usually is the case in this particular case, is interpreted by the anthropologist. Again, I'm depending on their report, that because the fracture margins are a different color, they interpreted that as post-mortem.
Okay. So that would occur after death, indication, correct?
By their interpretation, yes.
Correct. Does the composition of the soil impact any coloration of the bones?
Although I believe it can, I'd have to defer to the anthropologist in that case, that question.
Have you ever seen a body in one soil and it ingrains within it or pulls within the bone itself, the composition of the soil creating a coloration in the bones themselves?
I would only speak to coloration, not to composition.
I mean,
but yes, coloration, if the surface color of the bone is generally going to be closer to the surface color of the soil that's on it. However, there's a lot of different things that can potentially go into that and alter those things.
Okay. Do you know if there was any analysis of the soil composition that the body had been recovered in?
Not that I know of, but I wouldn't normally know that.
Okay. Well, you received reports from other agencies, police reports and the Pound and FDLE, et cetera. Did you receive any report from FDLE analyzing any soil compounds?
I was not presented with a report when these materials were provided to me later. I received these materials after I moved on from the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And it's your position that the body may have been dead for months to several years, correct?
That I would defer to the anthropologist in that case. However, for an individual to be completely skeletonized and dry, normally that would be at least several months, if not longer, from my personal experience.
Did you ever make a statement contrary to that?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Show you page 41 of your deposition, given on line 18.
Line 18 is the question, so that's from you. So their conclusion was the body has been dead several months to several years, correct? Answer, that's how I interpret that, yes. So that's my interpretation of how it was presented in the anthropology report, which I deferred to.
So as Mr. Buxman asked you, as you sit here, offer your scientific opinions and statements, you don't know how long the body had been in the ground, correct?
Not precisely, no.
Okay. And any statement took by law enforcement would be their conjecture on outside evidence, correct? Not scientific evidence.
They'd have to address where they're getting that information,
Right.
if they're being specific.
After your report, did you speak to law enforcement ever again?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with the state?
Yes, I'm sure I did at some point.
Okay. Refer you to your deposition, page 52, line 20.
Mr. Wiggs, can you show us the deposition that you have, because the deposition I have only has 7 pages.
All right, I'll show it to you.
So line 20 question.
Just one moment, please.
Yeah.
Do you,
Let me show it.
if the state could view the deposition before the witness answers.
That's one of the court reporters. Pages from the
Line 20 question. Did you speak with Mr. Camuccio at all? Answer from me about this case question. Yes, sir. Answer, I don't recall having done so. If I did, I don't recall. I certainly don't recall a lengthy conversation about this case. If I did, it was probably quite a long time ago.
Okay.
That was at the time of deposition. I did speak with them following deposition.
So prior to your deposition, and after
Ms. Shaver had been arrested, you hadn't spoken to the state again.
Not up to that point, not to my recollection, no.
Okay.
one moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Ah, the sound of silence. Also, we know nothing about pigs in chat. We're just talking about pigs. We don't know what they do.
By the anthropologist.
What's our advice?
Facts sent to you. Those were metal fragments from a projectile, not skull bone fragments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also talked with Mr. Wiggs about some missing teeth, and you said that those missing teeth, according to the anthropology report, were antemortem, meaning they were missing prior to death.
Correct.
Okay. Finally, you talk a lot about the post-mortem rib fractures. And Mr. Wiggs is asking you if those could have been caused by a moving of the body, and you indicated that likely those were well after death because of the difference in coloration.
Yes.
Would it be unusual for a buried body to, when the body begins to decompose and the supporting tissue around the ribs starts to deteriorate, for that weight to cause rib fractures?
That would, to my understanding and my experience, that would not be unusual. I would defer to the anthropologist's experience with that as well.
Thank you, Doctor. No other questions.
All right, Mr. Wiggs,
No, thank you, Judge.
may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. I believe this is someone else's.
Oh,
I think this is yours. And
This is a weird attorney.
Take both Dr. Samantha Coverly.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Please let me know when you're ready to proceed.
So we have her and then one more witness, and then we can go to today.
All right, please state your full legal name and spell your name as well.
Full legal name is Samantha Whitney Coberly. The last name is spelled Coberly.
Okay. All right, and Samantha, Samantha.
Correct.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Dr. Samantha Coberly.
Where do you work now?
I currently am a forensic anthropologist contracting with the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam.
You live in Hawaii now?
Correct.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis with the POW?
We are tasked with identifying the unaccounted for service individuals who have been lost in past conflicts. So I am the forensic anthropology analyst doing the work there.
How long have you been doing that kind of work?
Since 2021. It's about 3.5 years.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
Yes. So I was at University of Florida for my PhD, graduated in 2020. I also have bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and sociology. In addition, I've taken numerous classes in forensic anthropology, as well as my experience at the Pound Lab and at Wichita State University, where I worked in that lab as well. And then I've worked several years now at the DPAA.
So before you worked where you do now, you worked at the Pound Lab at University of Florida?
Correct.
What did you do there?
I was a forensic analyst. So what I would do is I'd be assigned a case. I would do the inventory, take photos, do any analysis that we have, which is biological profile, age, sex, ancestry, stature, any trauma analysis, time since death, pathology, antemortem that may help in identification, and all of that I would write in my report. At the time, I was also the lab coordinator, which meant I sessioned all the remains into the lab, and I coordinated with law enforcement and medical examiner offices.
Were you also an adjunct professor at UF?
No, I was an adjunct professor at Newman University.
I apologize. Thank you. Were you a part of any research programs in the area of anthropology?
Yes, so I've done a number of research primarily on gunshot trauma. My dissertation was on gunshot trauma to the postcranium, but I've also done work on gunshot trauma to the cranium, including looking at suicide versus non-suicide.
And the cranium is...
I was thinking the same thing, Bri. If everybody's okay, I'll L through her education, not putting it down. But let's get through it, shall we?
So,
yes, just
recipient of many honors doing that, research presentations and received grants.
I published an article.
You mentioned that the term forensic anthropology. What does that mean? What does it involve?
So anthropology is basically the study of people. It's very broad, very large study, and it's split into basically 4 groups. You have like cultural, which is living people, archaeology, the past, and then we have biological anthropology, which is study of the body. And forensic anthropology falls under that because we're looking at basically the skeleton in order to help with our identification and help us to determine what happened to the individual. So we're looking at that kind of branch of the anthropological field as a whole.
During your work at the Pound Lab in Gainesville, were you the author of various reports on different cases that involved remains being brought to the Pound Lab for analysis?
Without objection, the request is granted.
When human remains were delivered to the Pound Lab at University of Florida, were they assigned a unique Pound Lab case number?
Yes.
And how are those case numbers structured?
They are a alphanumeric case number, so they have a number, which is the month in which it was received, a alphabet letter, and that's the sequence in which they were received in the lab, and then another number, which is the year. So in this case, it'd be 3C18, and it was the 3rd case in the month of March in 2018.
Let me direct your attention to March 22nd of 2018. Did the Pound Lab receive some human remains that were excavated from a location in Lake County, and did those remains come from the 5th District Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg?
Yes.
And who was the medical examiner associated with that case?
Dr. Shaw.
How did those remains get to or arrive at the Pound Lab in Gainesville?
They were brought to us with an investigator from the District 5 office.
And was there a unique medical examiner case number associated with those remains as well?
Correct.
What was that number?
2018-00428 or 2018-0428. It was written differently in different areas.
Okay. Describe the remains that were sent to you.
So the remains that got sent to us are a nearly complete skeleton, in good condition. The remains did have some soil staining, brown coloration, but otherwise very little post-mortem damage with that. They also, at the time, were fully skeletonized with no odor of decomposition.
And what's the significance of being fully skeletonized with no odor of decomposition?
This means that several months had passed by that point. It's gone through the entire decomposition process, and sometimes that smell will linger for a little bit, so we know it's fully gone in that. But we also know that they're still in good condition, because over time, bone does break down. We start to lose the cortical bone or the overlayer, you lose the ends of the bones, meaning it's still in good condition, but there has been fully decomped.
So in this case, the bones were still in good condition.
Yes.
And how, this may be an unfair question, but how long does it take bones to begin to deteriorate beyond the condition that you saw? Does that make sense?
Yes. So this is a complex question because it is very, very specific to a bunch of variables. Time of year, insect activities, soil acidity, all of that can affect these remains. I have seen remains here in Florida where you're looking at a decade and the bones are starting to break down and crumble. I've seen cases from Korea that are still beautiful. So it's very determinant on multiple conditions.
A lot of variables.
A lot of variables.
Is that why it's often difficult to give a precise date of when
Yes, that's why we.
the body was buried?
Yes, that's why we tend to give a pretty broad range.
Understood. You said that you received most of the skeleton. Were there some small bones that were missing from the skeleton?
Yes, predominantly in the hands and the body of the hyoid. These bones are pretty small, and ones like the ones in the wrist oftentimes can be confused with like stones.
Okay. What is a hyoid?
The hyoid is the one in your throat. So it's basically structured in there, and we found the greater wings of it, but not the body. So it's like the little U-shaped one that's in your throat.
And those bones are very small and can
Yes.
sometimes be missed.
Yes.
Okay. Did those missing bones affect your ability to do an analysis in this case in any way?
No, we typically don't do analyses on these bones because they're so small, so we don't use them in biological profile. And I believe I have a statement in my report saying we can't determine trauma on those missing bones, but it's unlikely that they would have had.
We've heard a little bit about the femur bone in this case. Can you briefly describe what was done with the femur once you received it, what you did with it, and then when you sent it back?
So we received the femur, and I did a initial analysis on that. So what I did is I basically looked for any trauma, any pathology on it, both visually and microscopically. And then it was packaged in a bag and sent back with investigator Griffiths to be tested for DNA. We like to use bones that don't have any pathology or trauma on them when we send it for DNA. So this was an intact bone that got sent.
You saw no signs of trauma to the femur at all?
No.
And how did you determine that? Just by looking at it, or did you do some kind of microscopic analysis?
Both. Generally, gunshot trauma to the femur is fairly noticeable. It tends to, when it hits the shaft, kind of explode. But I wanted to be thorough, and it could have been like the bullet passed briefly, so I looked at it under the microscope as well.
Found nothing?
No, I did not find anything.
How was the femur packaged and then to be sent back to the medical examiner's office?
It was placed in a bag with our our case number on it.
I'm showing you, we only have a few photos in this. I'm showing you State's Exhibit, photo 15 of State's Exhibit 19. What does this show?
That shows the femur that was sent back.
Is that your case number 3C18?
Yes.
Is that your handwriting?
That is.
Okay. And did you also send a letter to the medical examiner's office indicating,
Yes.
basically, here's your femur back?
Yes.
Based on your analysis of all of the bones and the condition of them, you said there's a lot of variables that play into this decision, but were you able to give a rough estimate of how long the body would have been buried?
Yes, I gave the estimate as several months to several years prior to arrival at the Pound Lab.
Were you able to tell the gender of the person that the bones?
Yes.
How?
I looked at the hip bones, which is one of the most diagnostic areas for telling male versus females. We have basically morphological or shape differences between the two. And looking at those, I was able to determine that the individual was male.
Were you able to tell the approximate age of the person?
Yes.
Well, first of all, what was the approximate age?
It was young to middle age.
And what does middle age mean?
Kind of like mid to late 30s, early 40s in that case.
How do you determine that?
So age in adults is slightly more difficult than in children, because with children, we're basically looking at how your body grows and how your epiphyses, or those growth plates, fuse. The last bone to fuse in the body is your clavicle or your collarbone, and about your mid to late 20s. He was fully fused, which means we know he had hit that about late 20 mark. After that, we basically look at how your body kind of deteriorates. So we look at changes. In this case, I used a method looking at the pubic symphysis, which is the two hip bones, the joint there that kind of rubs on that. And when you're young, it's all nice and billowy and pretty looking. And then as you age, it gets worn down. And so using that, I was able to get kind of a age range for this individual.
Were you able to determine an approximate or a parameter of the height of this person?
Yes. Using,
I'm sorry.
I used the bones of the legs because those are what contributes to the height the most. It was put into a discriminant function analysis, and I was given a height range. Looking at my report, it was a mean age of 66.1 inches, or about 5'6", with a range of 5'2" to 5'10". And we do a range because people can have different proportions to their bodies. They may have like a long torso and short legs, or long legs and short torso. So we like to give that range to get, and in this case, 95% of the population covered by this.
Are the remains consistent with being a male born on January 14th of 1982 and who had been killed and buried around November of 2000?
Are you leaving us, Felicia? If so, it was really good to see you. Go be unprofessional at work and have a great rest of your day. I hope we get to see you sooner rather than later, and we will all do our best to avoid the exploding shafts today. But great to see you. Enjoy the rest of your day and come back soon. We've missed you.
Yes.
Except for the skull that we'll talk about in a minute, did you find any evidence of trauma to any of the other bones that you examined?
No.
And how did you assess and look to determine if there was trauma?
I basically looked at every single bone in the body, one by one, to look if there was any fractures, any nicks, anything that could purportedly be perimortem trauma.
Perimortem meaning what?
At time of death.
And when you said you looked at each bone, did you look at both visually and microscopically?
Yes.
Any evidence of any trauma to any of the bones except for the skull, which we'll talk about in a minute?
No.
If there would have been some kind of trauma to any of the other bones, would you have been able to see that based on the condition of the bones?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence of, let's say, animal activity on the bones?
No. Here in Florida, it'd be either carnivore or rodent. And with carnivore, you see like teeth punctures and the ends of the bones. Think about like how your dog would eat on a bone. You'd be missing those portions. And with rodents, they use dry bone to grind down their teeth. So you get these like parallel striations on the bones. And none of that was seen on the remains.
During the course of your analysis, did you take some photographs of the bones?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked previously been shown to the defense counsel as states AA. Can you recognize the photos in that exhibit?
Yes.
Come through and look at them for me. And generally, what do they show?
They show the perimortem trauma to the cranium.
Do they fairly accurately depict the trauma that you talked about to the cranium or the
Yes.
skull?
Yes.
Okay. This time, state will move AA into evidence as states. I'm sorry, I don't remember the next.
23,
23, Your Honor.
24.
Thank you.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the state's AA will be moved to evidence of state's number 24.
24. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury the condition of the skull. I'm sorry, the cranium.
So the cranium was fragmented. We can say comminuted, which means there's more than 2 fragments at the time. So there was the fragments. And on the back of the head, the occipital was a pretty well-defined defect.
I'm showing you photograph 1 of states 24. Can you describe to the jury what you're talking about in light of what you just said?
So as you can kind of see,
If it'll help you step, with the court's permission, if the witness can step down and kind of demonstrate.
Certainly, you may move about the courtroom.
So we have a very well-defined, very circular defect here, and that is very typical of gunshot wounds. So it basically punctures in, and then we have associated with that is radiating fractures. So when it hits the cranium, it basically causes like a mini explosion, and the cranium fractures due to the high energy being spread throughout the cranium.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So here is the defect itself, a bone missing chip here.
That's okay. It's a touch screen. I didn't warn you.
Yeah.
So the fractures that we see surrounding that gunshot entrance wound, were they caused by the gunshot entrance wound?
Yes.
Those are separate injuries because it was hit or something to that effect.
Yes.
How do you determine that?
With lots of study of gunshot wounds,
Okay.
basically. But like I said, what happens is the energy when it hits radiates outwards. So this versus, say, blunt force trauma, you would see it basically an indentation. Think of like a baseball bat hitting a window. You have that smushed appearance and kind of a spider web weaving, versus this where you have the fractures kind of radiating outwards.
And did you become aware that Dr. Shaw, the medical examiner, actually recovered a projectile from the inside of the skull?
I did not know that at the time and discovered that later.
Okay. That's all obviously consistent with what you found, though, correct?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 2 of states 24. What do we see here?
This is the internal surface of the cranium at that defect. And why this is important is this internal beveling here, which is just like bone chipping that goes throughout. That is what shows us that it was an entrance gunshot wound, and that it was a gunshot wound. This is basically textbook example of that. It's basically when the projectile hits, okay, like a funnel in there, and so the bone around that is chipped out. If it was an exit wound, that bone chipping would be on the outer surface.
Did you locate any kind of an exit wound?
No.
Okay. Did you locate some projectile or bullet fragments inside the skull?
Yes.
I'm showing you photograph 1 of states 24 again. Where were those projectile fragments located through the cranium?
There is one located right here, and then a couple that are not shown in this photo here, which were in the picture
How did you find them?
visually and radiographically after I noticed it visually.
And showing you photograph 3 of states 24. What do we see here?
So this is that loose bone that is right by the defect, and this is the piece of bullet that is right there, and it was removed during analysis and photographed.
And photograph 4 of states 24. What do we see here?
So I radiographed a number of the fragments once I noticed the fragment articulated. This is that same fragment again. You can kind of see in this photo the radio opaque kind of darker white spot. That is a bullet fragment. And then this is part of the facial region, the kind of in your sinuses. And there was another fragment.
Is that all consistent with the single gunshot wound to the back of the head and the bullet fragmenting in micro? Where do you think? Okay. And by radiograph, is that basically an X-ray?
Yes.
What did you do with those fragments?
They were placed in a bag and returned to District 5.
And showing you photograph 22 of states 19. Is this photo? What does this photograph show?
The bag that was returned in.
Okay. Does that also have your pound lab case number on it?
Yes.
And your handwriting?
Yes.
Did you notice any other trauma? We've already talked about the other ones. Did any other trauma to the skull besides that single gunshot wound and the effects of that single gunshot wound?
No, all the trauma that was on the cranium could be associated with that defect.
Let's assume a second gunshot was fired into the same hole as the first. Just let's say that happened. Would you be able to notice that?
Yes.
How?
So think about all of the variables that go into the gunshot wound. Distance, angle of the person to the target, air resistance, did the bullet tumble? All of that affects it. If you're saying two separate shots managed to go through the same hole, means all those variables had to be identical. Even in cases where there's two gunshots, basically a colloquial term, double tap, they tend to be oval shaped or figure 8 shaped defects rather than that perfect round hole.
And that's not what we have here. No. Okay. You got some things. See any evidence of blunt force trauma to the head?
No.
Just write this down. Okay. Did you notice some post-mortem injuries to the ribs in this case?
Let me check my report real quick. Yes, there's postmortem breakage on multiple ribs.
And number one, how do you know it's post-mortem, meaning after death?
Yes. So with postmortem, the breakage tends to be different, less right angles, less curvatures, but also in this case, we see color differences. Because I mentioned before, the remains have been soil stained, they're brown in color. And when it breaks, those new break lines are the old color of the bone rather than the new color. So we can see those differences between the two.
When you say post-mortem, are you talking 10 minutes after death or months to years potentially after death?
Months to years. Basically, bone can remain green and greasy for a period of time after.
You said these bones were soil stained?
Yes.
But the areas of the post-mortem breakage to the ribs were not?
Yes.
They were a different color?
Yes.
Is that consistent with those ribs breaking after the body had been placed in the hole?
I cannot speak to that, but most likely yes, because it would have happened after decomp.
Okay, so the body would have had to have decomposed before.
Yeah.
I understand. So it's not like those rib fractures could have been caused by somebody moving a body and.
Unlikely, no.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Picking up on post-mortem,
Yes.
Your position doesn't sound definitive as to all the ways in which post-mortem damage can occur to the ribs, correct?
Yeah, there's multiple ways in which postmortem damage can. However, if it was recent, I'm sorry.
Okay? It can occur in multiple ways,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. Moving the body can cause post-mortem damage, correct?
No, it's still within the perimortem interval. If it was within probably a couple weeks before that.
Okay. Say the body is moved after death. Can that cause injury or postmortem damage to the ribs?
It can, but it will look like perimortem injuries.
Okay.
I don't know. I hope not, Kelly.
Now,
Gross.
you received the body, or
Yes,
the
you
body
did.
that you examined, it had been in a decomposed state, correct?
It was fully skeletonized when it arrived to us.
So you weren't able to analyze the body with any soft tissue upon it, correct?
Correct.
So logically, you weren't able to assess whether or not there was any injury or damage to the body in any other locations other than the fracture that you examined in the rear of the skull, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there was some limitations on your ability to really conduct and reach the conclusions that you have, correct?
I was basically basing it on skeletal analysis, correct?
Okay. Well, you're speaking about the bones and the condition of the body. You made a statement that the body could have been dead for several months to several years, correct?
Correct.
And then the state represented to you, was it consistent, the condition, with the body having been dead from November 17th backwards, correct?
Can you rephrase that question?
The state used the date of November, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you gave an opinion on it, stating that the injuries or the body condition or the bone condition was consistent with the body having been dead from November 17th, I believe, backwards, correct?
I honestly don't understand your question, but
Okay. Could you date the date of death?
no, I'd have to give the range like I did.
Do you have any idea when the body, when Mr. Shaver died?
No.
Okay. So any representation, it died from this date backwards, you couldn't reach a conclusion on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Have nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Any redirect?
When Mr. Williams started his cross-examination, he was talking about the ways post-mortem injuries could have occurred. He said you weren't real definitive. He started to give an answer. What were you going to say?
So basically, like I mentioned, when decomposition happens, the bones don't just like automatically become brittle and discolored from soil. That's a process that takes a long time. And so there's a period of time, even when they're dead, that the remains will still act as if the individual is still alive. You'd get basically perimortem fractures, even though they happened after death. And we would see that. We would see that they had perimortem characteristics versus the ribs that I saw were very definitively post-mortem. And like I said, they'd happened after a period of time because there was that color difference.
After decomposition process had begun.
Yes.
And proceeded into the decomposition process.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Talking about the decomposition process and injury to the body post-mortem, the amount of force after death can affect the injury to the rib cavity, correct?
There could be force to that. Things like a cow stepping on the body, but it also could be just over time, your body just kind of falls apart.
The weight of the soil.
Yeah, the weight of the soil.
Stepping on the soil, correct?
Even excavation could be.
So there's no really firm conclusion that you can reach as to when the damage was done to the ribs other than this post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Excuse me.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, come on up.
All right, we have one more witness from yesterday. It's not a very long one, and then we will finally get to today.
Next witness.
Andrew Perez.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state your full name for the record and spell your name as well, please.
Yes, my name is Edgar Perez. That's Edgar. Last name Perez.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, my name is Edgar Perez, and I am currently employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Biology and DNA section of the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
How long have you worked there?
Approximately 17 years.
What do you do for them?
So currently I am one of the statewide assistant quality managers, particularly over the biology and DNA discipline. But when I worked this case, I was a crime laboratory analyst.
What would you do as a crime laboratory analyst?
So my duties as a crime laboratory analyst include processing items of evidence for the presence of body fluids, such as blood, semen, or saliva, in order to try to determine a good source of DNA. Once I'm able to isolate one of these stains, I would take a portion of it through a DNA process to generate a DNA profile that allows me to include or exclude an individual as a donor to that stain.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
I have 3 Bachelor of Science degrees from the University of Central Florida, 1 in chemistry, 1 in molecular and microbiology, and 1 in biology. I also have a Master's of Science degree from the University of Florida in pharmaceutical sciences with a focus on forensic serology and DNA, and also a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation, also from the University of Florida.
Have you been permitted in the past to give opinion testimony in a court of law
Really?
regarding DNA analysis?
I have.
How many times?
About 40 times.
DNA is kind of well understood at this point in time, but can you give the jury a very general, brief explanation of what DNA is?
Yes, DNA is an acronym, stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a genetic blueprint that makes you who you are. You get half of it from your mother and half from your father, and that's what makes you.
I think it stands for L. And who wouldn't have guessed he worked in law enforcement? He's got the cut.
Very unique. Leave it behind, well, except for identical twins.
So you get a piece of evidence, a known DNA standard. What do you do?
Slough off. So when it's out of those, and the reason I'm trying to do this is because the process of generating a DNA profile is very sensitive, and those instruments require specific amounts of DNA. And for that reason, the third portion of this is of that DNA, and the last.
What's a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is a composite of, like I said, half of your DNA comes from your mother and half comes from your father. What I look at is something called a short tandem repeat profile, or STR-DNA analysis. And what it does is it counts the number of times that specific areas of the DNA repeat, and you get half of that copy from your mother and you get half from your father. And so you end up with 2 numbers. And I look at 21 locations to be able to determine what your specific DNA profile type is at each one of those locations.
So once you get that DNA, you get when you do that.
You could have a match as well. You could have an exclusion, meaning that I can't.
Are you always able to get DNA?
Develop some type of DNA result from it. With other types of samples, so the expectation.
In your analysis or your testing method that could cause DNA from changing from one profile to another profile?
No, there's nothing in my testing or any process that I perform in the laboratory that would be able to change a DNA profile.
Do you, as well as your lab, go through proficiency testing to make sure? Were you provided some evidence? I want to start with some questions pertaining to the identification of the victim in this case. Were you provided a buccal swab or a known DNA standard from a person named Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I was.
So you must have introduced an evidence of State's Exhibit 8. You analyzed that item for the presence of DNA.
I did.
And did you use the same process, that 4-step process you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA information or a DNA profile from the known standards of Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile from the sample.
So now that you have a complete DNA profile from Douglas Shaver, are you able to compare that profile to something collected at the scene to see if those profiles match, or if let's say in this case, a femur bone, originated from a biological child of Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
How do you do that?
For a sample from a femur, I would take a small cutting of the bone and subject it to the DNA extraction process, very similar to this one, with some additional chemicals and steps to be able to remove the calcium, because the calcium in the bone can prevent me from getting a DNA profile downstream in my testing. But once I'm able to take that sample from the femur all the way forward through DNA, I would end up generating a DNA profile if it's a viable sample. And then I can get that DNA profile and compare it to the one from this standard or the Q-tip from the inside of the mouth and make comparisons to it.
Did you in fact receive a femur bone from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Showing photograph 21 of states 19 as well as showing you states 22. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And is that the femur bone that you analyzed?
That'd be correct.
Did you in fact take cuttings from that femur or take portions of that femur bone to use in your DNA analysis?
Yes.
Did you perform DNA analysis on those portions of the femur bone that you removed?
I did.
And what were your results?
From the femur bone, I was able to obtain a complete DNA profile that was consistent with originating from a male individual.
How do you know it came from a male?
As part of the DNA process, there is an area that's called a melogenin, and it's a sex-determining marker. Basically, if you have an X and an X, you're a female. If you have an X and a Y, biologically, you are considered a male.
So did you then compare that male DNA profile that you obtained from the femur to the known DNA standards obtained from Douglas Shaver?
Yes, in this particular situation, that would consist of me doing a parentage type of analysis, since I am dealing with a sample that is from an alleged parent to an alleged biological child.
So how are you able to then tell whether the femur bone was from a biological child of Douglas Shaver by doing this analysis?
Yeah, so when the DNA profile was obtained from the femur bone, it was compared to the profile from Douglas Shaver, and during that comparison, it was determined that it's consistent with being the biological child of Douglas Shaver. And the single parentage index, which is an odds ratio, comparing the probability of the observed profile that was obtained from Michael Douglas Shaver coming from the biological parent versus some other unrelated random individual in the population. And that probability was 21,000. Now, I also did a single parentage probability of exclusion calculation, which is the chance that a random individual will be correctly excluded as a biological parent, and that is approximately 99.99%.
So is it fair to say the DNA from the femur bone is consistent with coming from the biological child of Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to stipulation by the parties, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit Q, which is a DNA standard taken from the defendant, Laurie Shaver.
All right, without objection, State's Q will come into evidence as State's number 25.
Thank you. Give us the court first, and I'll give it back to you. Did you receive a DNA standard from Laurie Shaver?
I did.
Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA to see if you could develop a DNA profile?
I did, and I obtained a complete DNA profile from the sample as well.
I'm going to refer you to some other pieces of evidence that you received from the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Did you receive some fingernail and toenails collected from the scene of a grave in which a skeleton was located? Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
So was introduced in evidence in State's Exhibit 21. Did you analyze those
Oh,
finger and toenails for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
When these samples were submitted through the DNA process, they went through the process of quantitation that I described before to figure out the amount of DNA in the sample. And unfortunately, those samples failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA to go forward through the complete DNA analysis process.
So there was just not enough DNA there for you to even do any kind of analysis?
That's correct.
Well, if we know their finger and toenails, how could that be?
Depends on the condition of them. If we're dealing with a sample that was exposed to environmental conditions like I previously described, DNA that could be found in the nail bed could be degrading over time, or there may just not be any DNA there present.
The DNA degrade over time even if a body was buried under the ground and not in the direct heat and things like that?
Yes, there are soil humectants and bacteria that would eventually start degrading the DNA.
So is that at all surprising that you weren't able to find sufficient DNA from those finger and toenails to do any kind of a comparison?
Not at all.
Were you also provided some boxer shorts and some other shorts to analyze for the presence of DNA?
I was.
Showing you was introduced in State Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, for this specific item, I'm describing the boxer, the shorts, the black shorts. I did test for the presence of semen on there, and it failed to give chemical indications for the presence of semen. A sample was also taken from that item for DNA, and it was, again, submitted through the DNA process through quantitation. It failed to demonstrate sufficient amounts of DNA at quantitation to go forward with a complete DNA process.
Again, considering that those shorts were found buried in the ground, does that surprise you?
No, it does not.
Did you do any analysis of the underwear, the boxer shorts?
There was no examinations performed on the underwear due to the condition of the exhibit.
And what was wrong with it? What do you mean by the condition?
The exhibit was decomposed and shredded. There's just absolutely no way that I could conceivably swab any portion of it for DNA.
Did you analyze a blue tarp provided to you for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
Show you was introduced in State Exhibit 1. Recognize that item?
I do.
And how did you analyze that blue tarp for the presence of DNA?
So the blue tarp would have been swabbed with a similar swab as it's used inside of to collect the inside of the mouth. It's just a giant Q-tip. I would swab the surface of the item to collect any type of DNA that could have been transferred onto the item, and then subjected it to the DNA analysis process.
What were your results when you tried to lift DNA from this tarp?
When the sample was sent through the DNA process, it reached the point of quantitation, and when it got there, there wasn't sufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with the DNA process.
Again, considering that tarp was buried in the ground, does that surprise you at all that there was insufficient DNA for you to even analyze?
No, it does not.
Showing you a green strap and a container with some other debris collected from the grave site. State Exhibit 3. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Similar to with the blue tarp, the sample went through up to quantitation, and there was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with STR DNA analysis.
And that was from what item did you attempt to extract DNA?
This would have been the green nylon strap, and there's a white elastic strap as well.
Did you analyze the items contained in the Tupperware at all?
No, the exhibit that was listed as miscellaneous items from the gravesite was not examined.
Why not?
There was no way of me collecting DNA from those items, and the expectation is that I would not obtain DNA profiles from the condition of them.
I'm showing you a swab taken from the exterior track of a sliding glass door, State Exhibit 17. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Well, there were no STR DNA results obtained from this exhibit.
What does that mean?
That means that there was not even a single peak present when it was taken through the entire DNA process.
So no DNA at all in that swab?
No.
Showing you a swab from a stain below the sliding glass door under the back porch, State Exhibit 18. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
So the sample went through the DNA process. It reached the point of quantitation, and it was determined that there was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with the DNA analysis process.
Considering that this sample was collected on the exterior of a house, does that surprise you?
No, it does not.
For the same reasons you previously described?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 16, a swab taken from the interior sliding door track from the sliding glass door of the residence. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
I did.
And what did you find?
So this particular sample demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male.
And what does that mean?
When I obtained a mixture, like I was saying, you get half of the DNA from your mother and half from your father. I'm only expecting 2 pieces of DNA information at each location that I look at. If I see more than 2 pieces of information at multiple locations, it gives me an indication that there are multiple donors to that sample or multiple DNA profiles. So it's creating effectively a DNA puzzle.
In this case, you indicated that there were 3 donors?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of the donors was male?
Yes, at least 1 donor was a male.
And how did you determine that at least one donor was male?
In the DNA process, you can only see the XX or the XY once. It's not like different males have different Y chromosomes. So if there is a male in a sample, I can only tell that there's at least 1 because of the presence of the Y chromosome.
Are you sometimes able to separate out the DNA profiles contained in a mixture and compare it to known DNA samples?
Yes, it's possible.
Briefly, how do you do that?
So it's not the process of necessarily picking out individuals from a sample, but more so what I do is I use a software called StarMix. It's a computational software that does biological and mathematical calculations to see what best explains a DNA mixture. And so when you take the DNA sample, the DNA mixture, and put it into the software, it does hundreds of thousands of calculations to see what type of DNA combinations fit at each one of those locations, given that it's a 3-person mixture.
Are you able to tell the source of the DNA that you found on that swab? Meaning, was it saliva, blood, sweat, semen, things like that?
No, I would not be able to tell you the source.
Did you compare the known profile of Douglas Shaver to the mixture that you found on the swab from the interior portion of the sliding glass door?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Douglas Shaver was excluded as a contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
He was excluded?
Yes.
Meaning Douglas Shaver's DNA could not have been part of that mixture?
Based on his DNA profile, it's not conceivable that it fits into that mixture as it stands.
Did you compare the DNA profile from the femur, purportedly the femur of Michael Shaver, to the DNA mixture you found from the swab from the interior of that sliding glass door?
I did.
And what were your results?
The comparison of the profile from Michael Douglas Shaver failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. Therefore, I can't make any determinations as to the presence of Michael Douglas Shaver on this item.
So what do you mean by failed to give general or statistical support? Sorry.
In that particular situation, the statistical calculation that I performed was not sufficiently high enough for me to reach an area that I can conclusively tell you that somebody is present in a sample or is not adventitiously or falsely included into the sample.
Bottom line, you can't tell scientifically if Michael Shaver was a contributor to that mixture, correct?
No, I cannot.
Did you compare the known DNA profile of Laurie Shaver to the mixture from that swab in the interior of the sliding glass door?
I did.
What were your results?
So Laurie Shaver was included as a possible contributor to this DNA mixture, and it was approximately 3.1 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Laurie Shaver and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
Did you also analyze a piece of vinyl laminate flooring recovered from a fire pit, showing you State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I did.
And before we get to the laminate flooring, if this referring back to the swab from the interior sliding glass door, would a profile consistent with Laurie Shaver's DNA being included in that mixture, would that be surprising considering that this was her house and she lived there?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Referring to the laminate flooring that we just talked about, did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
This particular item?
Presence of blood?
Yes. So I did a serological test for the presence of blood.
What does that involve?
It's basically a chemical color change test. So I would take a small piece of filter paper or a cotton tip swab and take a small rubbing from the item to get some transfer of any stains that I see on the item. And then I would perform the chemical color change test to see if it gives me chemical indications for the possible presence of blood.
What were the results of that chemical blood test?
So this particular exhibit failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Did you do any further DNA analysis on that item?
No, I did not.
Why not?
At that point, if I don't have an indication of the presence of a fluid, then I'm not expecting to get any DNA except for any extraneous type that might be there. And given that it's a piece of random material from the environment, who knows what you can pick up from it if you swab it.
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Price, how do you doing, sir?
Hey, good yourself?
Good, good. Recall I took your deposition
Yes,
several years ago.
it was. It's been some time. Yeah.
It has been a while. I had your report, reviewed it, and discussed it with you at your deposition. And throughout your direct examination, the state talked to you about multiple exhibits, items that were found in the gravesite, correct?
That's correct.
And you used the terminology degraded versus none, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it not a fact that there could have been DNA present, or there might have been DNA present at some time, but what you were able to examine didn't have any DNA on it?
It's a possibility.
Okay. So aside from saying that the evidence was degraded, it may be that it never had any DNA on it, correct?
Yes, there is a possibility that there was not DNA in an object.
So when the states asked you, does it surprise you? Does it surprise you? Does it surprise you? And you've stated, no, not given the condition of the item. It may be the item may never have had any DNA on it, correct?
Yes, that is a possibility.
Okay. So we're looking at your report. Do you have a copy of your report before you?
I do.
Okay. Let's go to the door, okay, and the rear track. Were you ever able to determine anybody's DNA in that region of the track?
Could you
Yes.
determine which report and which exhibit?
Let me see. Number 23.
Okay.
Okay. What was your conclusion?
The only comparison that I was able to provide an inclusion for was for the profile of Laurie Shaver, to that
Okay.
mixture of 3 donors.
Okay, there was 3 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Whose known male contributor profiles were you supplied?
I was given the DNA profile from Douglas Shaver and then the profile from the femur, which was also a male individual, which was represented as being Michael Douglas Shaver.
Those were the only profiles that were provided by the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And that was recovered, to your understanding, on the lower region of the doorway, correct?
Based on the description from the item, yes. I was never there when it was collected, so I have to go based on what the contributing agency wrote for the description of the evidence.
Right. So on the blue tarp that we spoke about, there was no DNA recovered, correct? Just to make this clear.
There was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward
Okay.
with DNA.
Insufficient meaning, again, as we've spoken, there may never have been any, correct?
So in this particular sample, when I took it through the quantitation process, there was an indication of potentially DNA being present, but if it doesn't hit a specific threshold, the sample doesn't go forward for DNA analysis.
Okay. So there was a lack of evidence on that item, correct?
Yes.
And every item that was supplied to you dealing with the gravesite, none of those had any profile hits for Laurie Shaver, correct?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay. The linoleum or the flooring that was supplied to you, that had no profile or hit of any DNA containing Laurie Shaver, correct?
For that piece of the floor tile, I only tested it for blood and I stopped processing after it didn't give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Okay. Were there any hairs found in the gravesite location that were supplied to you?
I believe exhibit 22, there were hairs associated with that exhibit.
Okay. And did they yield any kind of profile of any individual?
So for the hairs that I examined from the exhibit, which were the swabs from the stain on the siding below the sliding door under the back porch. So there were some apparent hairs that were also submitted with that. I looked at those hairs under the microscope and they were not suitable to go forward with DNA processing.
Okay. So the hairs couldn't even yield any DNA profile, correct?
Based on the analysis that I performed in the lab, those hairs were not suitable to go forward. That's not to say that there are other laboratories that may potentially do other types of testing on hairs, but based on the limitations that I have in the laboratory, I couldn't test those hairs.
Were those sent to any other laboratory for further testing?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you test any object in the house that was supplied to you that contained any DNA from Laurie Shaver?
There were no exhibits that had any association to Laurie Shaver except for that one from the interior lower track of the sliding door, which was exhibit 23.
Correct. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, John.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly. The hairs that you talked about, you said were not suitable. Is that because they're claimed for you?
Yeah, so when I look at it microscopically, I examine the root to see if it's in the correct stage of growth or if it has follicular material, meaning there's skin cells that were pulled off from your scalp onto the hair. And I didn't notice either of these, so the hairs were not sent forward for DNA analysis because those are the two characteristics that I look at when I'm taking hairs for DNA.
Thank you, sir. No other questions.
Mr. Wiggs?
No, nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Well, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you again for your time and attention today. Again, should you see the attorneys out and about today or tonight, they
To make sure he doesn't say anything else, and we will go to today.
have been instructed to ignore TV, news, internet.
Witnesses that I was hoping to get into.
Yes, sir.
We just have a brief conversation about kind of how the rest of the week is going to go.
Certainly.
So we are pretty much on schedule. There were two witnesses that I was hoping to get in today that were going to be fairly short, but obviously when I knew that we were calling the DNA analyst at 4:45, I sent that home, told them to come back in the morning. So far we are pretty much on track from what I've been telling the court as far as where we were going to be.
How many more witnesses do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, probably about 15.
15.
Which would include a couple. That number 15 includes one that's going to be called twice. So 14 people, about 15 witnesses.
All right.
So I think we are still definitely on track to turn it over to the defense on Thursday.
Thursday.
It would be first thing on Thursday, but I would anticipate that they could start putting on their defense sometime on Thursday.
Possibly Thursday afternoon.
I think they'll be able to start Thursday morning, but I can give you a better update about that maybe
All right.
at lunch tomorrow. and also Mr. Wiggs. And we do anticipate rebuttal. If Mr. Wiggs has any sort of approximate time, I'm not asking him to tell me who his witness is going to be or anything like that, but if he has an approximate amount of time of how long he thinks it's going to take to put on his defense.
So there are no time restrictions upon you, Mr. Wiggs, but if you can.
All right. See you, Brian. Drive safely to the airport. Whoever you're picking up, I hope it's a good visit or return or whatever, departure. We'll see you tomorrow. Get some sleep.
Give an estimate. There are no time restrictions.
I listed Mr. Connor, okay, the tech guy, for me as well. I don't know if Laurie intends to testify or not.
15.
Travis, he would be called, Mr. Narvaez. So we have like 5 witnesses, and they're going to be relatively brief. The longest one would be probably Isabel and Mr. Connor. Okay?
So
it's probably one day.
One day.
Yeah, I would envision.
So it's unlikely that will conclude on Thursday, but unlikely that we will conclude Thursday, but potentially on Friday.
Yeah, there'd be Kelly Johnson, who was a lineup witness for the binding.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Also, just to,
And again, Mr. Wiggs, take as much time as you need. No time restrictions have been placed upon you. So
Okay, thank you, Judge.
as much time as you need.
I would ask that Thursday, when we're done with whatever is being presented to the jury, that we spend a little bit of time with the charge conference. Obviously, we can't do a final one until Ms. Shaver makes her determination whether or not she's going to testify. But there are some proposed instructions by Mr. Wiggs that we're going to have to discuss. And I would just like to at least start that process at the conclusion of Thursday to keep us on track and on schedule. I will also say that I anticipate having a motion filed as it relates to Ms. Johnson's testimony probably tomorrow morning that I'll present to the court about those issues that came up during yesterday. I'll have that completed and we can discuss that at some other time outside the presence of the jury. Those are kind of just the procedural issues that I wanted to go through and just make sure everyone is on the same page.
All right. Is there anything further?
Nothing today, Judge.
Okay, we'll adjourn. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Well, I would hate to go to be a defendant and have my trial end on a Friday. That's just me. I just don't trust that they wouldn't want to go home and be off for the weekend. All right, let's get into today. Get caught up. I was really hoping Jody was right and that they were going to rest after that witness, but they didn't. All righty, here we go today.
Present. Please identify themselves for the record.
Bruce Shaver from the state of Florida.
Bruce Buckman from the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shaver, see you tomorrow.
Ms. Shaver, please state your name and raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
Laurie, I'm previously known as Laurie Shaver.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters? Or are we ready for the jurors?
The only preliminary matter from the state, I do have a courtesy copy for the court regarding the motion about the witness, Johnson. This morning, we don't need to address the merits of this until the defense start presenting their case.
Yes, sir.
But I hope the court this morning. We filed it this morning. If you and Mr. Wiggs first accounts.
Judge, I've taken up at this time. The state is seeking to exclude Ms. Johnson as the minor's guardian in this case. Judge Singletary had signed an order appointing Ms. Shaver as counsel on behalf of the minor child. Ms. Johnson on behalf of the minor child. She's aware, the state was aware that the child had a guardian appointed. And the concept was, and the understanding is, that somebody's representing the child and somebody would need to appear at the time that she testifies to vouch that her testimony is free and voluntary. We had filed, in addition to that, a motion to appoint a psychological, sociological expert for analysis of the minor child to request payment by the state. We did that requesting that there be evidence to be offered in the court that nobody's tampered with the child, that the child's testimony is free and voluntary. The state objected to that. The state objected to Ms. Johnson even being appointed. Judge Singletary saw fit that Ms. Johnson be appointed in the cause. So the state has all along known that Ms. Johnson is a representative of the child, was likely to be called on behalf of the child, and there's no prejudice that the state has inured to the representation that Ms. Johnson has not formally been listed as a defense witness on the defense witness list. They were on notice the whole time that Ms. Johnson's involved in the case and representing the child. As I advised the state yesterday at the court, that the competency of any minor is always an issue, and somebody has to vouch that the child or the minor's testimony is free and voluntary. That's why we sought the additional appointment of a psychological expert, so there'd be all alleviation of any doubt that the testimony is free and voluntary. And I stated to the court as well that Ms. Johnson's testimony would be called for a limited purpose, and that is to advise the court that she's gone over the rights with the minor child. She's spoken with the child, that the child appears to desire to testify free and voluntary, that there's been no coercion, no tampering with the child, and all testimony and interviews have occurred in her presence. So her presence is very limited in this case, all of which the state has been aware from the very beginning.
And would Ms. Johnson be available for proffer?
She'll be available probably tomorrow. Judge, we told her that we believe that the state's going to rest and she'd be available tomorrow.
All right, that's what the state was suggesting in their motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what time? Could we have her proffer at 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Sure.
Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right. We'll continue to court will reserve ruling, and Ms. Johnson will be requested to be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning, where a proffer will be conducted.
I presume the greater motion or the greater purpose of the state, Judge, is the state, Ms. Johnson met with the state, relaying the information that the child had relayed to her, and seeking to promote the interest of the child, that the state investigate the case and speak with the child. The state was unwilling to investigate or to speak with the minor child at any time. So I believe that's what the shutdown attempt is, but the judge has previously approved the order. The state's had full knowledge that she's involved in the case.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just because Mr. Wiggs has insinuated this on multiple occasions about the state's refusal to talk to her. We deposed her. We subpoenaed her. By way of subpoenaing her, we gave her immunity for her statements, knowing what Mr. Wiggs said she was going to say. So these references that the state refused to talk to this child is patently false. It's on the record that there is a deposition of her where I questioned the witness about what happened in an official setting once the witness, and that happened after the witness was listed by Mr. Wiggs. So saying that the state never talked to her, refused to look into this, refused to do it, it's just false, and there's record activity that shows that that is not true.
And what they did, Judge, is late in the game, they spoke to her way after we had originally proffered to the state what she would say. They just took a defensive position with the minor. They never took the information that she relayed to them and went with it. The information that we had relayed to the jury in our opening about Mr. Townsend's involvement. They never did a thing with it. So the only thing they did is they took a defensive deposition late in the game.
The court will reserve ruling, and the matter will be addressed tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other matters?
One other matter, Judge. Ms. Felmer brought to my attention, looking at social media, some of the state's witnesses have been on social media, monitoring social media, and those witnesses were Kendall Davidowski, Kendall Windsor, I think her name is now, and Rebecca Filmer. We have screenshots of their communications and that they were looking at it and commenting on it on social media yesterday, long after the rule of sequestration has been invoked. If I need to approach the court, show the court the screenshot.
Have you shown the state? Have you shown the state? Please show the state if you would.
Oh, shoot. I went to the next video. He's like, let me drop your phone. Oh, goodness. She's a little detective, isn't she? And then I pulled a Jody. I didn't pull an AJ. Oh my goodness. Sorry. This is like the second time I've seen her do this with her phone. I gotta get back to where I was. Sorry. Yeah, thanks, Gabby. I was trying to see what kind of phone she had. Here we go. We're back.
State? Have you shown the state?
We're back.
Please show the state if you would.
Well, first of all, Kendall Windsor's not testifying.
All right, so that's a non-issue. What about Rebecca Filmer?
I don't see anything where she's made any sort of comments about anything.
All right, take your time.
This is supposed to be 4 hours ago from yesterday, which is like daylight podcast, and there's 3 of them.
For on court TV is yesterday.
We can address it when Ms. Filmer testifies.
All right. Then court will reserve ruling. Are there any other issues?
That's it, Judge.
All right, we'll call the jurors in. Thank you. Please call the jury in.
She is definitely something else. She thinks she's a little detective too. Like she's gonna catch somebody doing something, and like the whole trial is just gonna get thrown out. Did the jury get lost?
morning. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And a question for all of the jurors. Have you spoken to anyone about the case? Okay. Have you spoken to each other about the case? Okay, everyone has indicated no to those questions. And have you interacted with any of the attorneys? Okay, everyone has indicated no. Have you viewed any media concerning the case? Okay, everyone has indicated no. Have you conducted any research regarding the case? Everyone has indicated no. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your time, attention, and patience today. State, you may proceed.
State calls Robert Saha.
Judge, can we wait first, please?
Yes, sir.
Why did they just know? You just had like an hour.
My name's Robert Seha.
Spell your full legal name.
Robert, last name Ceja.
Okay, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Robert Seha. I am the owner and operator of the equestrian facility on the premises of the location that you guys were all talking about with this case behind.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
We just asked a little bit of questions. We got you here. When you're talking about you operate that facility, was that a piece of property which was a neighbor to the Shaver residence?
Correct.
And through that, did you meet Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today? Can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes. Right over here in the black blazer.
Okay. Which seat is she in?
In the middle.
Okay. Now, did you ever know Michael Shaver?
No.
Had you ever met Travis Filmer?
I have.
Okay. Now, when did your business move into that property?
2016, operation started to begin.
Okay. And do you remember what month?
The summer months. Construction phases happened a couple months in the summer months, and then started getting heavily right between the summer to the.
Now, at some point, did you purchase a firearm from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances that happened?
Circumstances where I got a text. Would you be interested in a firearm or someone that you know of?
And who was that text from?
Laurie Shaver.
Okay. And did you express potential interest?
Yes.
And can you describe the firearm that she was selling?
Yes, it's a pink 38 special with black handle and a little bit of chrome or gray.
Did you end up purchasing this one?
Yes.
Now, at some point, law enforcement had come on to the property for a couple of days executing a search warrant. Were you aware, or did you ever see that activity?
Yes.
Do you remember when the purchase of that weapon was in relation to that search?
Approximately 3 months, 2 to 3 months beforehand.
Okay. And did you end up purchasing that weapon?
Yes.
Showing you it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 4 for identification. I'm going to go ahead and just pass a pair of scissors here. Let's go ahead and open it up with the seal there. Without taking that out or anything like that, do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, I do.
Is that the firearm that you purchased from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And the color and other features of it are distinctive to you?
The colors match and very distinctive.
And after that purchase occurred, at some point did law enforcement come to make contact with you and ask about this firearm?
Correct.
And at that time, did you turn this firearm over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state moved state's exhibit R into evidence. It states 26.
Judge, again, we renew our objection. It's not relevant. It's not probative to any material fact in this case. This gun has not been linked to this crime in any form or any manner.
All right, the objection is overruled. States R will be entered into evidence as states number 26.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes. Morning, Mr. Seahas. How are you?
Seha.
Pardon me?
Seha.
Seahas, okay. Excuse me. When you purchased this gun, no statements were made by Ms. Shaver indicating it had been used in any crime or any ill-motive purpose, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you know if Miss Shaver had ever sold any other items from her residence?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you contacted Miss Shaver advising her that you'd seen somebody trespassing on her property?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us about that.
Okay. So, as stated, we have the
Sidebar, please. Hold on, sir.
Funny how the defense objected to relevancy, and then the first question he asked, the state objects to relevance. Maybe we shouldn't have this witness on. I should have.
Trespassing upon the property, correct? So, sir, you had seen somebody trespassing upon the property, correct?
Correct. I wouldn't possibly say just trespass until we're from the horse. I'll get it in perspective. We are 10 acres away. On the other side, I see a human silhouette. I don't know at that time if anyone was supposed to be there or not, but from the current situation of, I believe that Laurie was off the property, no one should be there. At that point, I would assume it would be on the terms of trespassing, but not 100%.
So you knew Laurie was off the property at that time or away from the residence?
Correct.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. State?
Just say when did that happen?
I cannot recall.
Was it 2019, 2020, 2021?
It would be in the realm of 2018.
Okay. And so sometime in 2018, but you don't know when.
Springtime, possibly around 2018, if I'm recollecting around there.
And you didn't see this silhouette carrying anything or doing anything?
No, as 10 acres is, depending on where you're at, about 660 feet to 1,000 feet away. It's a little bit harder to see.
And you actually don't even know who this person is?
No clue, nothing.
And you are just assuming that this person was not supposed to be there?
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs? May the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness, please.
State calls Joseph Bray.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Joseph Lee Bray, JOSEPHLEEBRAY.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Joseph Bray.
Where do you work?
I own JB Guns.
What is JB Guns?
It's a retail sporting goods firearm business.
Where is that located?
It's in Bushnell, Florida.
And have you ever had an occasion to meet Laurie Shaver?
I did. I met her at an audio shop in Lake County.
And when you were there, did you overhear Ms. Shaver discussing with any other individuals potential sale of firearms?
Yes, the owner of the audio shop, she was talking to him about possibly trading guns for maybe audio work.
And as an individual that owns a gun shop, was that of interest to you?
It was. I sat back and waited for her to quit talking to the owner, and once she walked away from the owner, I went up to him and said, if you're not interested in any of this, I would be interested in possibly asking her about purchasing the firearms.
And did you ultimately, are you aware whether or not she did in fact sell any of those firearms to the audio shop?
I believe she did trade one firearm to the audio shop owner.
Did you end up purchasing any firearms from her?
I did, yes, sir.
And the how many firearms and what was the price that you paid?
I purchased 9 in total from her, and I believe we agreed on $1,000.
And what kind of firearms did you purchase?
There was a little bit of everything. There was a AR-15. There was a few Colt revolvers, older revolvers, Maverick 88 shotgun, an old 410 bolt action shotgun, an old FN 1900, and there was a Marlin Model 60, and I believe a Winchester 94.
And at some point, did you reach out and tell law enforcement about these firearms that you had purchased?
I did, yes, sir. After I saw the news coverage about the missing person, I recognized the house and Miss Shaver, and I reached out to a friend that worked at Sumter County.
And ultimately, did you relay this information to the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I did, yes, sir.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am. Police report.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bray.
Was there a male with Miss Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Yeah. Tall man,
Yes.
dark hair?
I don't remember his hair color. I just remember a taller, in-shape man with her.
Kind of thin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How high? Do you remember?
I do not. I just remember he was quite a bit taller than she was.
Yeah. Taller than me?
What's that, sir?
Taller than me?
I would say so.
Was he introduced to you at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you happen to know whether or not any of these guns were tested by law enforcement?
As far as I'm aware, they were not.
Okay. Were any of these guns returned to you?
What do you mean returned to me?
After law enforcement had done whatever they had to do with them? Did anybody tell you that we don't need these?
I had already sold the guns long before law enforcement found out about them.
So you had sold them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when law enforcement spoke to you. But you recall this male with Miss Shaver, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, State.
Mr. Bray, when did you purchase these guns from Ms. Shaver?
Like date-wise, I believe it was December 5th to like the 8th, somewhere right in there, because I logged them in my logbook on the 8th of December.
Which year?
15?
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right, sir. You are released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The state calls Travis Filmer.
This her husband? And that's the dude she married? It's her current last name.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Yes, my name is Travis Filmer, Travis Filmer.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Travis. I'm Laurie's husband.
And are you a convicted felon?
Correct.
How many times have you been convicted of a felony?
I have 2 charges against me. 2 convictions.
Would it help refresh your recollection of that if I showed you your judgment, sir?
Sure.
Okay, so when did she sell the pew-pews? Because if he's a convicted felon, he can't be around them. So that would kind of make sense, right? If we're trying to make this make sense, which it doesn't. But if we were, that would make sense. Wonder how long he's going to be current husband. Is he looking at her? Holy crap. Burn a hole in her.
So do you remember that case?
Yes. Yes.
One felony there?
Yep.
In this case, 2 felonies.
No, so when I was 18, that was 2.
So you have a total of 3.
Okay. Yeah.
You agree with that?
I do.
Now, you said you're Laurie Shaver's husband.
Correct.
Did you identify her and point her out in court today?
Laurie's right there.
And which seat is she sitting in?
The second.
And how did you meet Ms. Shaver?
I met Ms. Filmer at through my brother. He knew her from the gym, and he introduced us at her residence at a get-together that he had put together with his now current wife.
And when was that get-together?
Late January 2016, I believe.
And why did your brother put together a gathering at her house?
And he said it was something for work, a get-together for work.
Were you aware of any time that either your brother or his now wife was living at Ms. Shaver's residence?
At that time, no.
When did they live there?
I think his wife was there. She was there sometime before that, I guess.
Okay, so she was living there before that time frame in 2016.
Correct.
And when did you and Ms. Shaver start dating?
Late May of 2016.
So between January and May, what was your relationship at that time?
We didn't have one.
Did you communicate, text, phone, anything like that?
Well, we had a few conversations here and there, but we didn't. I was in a relationship. She made it very clear to me the first night that we met that she was in a relationship. So we didn't communicate.
And at the time that you started dating, had she ever told you what her marital status was?
No, sir.
Had she ever told you that she was single but she had been previously divorced?
She told me that she was in a relationship with a gentleman, but at that time never got into any marital status.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
Do you remember saying anything different about what her representations of her marital status was at that time?
At the time that we first met?
I'm talking about when you started dating her. Did she ever talk about her marital status?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving that deposition?
I remember having a deposition, correct.
I'm going to go ahead and refer to page 4, line 25, Mr. Williams, showing you a copy of that deposition. Go ahead and read to yourself line 24 and 25.
Yeah, that didn't happen at that time.
Had she ever told you that she was divorced?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was her ex-husband's name then?
Michael.
And what did she tell you about the whereabouts of her ex-husband at that time?
She just told me that they were divorced and that he wanted nothing to do with the family, did not know where he was, and he was not around.
And had she expressed to you that he left and wasn't having contact with the children?
Correct.
And how long did you date until you moved into her home?
A few months.
Do you remember about when you actually moved in, what month it would have been?
Probably July, late July.
And who all was living at that home at that time?
Laurie, her 2 kids, and Becca.
And Rebecca is?
Rebecca. Yeah.
That would be your brother's girlfriend at the time?
Correct.
Now, and they're now married?
Correct.
How long did Rebecca stay living in that home?
I don't know.
Did she end up moving out around December 31st, 2006?
I have no idea.
Okay. And in December 31st, 2015, did you have some sort of commitment ceremony with Laurie Shaver?
I'm sorry, you just said December 31st, 2015.
Thank you for correcting me. December 31st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you say commitment ceremony, what is that?
Just a commitment to each other under God.
And had you had any discussions about why you wouldn't just get legally married at that point?
Yes, sir.
And why did she tell you that she didn't want to get legally married?
Laurie, when we were talking about marriage, in conversation, told me that she did not want to sign.
All right, sidebar, please.
Yes, he got her a promise ring. A high school. I wonder what their status is. See, he doesn't look, I mean, he kind of defends her when you call her the wrong name, but then he kind of looks like he's staring a hole in her.
Why did she tell you she did not want to get legally married?
She told me that due to the extreme trauma and abuse of her previous marriage, she did not want to sign a contract with another man that she felt like gives the man to make her property.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition where I asked you a very similar question?
Yes, sir.
And at that time you said she didn't want to get married because she had financial issues.
100%.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Not what you just said.
No.
But financial.
Together with what I just said.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show you that deposition. I'm just going to go ahead and ask you to reference that section where you're talking about that.
And that's the state advice of the page and line that they're referencing.
Yes, please recite the page and line number. Thank you.
It is page 8, lines 8 through 11. Mr. Fuller, you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you did not say anything about the violence, it was about financial issues.
I did not.
Okay. But now when you're testifying, when your wife is facing murder charges, now your testimony has changed.
She was facing murder charges when we had that deposition.
But your testimony has changed.
It has not.
Okay. Now in September of 2016, did you help pour a cement slab in the backyard of the residence where you are now living?
I did.
And who helped you with that?
Laurie.
Did your brother help you with that as well?
No, sir.
In order to do that, did you go and rent a cement mixer from Home Depot?
I did.
All right. I'm showing you, show defense. It's been previously marked with states exhibit AA. Do you recognize this receipt?
Sure.
And is that the receipt for the cement mixer that you rented to help for this?
Yeah, it looks like one.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state removes states AA into evidence as states number 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states AA will be moved into evidence as states number 27.
And can you go ahead and just read out when that was rented?
When it was rented?
Yes.
The date says 9/12/2016.
At that commitment ceremony that you referenced in December of 2016, what was Laurie wearing?
A white dress.
And did someone escort her to where you were?
Yes, I'm trying to remember who that was.
Was it your grandfather?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was there basically some sort of official there doing the proceeding?
Correct.
For anyone looking at this would look like a wedding.
100%.
And had you represented to everyone that you were getting married at that time?
No.
Okay, so no one thought that this was a wedding?
No.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states CC for identification.
All right, let's have a sidebar, please.
Good. That'd been too new. Sidebar. Sorry, I had to. We needed one. And Jody's not here to do it. She's here, but she's not here.
Thank you. As a housekeeping matter, states AA exhibit or item of evidence number 27 is now properly marked for identification purposes as states BB Bravo Bravo and has been entered into evidence as states number 27.
Sorry. Just trying to move those up.
All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Showing a witness what has been previously marked as states CC. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph from this commitment ceremony?
That is.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the ceremony on that day, December 31st, 2016?
Yes, sir.
You're at this time, the state moves CC into evidence as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
State CC will be entered into evidence as states number 28.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, sir.
So at the time you were doing this ceremony in this fashion in front of your friends and family, you're saying that you had not represented this as a wedding?
That we told everybody it was a ceremony, correct?
Now, in 2018, law enforcement responds to your home, and eventually skeletal remains are found in your backyard. Do you remember that?
I do.
And at that time, did you ask Ms. Shaver how that body got back?
I did not.
So this person that you were in this committed relationship with, that had told you that her husband had just left, just had no contact with the kids, there's a body found in the backyard, and you don't ask her a single question.
That's not exactly what happened. Laurie called me on the day that the detective showed up at the house. I was at work. I had just gotten off work, and she called me sobbing, crying, and I asked her what was wrong. she proceeded to tell me that detectives had shown up at the house and they were asking about Michael. She then told me that they had left. I told her I will be home shortly. I worked real close to where we were living, and I got home, walked in the house. As soon as I walked in the house, a detective knocked on the door. He proceeded to ask me if I knew anything about Michael. I said, no, I've never met him. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like if you showed me a picture, at which detectives did show me a picture. I was like, okay. They just told me, we'll be in touch. And that was that. I walked back in the house. I told Laurie, I said, it looks like something serious is going on. You need to get an attorney.
But specifically, you did not ask her anything about the fact that that body was from the backyard.
Correct.
Do you remember ever saying that at one point you did ask her about it and she said she had no idea about it?
No, sir.
No. After the body was discovered, did you speak with law enforcement?
I had multiple conversations with law enforcement.
Did you ever make the statement, it is not that he is, statement relaying from Ms. Shaver, that it is not that he is missing, it is that he is no longer walking the face of this earth? Have you ever made that statement to law enforcement?
Thank you for bringing that up, because there's a point of clarification. I understand.
Sir, please don't argue. Please answer the question.
Yes, sir. I did not make that statement.
Okay. You never made that statement to law?
Not exactly as you're saying it, no.
Did you ever make that statement to Robert Proper?
Not as you're saying it, no.
And who is Robert Proper?
He's somebody that I have done work for.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, sir.
Have you known him for a long time?
I have known of him for a long time.
You have no issues with him, though?
I do not.
You are now officially married to Ms. Shaver, correct? Correct. When did that occur?
2020.
Do you have any children with her?
I do.
How many?
2.
What are their names?
Erilyn and Samuel.
Has your relationship with your brother and your family changed in any way since you started a relationship with Ms. Shaver?
Not since I started a relationship with her, since this investigation started.
Has there ever been a time where Ms. Shaver used your phone to text your brother where she was acting as if she was you?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you ever told anyone that she did that?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Travis, let's take up with one of the last issues that the state was asking you about some statement. The state was implying that you had made some statement possibly that Laurie made about, well, he's not walking this earth, something of that nature. Could you tell us the circumstances of any questioning by law enforcement?
Law enforcement wanted to have an interview with me, and I did not want to speak with them. One of the detectives had told me that if I do not speak with them, I would feel the full force of the United States government. I ended up having a conversation with that detective, and I told him that I was working for Mr. Proper, and that him and I were sitting on the back of my truck at the time, and he asked me what did I think was going on. And I proceeded to tell him that based on law enforcement's response, I didn't think that this was a welfare check. I didn't think that he was walking around anymore.
I see. Now, tell me about, did law enforcement come out to the residence and say they were conducting a welfare check?
I believe so.
Okay, did you confront or speak with law enforcement in the backyard about their presence and why they were there?
No, the only time I spoke with law enforcement at the property was the day that they were doing their investigation.
Okay. Did law enforcement question you in the yard whether or not you saw anything unusual or anything of that nature?
Oh, during the interview, law enforcement asked me if I had ever seen anything unusual, and I pointed a place out in the very back of the yard and said, if I had to point something out, I would say this is, and it was a large mound. It was a large mound of dirt. So I pointed that out. The officer had the property pulled up on his phone, Google Earth, and he proceeded to point me towards the fireplace and asked me if there was anything unusual about the fireplace. I said no. I said the only thing that I've ever seen unusual is this very large amount of dirt in the back of the property. He then directed me back to the fireplace, and he did that a few times. And I just told him, I said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I see. Okay. So there was a period of time in which this patio was poured, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
There was a period of time, as the state's referenced, about a mixer being rented, correct? Okay. You and Laurie pouring the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the state has suggested that this date of death was, I believe, around 9/12/16.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, sidebar, please. There's an objection.
Okay. More sidebars than I don't know what. Imagine having your husband testify against you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a specific date was stated on the record. Please disregard that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So law enforcement directs you to this patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You helped lay the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual as you laid the patio?
No, when Laurie and I first met, the patio / fireplace that is in question right now, the dirt was already graded out. The form of the fireplace was already there. So there was concrete bags in one of the sheds that was at the property when I met Laurie.
How long had they sat on the property, to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Were they there several months or what?
After Laurie and I met?
Yeah.
Oh, it was months.
Did there appear to be any hurry to lay a patio?
No, sir. In fact, the only reason why we decided to lay the patio was Isabel, Laurie's oldest daughter, her birthday's in September. So we were going to have a large get-together, a birthday party, and the area around the fire pit was all mud. So we decided, well, the concrete's there in the shed. We're going to go ahead and lay that so people don't have to stand in mud during the celebration.
Okay. The mixer that you rented, did you use a credit card or cash?
I don't remember. It could have been either or.
There wasn't any effort to try to conceal your whereabouts, disguise your presence in there, correct?
No.
Anybody substitute their presence for you?
No, sir.
Did you ask anybody other than taking care of this personally?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see evidence of any crime within the residence the whole time you were there?
Never.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect?
No, sir.
And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Well, Kelly, that probably was a letdown for you. Because it was kind of a letdown for me. I thought there would be something exciting there. It's her husband. Nothing happened. Well, welcome home, Gabby. Glad you made it home safely. Well, Carmen, if he knew and he helped, he's lucky. That is true, Dare. Sometimes they just float on out. I don't see them. Sometimes I do. Absolutely. Anticlimactic, Kelly. Perfect. That, yeah, it was a waste of time. 20,000 sidebars in between.
Okay, your next witness.
Robert Kroger.
All right, here comes his brother.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
I knew that was coming, Gabby. I said,
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Robert Proper. Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Proper, P-R-O-P-E-R.
I thought you said Palmer.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Bob Proper, live in Groveland. I'm not sure what all you need.
Do you know Travis Filmer?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Through my church, Real Life Christian Church.
And how long have you known Mr. Filmer?
Since approximately 2013, 2014, something like that.
And what is your relationship with him?
A friend. I believe in mentoring and try to work with young men. And he's somebody that I met, and we became friends.
And through that, have you ever met Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Has there ever been a time frame where you would socialize with Travis Filmer and Laurie Shaver?
Well, we did have some small group sessions together with other couples. We did financial counseling and some marital type relationship counseling.
And do you have any personal knowledge about when their relationship started or when they moved in together or anything like that?
Not specifically, no.
And has she ever made any representations about what had happened with her prior husband?
That she was divorced and he was gone.
Now, at some point, an investigation starts and law enforcement is on at the Shaver property, and the remains of Michael Shaver are found. Did you have any conversations with Travis Filmer about what was going on at that time?
Not specifically about those actions. My interaction with him was a little bit different than that.
At any point did he tell you any statements about what Laurie said about her husband?
Objection.
Sidebar, please.
Where's Jody? Just say sidebar. Where is she at? I can't do it like her.
Judge, we're It's okay. All right. Ezra, please.
What? Just kidding.
Yes.
There we go.
Did Mr. Culver make a statement that he said represents
Yes. Yes.
What was that?
We were discussing Mr. Shaver's disappearance, and he made the statement basically that it wasn't a matter of he was missing, he was no longer walking the earth.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yeah, and police and court. And was that Mr. Filmer's opinion?
He's the one that told me.
Yeah, he made some statement to you that, well, maybe he's not walking this earth, correct?
He told me that it wasn't a matter of missing, that it was a matter of he wasn't walking the earth.
That was what he speculated.
That was his statement to me.
What he speculated, correct?
His statement to me.
Argument.
It was his statement.
Overruled. Please continue.
I'm sorry?
That's what you speculated his thought process was, correct?
No, sir.
Did you get any statement in writing from this man?
I had no need to.
Did you have a counseling session with him?
I'm not a counselor. I'm a friend,
Do you do any counseling?
not professionally.
Okay, you do any premarital counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't hold a degree.
Correct.
Do you unofficially hold yourself out and do any kind of counseling?
I routinely meet with young men and older men. I'm doing that tonight.
Okay, so you do some counseling and some unofficiated counseling without a
I would call it mentoring.
mentoring. Okay, that's what you call it. Well, whatever Travis said to you is not documented, correct?
Just what I'm, no, just my word.
Okay, just your word, and your word may be different than Mr. Phillips, correct?
All I'm doing is repeating what he told me.
Okay. And you recognize that reasonable minds may differ as to what was said or what may be interpreted, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
Okay.
I can.
One person may watch TV.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
No, not. He says he doesn't know.
All right, overruled. Please proceed.
Somebody may watch TV and see something on TV and interpret it a little different than the person seated next to them, correct?
Certainly that can happen.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes.
And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness.
State calls Austin Filmer.
Judge, when you close?
Yes, sir. Come on up for a sidebar. Thank you.
Yes. Of course, because why would we not?
All right, at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take a comfort break for about 5-10 minutes.
A dare. Why would that movie's awesome. I love Step Brothers. Did we just become best friends? All right, let's see if they're going to argue.
And thank you again for your time and attention. Please take the jurors out. Thank you.
Get them out.
All right, please be seated. All right, sir, I'm going to make a preliminary inquiry. I'll swear you in. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer, AUSTIN JAMESFILMER.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. And are you married?
Yes, sir.
Who is your wife?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Okay. And And so Rebecca Urbanowski, not Filmer.
Correct. She didn't take my last name.
All right, sir. And have you at any time seen your wife, Rebecca Urbanowski, conducting any research regarding this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see your wife viewing any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research concerning this case? Have you viewed any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Has your wife, Rebecca, spoken to you about conducting any research in the case?
No, sir.
Has she spoken to you about making any comments on social media about the case?
No, sir.
All right. And does the state wish to inquire? Okay, Mr. Wiggs?
Do you know if your wife's been looking at any social media?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is that to the satisfaction of the parties? All right. Then let's take a 5-minute comfort break while the jury's out. And Mr. Filmer, you're welcome to leave the witness stand if you wish. And
Okay.
We'll call you back.
As soon as the break's over, we'll call you.
All right, we're in recess.
Yes. There. Okay. Understand.
Ooh, a clock. So she's not in custody. I dare. If you don't know what we're quoting, it's Step Brothers. Oh, yes. Please do not chew gum in court. Or wear a hat. Or whatever. See if they're back or if we just have noise, white noise. So far, what have these witnesses brought to us today? Anything? Anyone? Oh my gosh. Are you sweating? I was watching Cops. Gosh. All right. I mean, we all know when the judge says 10 minutes, he means 20.
Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. Mr. Filmer, please state your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Austin Filmer.
Do you know Travis Filmer?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my brother.
And are you older or younger?
We're twins.
So are you older or younger?
I'm 4 minutes older.
All right. Do you know Laurie Shaver?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's married to my brother.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you point her out?
I do. She's sitting right there. Blonde hair, black jacket, polka dotted blouse.
Now, when did you first meet the defendant?
It was actually at my place of employment, December 2015, I believe.
And where do you work?
I work at a fitness center in Claremont.
At the time, what was that fitness center called?
It was Gold's Gym at the time.
And has it changed ownership?
Not ownership, but names.
Okay, what is its current name?
Fitness CF.
Now, how did you meet her through that? Well, let me ask you this. Are you married?
I am, yes.
And what's your wife's name?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Did she also work at that same facility at that time frame?
Yes, sir, she did.
And what circumstances did you meet Laurie Shaver?
My position at the time was to do an initial consultation for anyone joining the gym. So she was scheduled to do the first consultation with me, and I conducted the evaluation. Yeah.
And approximately when was this?
December 2015.
And through that meeting, did your now wife end up becoming involved with Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
And under what capacity was that?
So again, my job was to do a fitness evaluation and then place the potential client with a personal trainer. And my wife was a personal trainer at the time.
And did they start basically working together as a client-trainer relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did they end up becoming friends?
Yes.
And at a certain point, did Rebecca move into Laurie's home?
Yes.
When was that?
Not long after, a month or two, maybe. Yeah, not long after.
So sometime early in 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, at any point did you live at that residence?
Not per address, but I was there a lot, and I spent a lot of time there.
Okay. And that was because your girlfriend at the time was living there?
Yep, correct.
And how long was Rebecca living at the Shaver residence?
At least 6 months, at least.
At some point, was there something that you believe to be a wedding in December of 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Did Rebecca stay living at the home until that time?
Yes.
Now, how did Travis and Laurie end up getting together?
Through my wife and I. Well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but through my girlfriend and I at the time. My brother and I spent time together. We were together. They were friends and roommates. So we had an outing or two where they were introduced.
And did there come to be a period of time where your brother and Ms. Shaver started dating?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
Let's see. Becca was there February, so I have to say maybe April, maybe.
And now we're talking 2016?
Yes, sir.
And during the time frame that your now wife was living over there, was there ever a time that you were over helping pouring a cement slab in and around the fire pit?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about how that came to be.
Sure. My brother contacted me asking me to help him pour concrete around an existing fire pit, I should say. He stated that Laurie wanted concrete poured around the fire pit itself. And I told him, sure, I'd help him out.
And you ever poured a cement slab?
No, sir.
Had your brother ever poured?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you guys have difficulties in pouring them?
Yes, sir, we did.
Now, after the body was found underneath that slab, did you ever have any conversations with Laurie or your brother about that?
Not to a large extent.
Okay. And I just asked you if you had the conversations. Now, up until that point, had Laurie ever said anything about the whereabouts of her husband, of her previous husband?
Not to me directly.
Okay. were you ever present when Travis was talking to detectives about things Laurie had said about the body underneath that slab?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what did you hear him say to the detectives about her husband and the body being under that slab?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sidebar, please.
Knew it. I have no comment on your. I'm at that address, but I don't live there. I understood exactly what he was saying. And if you don't, I'll give you one word, Carmen: strays.
Brother say to the detective. What did you hear your brother say to the detectives about that?
So the conversation from the detectives was a conversation that my brother had with another gentleman, and they asked him details of Michael's whereabouts, if he's known anything about their whereabouts. And his reply was something along the lines of, he's no longer walking the earth.
Now, since Laurie became involved with your brother, has your relationship with him changed?
Extremely.
And how so?
For the negative.
And do you have as much contact with him?
Not nearly as much as we used to.
Are you able to visit him as much?
No, I cannot go over there.
And has there ever been a time that you received text messages from your brother that you thought were unusual?
Yes, sir.
And why do they seem unusual to you?
I know the language that my brother and I use when we're speaking to each other. We say things like bro and dude. I have received texts where that language was completely changed. It was more of a direct language than anything. Yeah.
And have you ever asked him about those messages and whether or not he sent them?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you about that?
He told me it was not him and that I was blocked on his phone.
Has he ever made any statements about Laurie making those texts to you?
He has told me that she blocked me on his phone, yes.
See you later, Adair. Thanks for joining us. If you haven't already, hit that like button on your way out. Enjoy the outdoors because I think it's going to rain on us. I think the old tropical storm's coming our way. Just FYI.
But as far as the text messages that
yes,
you said were unusual.
All right. Sidebar, please.
Dare said goodbye 1 second too soon.
Filmer, the specific. Filmer, the specific text messages I'm referring to are the ones that you thought were unusual and were out of character for your brother. You ever asked him about the source of those texts?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you?
That Laurie was the one that sent those texts.
Okay. Now, the December 31st, 2016, did you attend a wedding ceremony at the Shaver residence?
Yes, sir.
And who was that between?
My brother and Laurie.
And had they represented that ceremony as anything but a wedding to you?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs.
You're talking about an email you received, correct?
An email?
Yeah, or text.
A text, yes.
Okay, so you get a text on one day. Your brother denies he said it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You never witnessed the homicide in this case, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present to testify, hear about any event of violence that may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All you're saying is you got an email on one day and your brother tells you Laurie sent it, correct?
For the questions that were asked, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, sir.
Or may the witness be excused from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today, sir. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. All right, your next witness.
The state calls Wilman Nicholas.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Wilma Nicholas. It's Nwilmanicholas.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Wilma Nicholas. Yes.
How did you know him?
He was my neighbor.
And when you say he was your neighbor, where were you living?
Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
Is ultimately, when you're referring to being a neighbor to the residence where his body was eventually found?
Yes.
Shaver.
Yes.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's sitting over at the defendant table wearing a black blazer.
Okay. Now, how long did you live next door to the Shavers?
The entire time that they lived there.
So you were there first?
Yes.
When did they first move in?
In 2014.
And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's rural, country, farm.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and show photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this property?
Yes.
Okay. And what property is this?
That's the Shaver property.
Can you just step down and point without touching on the screen where your property is in relation to that?
Sure. This is my house. This was a tack room, carport, garage, and a barn.
And what kind of, is there any sort of fence or anything like that between the two properties?
It's a cattle fence that's just wire.
Okay, so it's nothing that would prevent you from seeing anything?
No.
All right, go ahead and have a seat, thank you. Now, would you ever socialize with them?
Yes, in the beginning we did.
And was there a period of time in 2014 that Michael Shaver moved out of them?
Several periods of time.
And did he return? When did he return to live back in the home?
Well, he was gone periodically whenever there would be a dispute. She would have him leave and then she would bring him back. So it was multiple times.
All right. When was the last time that you returned to the home before he went missing?
It was 2015 in the summer.
Now, did you see, as a neighbor or any of the times that you socialized, Michael interacting with his children?
Yes, sometimes, yeah.
When you would see it, how was he with his kids?
Very loving, patient, calm.
Did you ever see him do anything for the kids in the backyard?
Yes.
What types of things did you see?
Well, he built a barn. He built a chicken coop, I think a bunny hutch. He was working on a duck pond.
About the duck pond. When, first of all, when did that construction start?
It was in the summer, I believe, of 2015.
And when we were talking about putting in a duck pond, what type of work had been done on that?
He had dug an area. It wasn't very deep. He was pretty meticulous too with everything that he did there. So it was very neat and tidy.
Can I ask you to step down on that picture again and show the jury the area where that duck pond was going to be?
Okay. Right here.
Okay. Now, eventually, was that hole filled in? Was the hole that the duck, was there a period of time where it changed from a hole of the duck pond to something else?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a cement pad. I believe it was 2 layers, and then they had some landscape brick around there, and they had a fire pit.
Okay, thank you. Now, have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
And when did you first notice that the hole and, well, that the area that was going to be a duck pond had been filled in and a fire pit was put in?
It would have been around in the spring of 2016, maybe early part of the year.
Now, between the time frame in November of 2015, where you last saw or spoke with Michael Shaver, and when you noticed that that fire pit started being put in, did you smell anything unusual in the proximity of your home, the neighborhood, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in this rural setting, are there time frames where there are dead animals, cattle, horses, things of that nature?
Once in a while, my neighbor behind me had cattle, and probably in 2007, 6, 7, a cow died on her pasture. She didn't bury it. She just left it there. So whenever the wind blew up to my house, it was horrible. It was disgusting. So I was very familiar with that smell.
Very distinctive smell.
You don't forget it.
Now, in that time frame between November of 2015 and when the fire pit started being installed, was there a time frame that you smelled that distinctive smell again?
Yes, I did.
Now, based on your prior experiences in the neighborhood with the livestock and cattle, did that cause an immediate concern to you?
Yes. Actually, my son and I were on the back porch and we were talking, and I had been smelling it, but he had just come and he wrinkled his nose and said, "Do you smell that?" And I said, "Yeah."
But nothing rose to the level of you felt the need to call law enforcement because of the other livestock or anything like that?
No.
All right. Now, at some point, did that area that was being used as a fire pit have a cement slab put in?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
It was around in 2016. I believe there's 2 layers of cement that was done. The first one, I think, was in the beginning of the year, springtime. And then later on in the year, during the summer, I know it was an area that they actually launched fireworks off of during the 4th of July. So I believe it was covered by then.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you had smelled a dead cow in that area, correct?
Many years ago, yes.
Okay. And the Shavers also had pigs, correct?
Not at that time.
Well, tell me what time it was.
Pigs came in probably later in 2016, I think.
Okay.
I think there was one potbelly pig that was in and out of the house, and I'm not sure exactly when that arrived.
Okay. Now, you never had dinner with the Shavers, did you?
Yes. Not dinner. Yeah, we did.
You sat down?
Yes.
How frequently would you go over there?
I didn't go to their house to have dinner. We had invited them over to our place it was an Easter barbecue cookout, and I'd made Easter baskets for the 2 kids and my grandson, and they went and hunted eggs that day.
You never had dinner at the Shaver residence?
Not inside the house, no.
In fact, looking at this photo, this is your house, correct?
Correct.
And there's not a clear line of sight between your house and this fire pit, is there?
Yes, there is.
There's a clear line of sight?
Yes.
You can look at that and see a clear line of sight?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you don't go to the Shaver residence, correct?
Yeah, I'd been to it several
Did you
times.
sit down with Miss Shaver on occasion, have tea, sit there and talk to her?
Not having tea, but I do recall I did go one time and sat and had quite a lengthy conversation with her.
Was that complaining about the pigs?
No.
You ever complained to Miss Shaver about any of the animals?
No, not to her, no.
Did they ever kill a pig over there?
I don't know. They had animals that died frequently over there.
Okay, so they had animals on the property.
Mm-hmm.
They had some pigs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a neighbor behind y'all with horses, correct?
They came in 2016 and started a horse farm back there.
Okay, so we had horses in the area, a lady with a cow that died. We had the Shavers next door with some pigs, correct?
There were not pigs there at the time.
Okay, okay. So, do you know the date of death of Michael Shaver?
No.
Okay, so when you say at the time, you don't know when Michael Shaver died, do you?
I do know there was a period of time in 2015 and there weren't pigs there at that time.
Do they have any rabbits or other animals?
They did have rabbits, and I believe that came a little later.
Okay. And you said when did you detect, or when was the patio put in?
I believe some cement was poured sometime around in the spring of 2016. I did not see it being poured.
So you never saw it pour. We see there's not really a clear line of sight from your house, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. One moment.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
Nicholas?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why you're saying you have a clear line of sight over it?
Well, in the back, on the back side of my house, I had a really large deck porch, and from there I could see directly over. Also, as I mentioned, it was a carport, which was.
Hello, Regina. It was Green Acres, pigs and cows and horses, oh my. But she had pigs. Our earlier conversation, she wouldn't be sitting here. Allegedly. We don't know what pigs do. And it's good to see you.
Completely open all the way through.
I'll go ahead and show photograph number 4 from Steve's exhibit, number 15. Can you just kind of show the jury the areas that you're talking about? Yes, go ahead and set that.
Okay, this, you can even see right here, it's open. You can see the front end of a car. That was open. This was probably 10 feet wide. And I was always over in this area because I did have horses. I did have a barn that used to be right here that was an open barn. It was a pole barn that didn't have walls. It was just a roof, basically. And so when I would come over and feed the horses here, I could see everything that happened along here.
And I'll go back to photograph number 1 from Steve's exhibit 1. Does this photo the area over on the left side show your total property area, or is that?
No, just half of it.
Okay. So can you just demonstrate to the jury the rest of where your property would be on there?
Well, this is my property starting down here all the way, and then it was a whole 5 acres, and then it was further on over that way. The whole thing was only enclosed by a cattle fence.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. May the witness be excused from her subpoena?
No, she's subject to recall and rebuttal.
All right. And thank you for testifying here today. Please remain at the courthouse. Would you like the witness to remain at the courthouse or?
No, we'll tell her when she needs to come back.
All right, please be available for recall. Thank you. Have a good day. Your next witness.
Oh, excuse me, Megan, please.
Carmen, isn't there a difference in smell between a deceased animal and a DB? I thought you guys always talked it's different. Like, she's got a cow laying out there that she smells, which would be gross. But doesn't that have a different smell? Or does everything that died smell the same?
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name for the record.
Megan Cleek. First is Megan. Last is Cleek.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury again?
My name is Megan Cleek.
Where do you work now?
I currently reside in California. I'm working for the University of Maryland Global Campus.
What do you do for them?
I'm a student advisor.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I worked with the Maryland State Police as a member of the firearms section of their crime laboratory.
What did you do for their crime lab?
The position of a firearms examiner within a crime laboratory is responsible for the receipt, evaluation, examination of evidence specific to firearms examination, drawing conclusions based on those examinations, documenting via report, and testifying in court as necessary.
How long did you do that job for, Maryland?
I was with the state of Maryland for about 1.5 years.
Prior to that, where'd you work?
Prior to that, with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in a very similar capacity.
Can you describe to the jury your training and experience that allows you to do the job you did both for Florida Department of Law Enforcement and for Maryland State Police?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Michigan State University. I'm also a graduate of the National Firearms
Anybody mind if I
Examiner Academy and the Virginia Department.
As well, you were at Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can you estimate about how examinations, probably most, to examine a firearm?
That is correct.
For those jurors who are not familiar with firearms at all, can you first kind of explain to the jury what is involved in that type of an analysis?
The purpose of firearms identification is the examination of fired ammunition components, most often bullets and cartridge cases, for the purpose of determining whether or not they were fired in or from a specific firearm. That's made possible by the design of the firearm and the manufacturing process, and the marks that are left on bullets and cartridge cases as a result of the firing process.
What does the term class characteristics mean in firearms?
Class characteristics are the features of a firearm that are determined prior to its manufacturing process. Those features have the potential to be transferred to the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are fired in or from that firearm.
So those come from the manufacturer, correct?
Correct.
So a variety of the same type of gun, same caliber would have those same class characteristics?
Yes, that is correct.
What's meant by the term individual characteristic?
Individual characteristics are the features of a firearm that are not determined prior to the manufacture. They're incidental to the manufacturing process or the result of use, abuse, and wear of that firearm. Those characteristics also have the potential to be transferred to a fired bullet or cartridge case during the firing process.
Again, for those jurors who are not familiar with firearms, can you explain to the jury how a firearm works, and specifically addressing the difference between a revolver and semi-automatic as well?
There are multiple steps in the process of a firearm being fired. One would be to load the cartridges, the unfired ammunition components, into the firearm. The second would be to cock the firearm. That is preparing the firearm to be fired. The third is to release that cocking mechanism. This strikes the head of a cartridge case where the primer is located. That primer creates an explosion when struck. The explosion ignites the propellant or the gunpowder that is inside of that cartridge. That propellant burns very quickly and creates a large amount of gas. That gas forces the bullet out the muzzle end of the firearm. In turn, this can also at times cock the firearm, readying it to be fired again. The primary difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm in this case is that the ammunition components, the bullet and the cartridge case, have a different experience during the process. In both, the bullet exits the muzzle of the firearm during the firing process. In a semi-automatic firearm, a cartridge case would be extracted and ejected from the firearm during the firing process. In a revolver, that fired cartridge case would remain inside the firearm until manually removed by the user.
Are there different sizes of ammunition that fit in different firearms, also known as calibers?
Yes.
Explain that.
Yes, a caliber can refer to either the nominal or the true measurement of a bullet. That is the measurement of the bullet that fits down the barrel of a firearm.
During the course of your career as a firearms analyst, have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis?
Yes, I have given opinion testimony in local, state, and federal courts.
About how many times?
Approximately 50.
This time, Your Honor, I would request that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Were you provided some evidence in this case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, were you provided a firearm?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided a fired projectile?
Yes.
And so we're using the same terminology, and my terminology is actually correct. Is a bullet also known as a projectile?
That is correct.
Is a cartridge also known as a live round?
That is correct.
Showing you some introduced as State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Both the container and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Is that firearm currently unloaded?
It is.
Is there actually a protective device inserted in the barrel of it to make sure it can't be used?
There is a zip tie through the cylinder that prevents it from being locked into the firearm. Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, and if you can show it to the jury as you're describing it, describe the firearm?
This is one 38 special caliber Cobra Enterprises model Shadow 5-shot revolver.
Did you examine that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Is that firearm considered a single or double action firearm?
This is a double action only firearm.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Pulling the trigger of this firearm causes both the cocking and releasing of the hammer, which is responsible for striking the primer of a cartridge that's in the cylinder.
How is that different than a single action firearm?
In a single action firearm, the cocking of the firearm, the process that prepares it to be fired, is a separate process from pulling the trigger. It's resultant of either manually pulling a slide to the rear or from the shot before causing the firearm to be cocked.
Does it require more effort to fire a double action firearm?
It does require a longer or more aggressive trigger pull, as it requires both the cocking of the hammer and the releasing of the firing mechanism.
And what's meant by the term trigger pull?
Trigger pull would be the weight that is required to pull the trigger fully to the rear, cocking and releasing the firing mechanism.
When you examined this firearm, did you perform any kind of a trigger pull analysis?
I did not.
At the time, did Florida Department of Law Enforcement do that type of testing?
It would not have been required on this particular examination.
Okay. What did you do with that firearm to begin your examination of it?
The first step in the process of examining a firearm is to evaluate its design and its function. This is for safety purposes. So I documented the make, the model, the caliber of the firearm. I also documented how it would function.
And what were your results of that?
That's where I determined, again, that this is a Cobra Enterprises firearm. It's a model shadow. It's a double action only function. It has a cylinder that holds 5 cartridges. And I apologize, that's it.
Did you test fire it?
I did, yes.
What's your purpose in actually firing the gun?
The purpose of firing the firearm in the laboratory is, one, to determine its function. The second is to create known test fires. These are known exemplars, bullets and cartridge cases that I know, because I processed the firearm, to have been fired in and from this specific firearm.
Did the firearm function as it should when you fired it?
Yes, it did.
I'm assuming when you fire the gun and retrieve those test fires, you fire it into like a water canister of some sort?
Yes, it's a large tank of water.
Are you then able to take those fired projectiles and compare them to other projectiles provided to you by law enforcement?
Yes, creating known test fires allows me to compare unknown bullets and cartridge cases to, again, exemplars that I know to have been fired from a specific firearm.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you take and what you do when you have this known test fire that you personally fired and you make an attempt to compare it to a projectile provided by law enforcement?
The first step in the examination of known test fires and the examination of evidence bullets and cartridge cases is to examine those items independently. The test fires were examined and compared to one another to determine reproducibility of the marks that are created during the firing process. Likewise, the evidence bullet is examined independently. It's examined for the presence of class characteristics, which we mentioned earlier, and then for the presence of individual characteristics. The purpose of this examination is to first determine, is it possible that a fired bullet or cartridge case was fired in an evidence firearm? If it is possible, then a microscopic comparison of individual characteristics is completed.
What kind of markings are left on a projectile after it's fired out of the gun?
The class characteristic markings that are left on a projectile as the result of firing would be the land and groove impressions. These are the helical grooves inside the barrel of a firearm that produce the spin to a bullet. Much like we throw a football with a spin, a bullet is fired with a spin. These helical grooves have a certain number, a certain direction, and a certain width. And those direction, width, and number will differ between firearms. These are the class characteristics, again, that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. There are also individual characteristics that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. These are called striations. They're resultant of the manufacturing process in that those helical grooves are cut by a tool into the barrel of a firearm. They're unique to that firearm in the sense that the tool wears during the firing process, and those striations also wear in the firearm as a result of its use, abuse, and wear over time.
I'm assuming when you test fired a gun and retrieve those projectiles from the water tank, they're in very good condition.
Yes, the purpose of firing into a water tank is to recover projectiles in a good condition.
Because they are in good condition, are you better able to see those individual markings left by the firearm on the projectile as it's fired?
Yes, a part of the early comparison process when looking at test fires compared to test fires for the purpose of determining whether there or not there are reproducible marks on a fired bullet is that process that was mentioned is because they are in good condition, those marks are easier to compare to one another.
Were you also provided a projectile recovered from the skull of a Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence in State's Exhibit 20. Did you recognize that item first?
I'm sorry, I don't have gloves, so I don't want to remove the item from, oh, sorry, they're right here.
And while you're doing that, you mentioned the test fires that you fired. Are those also contained in the package with the gun?
Yes, they are. Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Again, the packaging and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Did you examine that projectile recovered from the skull that you just looked at?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe to the jury what condition that projectile was in when you first looked at it?
The projectile was in very rough condition, both its shape and material that was surrounding the projectile upon its receipt.
Because of the condition of that projectile, and if you consider that projectile was located in the ground for some period of time, could that affect the markings left on that projectile by the firearm that fired it?
Yes, the condition can very much obscure the marks that are left on the projectile as the result of having been fired.
Despite the damaged condition of that projectile, were you able to determine the caliber of the projectile or caliber class of the projectile?
Yes, I was.
And what is meant by caliber or caliber class?
Caliber, again, can be the nominal or actual measurement of the diameter of a bullet. It can also be the measurement of a bullet that would fit down the barrel of a firearm. In this case, the caliber was determined to be 38 caliber class. That means it belongs to a family of calibers that are very similar, but there was not enough information in this case due to the damage of the bullet to determine an actual caliber. Therefore, it was determined that it belonged to the 38 caliber class or family of projectiles.
And what calibers are included in that 38 caliber class or 38 caliber family?
This is a 38, a 380, a 357, or a 9mm.
Did you examine that damaged projectile to determine whether or not it could have been fired from the firearm we looked at earlier, that pink and black Cobra revolver?
Yes. Again, going back to the early steps of a comparison, first we determine the class characteristics of a firearm and the class characteristics of a fired ammunition component. If the class characteristics of the two agree, then I can move forward to a comparison of the individual characteristics. In this case, the class characteristics present on fired bullet, and the class characteristics of the firearm agreed, allowing me to move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics.
And what do you mean by the class characteristics of the bullet agreed with the firearm itself? What are you talking about?
The class characteristics agreement would allow this projectile to have been fired in this particular firearm. That means that the caliber is the same, the number of lands and grooves, or those helical impressions, agree, their direction of twist and their width are in agreement.
So the number of lands and grooves, the direction of the lands and grooves, and the width of the lands and grooves of that firearm is consistent with the fired bullet you looked at.
In addition to the caliber, yes.
Okay. So all that was agreed, all that was consistent.
Correct.
You then proceeded to do the individual examinations to look at those individual characteristics.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how that process worked?
An examination of individual characteristics is a microscopic comparison of the striations that are left on the surface of a bullet as the resultant of the firing process. In this particular case, the individual characteristics left on the test fires, which were compared to each other first, were not well defined, and it was a very difficult process. I did move forward to the comparison of the individual characteristics between the test fires and the evidence bullet. However, the result of this comparison was an inconclusive result. I could not determine whether or not this particular bullet was fired in this specific firearm.
So when you examined the test fires that were in pristine condition with each other, it was difficult to determine by your analysis that they were fired from the same firearm, am I right?
That is correct. This particular firearm simply did not leave well-defined individual characteristics on its test fires.
And then when you went to examine the actual bullet we looked at recovered from the skull to see if it was fired from that particular firearm, you couldn't make a comparison, correct?
That is true. The comparison was completed. However, the result of the comparison was an inconclusive conclusion.
So as you sit there now, you're not able to say scientifically whether that specific bullet was fired from that specific gun.
That is correct.
However, am I correct that all of the other characteristics of the gun and the bullet are consistent? You just can't say that that specific bullet was fired from that gun because of the lack of individual characteristics.
That is true. In fact, I cannot move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics if the class characteristics did not agree. Because all of the class characteristics between the firearm and the fired bullet were in agreement, I could move forward in the examination process.
Bottom line, the projectile could have been fired from that gun based on the consistency of all those different things we talked about, and you can't say scientifically if it actually was.
That's correct.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Man, Mr. Buxman started off, and it was your testimony you had received a projectile from the medical examiner's office, correct?
The projectile transferred to me from the evidence section of the laboratory.
Okay. So the projectile, let me just see if I'm summing this up correctly. The projectile that was in the body could not be linked up to the gun that you're sitting there holding, correct?
The comparison of individual characteristics was inconclusive, correct?
So that's a good summation, correct? There was no connection between that gun there and the projectile that was delivered to you, correct?
The examination resulted in the conclusion that all class characteristics were in agreement. The result of the individual comparison was inconclusive.
Okay. How many guns fit into that class?
Thousands of guns, if not tens of thousands, correct?
So there's thousands of guns that fit into that class, and not one individual characteristic linked it to this homicide, correct?
The result of the individual characteristic comparison was inconclusive. I would not say not one. That would.
Correct. Then we were talking about double action, single action type firearms. Did you fire the projectile sample?
I was responsible for firing the test fires.
Okay.
What's the poundage, the amount of force that's required on that gun to discharge a projectile?
The trigger pull on this firearm was not measured.
Okay. Any specific reason?
That was not part of the policy or procedure for an examination of this type.
Did law enforcement ever contact you at any time and request it?
They did not.
State Attorney's Office ever contact you and request that?
The state attorney's office would not contact me directly.
Okay. When you have a double action
Pistol as well. You can pull the hammer back and lock it, correct?
Not in a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Can you pull the hammer back, lock it, and then discharge it by the trigger?
In a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Single action.
In a single action firearm, a hammer can be pulled back and locked into position.
Okay. And then it can be released by a separate trigger pull, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So once the hammer is locked back, does it require less force on the trigger? On that type of gun?
That is a question that could not be answered because the trigger pull of this double action only firearm was not measured.
Okay.
And I do not know the trigger pull of a single action. One could or could not be heavier than the other.
Anything prevent a child from firing that gun?
I would not be qualified to answer that question.
Okay. Well, you've been in the business how many years?
Approximately 15 years in firearms examination.
Okay. And you don't know anything about trigger pulls and capacities?
I don't know anything about a child pulling a trigger.
Okay. 1 second, guys.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for testifying here today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. And your next witness.
Hey, boss, Tara Mitchell.
Okay. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Let me know when you're ready to go. Thank you. Good morning. All right, please be seated if you would. Thank you. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Tara Mitchell, T-A-R-A, Mitchell, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Tara Mitchell.
What do you do for a living?
I currently work with mental behavior at Livestream.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I was the manager at Mariner Finance.
What did Mariner Finance do?
We did personal secured loans, secured and unsecured loans.
How long did you work there?
9 years.
What were your day-to-day duties when you worked at Mariner Financial?
To solicit and collect and distribute money to those that need.
I want to direct your attention back to November of 2015. Were you working at Mariner Financial in that same capacity then?
At that particular time, I was an assistant manager. Senior assistant manager.
What duties did that involve, specifically as a senior assistant manager?
Basically the same.
Okay, understood. Did Mariner Financial extend a loan to Michael Shaver in November of 2015?
At that time, we had mailers that came out from the corporate office, and they were sent out to several different people in several different cities.
Can you explain to the jury kind of how that worked? Were they just kind of sent unsolicited to people's residences?
I'm not totally sure as to how corporate determined as to who they were going to send it to, but it would have something to do with their credit. And we call them LBMs, which is the loan by mail. And so they would send them out to different people.
So this is not a situation where somebody comes to your financial institution and says, hey, I need a loan. This is the financial institution reaching out to people to say, hey, I want a loan.
Absolutely, and it made it look really good because they gave you a certain amount and all it required you to do was fill some information on the back.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit D as in dog, as State's Exhibit 29. There's a business record certification and notice has been provided.
Any objection? All right. All right, sidebar, please.
Sidebar.
State's Exhibit DD will be admitted into evidence as State's number 29.
At least when we get to lunch, we should be able to
Using the
slide right
process
through
that
it.
you just described, was a loan extended to Michael Shaver via mail?
Yes, it was.
And how, in what form would that loan have been extended to them?
A check was mailed directly to an address that was attached to his social. And that's all it would require for them to do is fill the information out on the back and submit it to a bank or deposit it.
So a check is sent to Michael Shaver's residence in the mail, basically is a loan check.
Yes.
Describe the process. How would somebody accept that loan or accept the money in that check when it was mailed to the person?
They would be required to sign it on the back, put their their telephone number as to how they could be reached.
I'm going to show you what's introduced to State's Exhibit 30. And do you recognize the check that I'm showing you?
Absolutely.
All right. And does the bank also maintain records of attempts to collect that money if that situation is needed?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Does the bank, if say someone doesn't pay that loan back or misses payments, does the bank have a log to show the attempts the bank made to collect that money?
Absolutely. From the moment it is cashed, within 72 hours, we have to make contact with them.
And is that what these documents are contained in this exhibit, States 30?
Absolutely.
Do you recognize them?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are they accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm publishing the check that we just looked at. How much, and I'll give you the exhibit in case it's a little difficult for your angle. How much was the check for that was sent to Michael Shaver's residence?
$2,539.
And to what address was that check sent?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Clearmont, Florida 34711.
When was that check mailed out to Michael Shaver's address?
It had to be mailed before 11/30/2015.
What was done with that check to signify that the loan was accepted by whoever filled out this information on the back of the check?
Because there are signatures on the back of the check and phone numbers listed with the date.
And what was the phone number listed on the back of the check?
352-431-5122.
Is there a date written on the back of the check signifying when it was accepted?
Absolutely.
What date was that?
12/11/15.
And would that information have been filled in by whoever received the check at the address?
Absolutely.
That's not information filled out by you or by the bank?
Oh, no.
Does the filling out of that information on the back of the check signify an acceptance of the loan?
Absolutely.
Did Michael Shaver have an account with Mariner Financial or anything?
Not until he cashed his check.
Okay. What were the terms of the repayment of this loan? For instance, if the loan was accepted, what would be the monthly payments to be made?
30 monthly payments of $122.89.
Were any of the monthly payments made in this case regarding this loan extended to Michael Shaver?
Absolutely not.
All right. Was there ever any personal or phone contact from Michael Shaver to the Mariner Financial Institution regarding the repayment of this loan?
Absolutely not.
What was done to try to reach Michael Shaver from Mariner Financial to get this loan paid off?
We first did solicitation calls to have him to come in, but we never made contact. And after 30 days being delinquent, it goes into collections, and we start collection calls on a daily basis.
What do you mean by a solicitation call was made?
When LBMs, the loans by mails, are sent out, there's really no real contact with the customer other than what is written on the back of the check. So to make it more of a personal, we solicit an extra $500 for coming into the bank and signing up to come over onto a Mariner paper, whereas we're able to have better access and know a little bit more about the client.
Okay, so you reach out to the person who accepted the loan and say, hey, why don't you come on into our bank?
According to the number that they put on the back of the check.
Okay. When is that done in relation to the acceptance of the loan and you getting information that the loan has been accepted?
Within 24 to 72 hours, we're notified that a check has been cashed. So it automatically appears in our system of new loan by mails. And
that when you reach out for these solicitations, say, hey, come into our bank.
That is correct.
Was that done in this case?
Absolutely.
Was any response received by the bank from Michael Shaver?
There were no answering of the phone calls.
When the time for the first payment came due, you had already indicated that no payment was made. What did the bank do or you do to try to make contact with Michael Shaver?
We started reaching out with the number that was on the back. We will use free websites where we can look up to try to find if there's any other numbers that's attached to the name.
Did the bank continue to try to reach out to Michael Shaver for a lengthy period of time?
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't charge off until 180 days.
What do you mean by charge off?
We have no payments.
Okay.
So unfortunately,
the bank has to eat it.
Yes.
Okay. Let me direct your attention specifically to February 17th, 2015. Is you specifically try?
I don't know if they still do that or not, but if they do, and you do that, I guess you got 180 days, and then they're just going to not call you anymore. Wow. So you got $2,500. Don't do that.
To call the number listed on the back of the check.
I did.
And what happened when you did that?
A female answered the phone and stated she had just gotten that particular phone that Friday before.
basically indicating, I don't know what you're talking about, this is a wrong number?
Absolutely.
Did you have any personal knowledge as far as who you were speaking with?
I had no idea.
Was the loan eventually turned over to collections when payments weren't made?
We keep it up to, yes, it was.
It's within the Mariner financial system, it was turned over to a different department.
At that time, after 180, it goes to a higher level.
Did anyone by the name of Laurie Shaver ever contact Mariner Financial about this loan?
No.
If that would have happened, would there have been notes in your?
Absolutely.
Did you eventually speak with a Sergeant Tammy Dale from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Once you spoke with Sergeant Dale, what was ultimately done with this loan?
It eventually charged off.
Meaning the bank?
The bank, we could no longer do any more collections on it because in our local level.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
And did law enforcement take that check from you?
No, the check is given to the bank.
Okay, but I mean, did law enforcement get a copy of that check?
We do have access to it.
Well, I didn't ask if they have access to it. Did they come by and request a copy of the check?
I cannot determine at this particular time if they requested it at that time or not.
Okay. You don't know that fact, right? And do you have any video of who entered the bank, who set the account up, or anything like that?
Because it's a loan by mail, they never enter our office.
So nobody came down to the bank to your personal knowledge, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever took a copy of the check to do any kind of handwriting analysis?
That's beyond my knowledge.
Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Bye.
Thank you.
Chair, for the next witness, can we just take a brief break to get the exhibits ready?
Yes, sir. So we'll take a 5-minute comfort break at this point. Thank you. Please stay.
Okay, just devil's advocate here. How'd they tie that check to her? Other than the fact that when she called the phone number, the female that answered it said, I just got this number, which that's sketchy because I'm sure I don't know how fast they turn phone numbers over. I've had my phone number for, geez, I don't even know how long. Over 10 years. And I keep getting text messages or spam. It's like, Jeffrey. I'm like, I am not Jeffrey. And they're sad. I'm like, I don't care. But I mean, really, in all seriousness, how did they tie that to her? And they can't tie the weapon to the crime. It's like they can't really, have they put anything specifically other than him being in her backyard, which is really bad, have they put anything specifically on her? Just asking. I think she's probably pretty guilty too.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. You may proceed.
State calls Vanessa Townsend.
me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Vanessa Townsend, VANESSATOWNSEND.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Vanessa Townsend.
And do you know Jeremy Townsend?
I do.
How do you know?
He's my husband.
When did you get married?
April 12th, 2008.
And do you have children together?
We do.
How many?
1,
How old is your child?
14.
And in 2016, where were you working?
Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what was your position there?
A teacher.
Did you work there the whole school year, 2015 to 2016?
Correct.
And in 2016, while you were at work, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Sidebar, please.
I had a feeling. Didn't move. Sorry, Carmen, I don't know what your question is.
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Please proceed.
Ms. Thompson, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Flowers.
And did those flowers come with a card?
They did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing what the defense has been previously been marked as State's Exhibit T.
Could I file a motion with respect to this? If we approach,
Please approach.
Ms. Thompson, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification with State's Exhibit T. I'm going to go ahead and just ask that you cut along the top here and just take a look at the card that is inside. Without showing it to the jury, you just go ahead and look at the card.
Sorry.
That's okay.
It's in the envelope.
Yep, you can pull that out.
Oh, sorry.
Sure. And go ahead and open it up. Is that the card that you received with the flowers?
It is.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you received that?
It is.
And after receiving that, did you eventually turn this over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state removed State's Exhibit T into evidence as State's number 30.
same objection.
All right, objections overruled. States T will be entered into evidence of states number 30.
Now, did that, the card that came with those flowers, did that include a message?
It did.
And can you go ahead and read that message to the jury, please?
Sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Townsend, is this a difficult day for you?
It is. It says, roses are red, violets are blue. My wife is a whore. Your husband is too. Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message. We need to talk. Mike.
Now, up until this point, had you ever had any interactions with this particular Mike or a Michael Shaver?
No.
Up until this point, had you noticed any messages from a Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver prior to receiving those flowers?
No.
Up until this point, did you have any knowledge or that your husband was potentially having an affair?
No.
When did you receive that card and those flowers?
In April 11th, 2016.
In the time frame leading up to you receiving those flowers, was there ever any time that your husband was sleeping anywhere other than the home, which would have given you concerns that he was having some sort of extramarital affair?
Sleeping elsewhere?
Yes.
No.
So you always came home at night, he was always around?
Yes.
Now, after you received that card, did you in fact did you have a Facebook profile at that point?
I did.
And after receiving that card and that message, did you go onto your Facebook profile and realize that there had been either a friend request or some sort of messages from Michael Shaver's Facebook account?
I did.
And once you saw that request had come in and those messages had come in, what did you do specifically as it relates to Facebook?
I contacted the person back.
Did you accept this friend request to be able to look at these messages?
I did.
And did you go through the messages that had been sent to you up until the point that you had received those flowers?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show Defense State's Exhibit EE.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, sidebar.
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
Of course.
This house I'm showing you State's EE. Thumb drive. You recognize that thumb drive?
I do.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
The messages from the Facebook account.
And did that contain all the messages that you received from Michael Shaver's Facebook account, including any still screenshots of text messages, these Facebook messages we're referring to here, along with photographs that may have been sent to you?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And how do you recognize that is what is contained on that thumb drive?
I dated and initialed it.
And you reviewed that information before doing so?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves State's EE into evidence, as I believe number 31.
Yes, sir. Objection's overruled. State's EE will be admitted into evidence as State's number 31.
Now I want to start with the actual Facebook messages you received from Michael Shaver's account, showing Defense State's FF.
Judge, same objection.
Yes, sir.
That's all I is.
Yes, sir. All right. The objection is overruled.
Showing you it's been previously marked as State's FF. Go ahead and look at those documents. What are those documents?
The messages I received through Facebook account.
And are those the Facebook messages that we just started talking about and that you received after, that you went back and looked at after the flowers, and any future Facebook messages from that same account?
Correct.
And those are actually also contained on the thumb drive that we just talked about. This is just a printed out version of that.
Correct.
You're on this time, the state moves State's FF into evidence as State's Exhibit number 32.
Over defense objection, States FF will be admitted into evidence as states number 32.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and start publishing some of these. Now, on page, looking at the blue numbers on top, page 2447, is that where the first message that you would have received from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
That's correct.
And first of all, what was the date of that message?
February 25th, 2016.
And what was the content of that message?
Hello, Vanessa. I know you don't know me, but I keep sending you a friend request because I really need to talk with you about something important. I am not a creep, I promise. I'm looking to confirm some information concerning my wife.
Now, moving on into page 2446. Are there messages, and 2447, we'll start on page 2447. Did you receive any sort of follow-up message there on April 5th of 2016? So the message would be on the top of page 2447. It would be on page 2446.
I don't see 2447. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry.
No. Looking at the message there from April 5th, what is that statement?
So April 5th, 2016. It says, I don't think you are seeing my messages. I just sent you something. Hope you contact me when you receive.
Okay. And moving on to the preceding page, well, the next page. Is there a message then from April 9th, 2016?
April 9th, 2016, please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And what is the next message that you received after getting that phone number?
April 11th, 2016,
And what is that message?
I received multiple. It says, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you.
All right. Now, the special delivery message, was that close in time to when you received the flowers?
That is.
Is that same day?
It is.
Now, you can put that down for just a moment. After you accepted the friend request, did you start communicating with this Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver?
I did.
And in the course of that, did you receive any sort of screenshots of text messages between your husband and Laurie Shaver?
I did.
Did you also receive photographs that showed your husband with Miss Shaver?
I did.
The phone number that was associated with, that was placed in that Facebook record, then did you reach out and contact that individual?
I did.
And how did you do so?
I tried to call it.
Did that person ever answer the phone?
No.
So after asking you to call, they never picked up?
Correct. They texted me back.
And were you ever able to talk on the phone with the person that had given you that phone number?
No.
And what was that phone number again?
Can I look?
Yes.
352.
I'm showing you it's been previously been marked as State's Exhibit GG for identification. states GG's?
I do.
And what is states GG?
Text message.
And is that the text message that you reached out or received back from that phone number you just stated?
That's the one I received back.
This time the state moves states GG into evidence as, I believe, number 32?
33.
33.
Says objection, Judge.
Objection is overruled. States GG will be admitted into evidence as states number 33.
Now, also during the period of time that this was going on, did you obtain Laurie Shaver's phone number?
I did.
And did you reach out and send a text to that number?
I did.
Did you correspond with Ms. Shaver through that phone?
I texted, but I never received a message back.
I am showing what's previously been marked for identification as states RRR. How did you get Laurie Shaver's phone number? Was it included in the screenshots of the text messages that you received?
I don't remember if it was text message or Facebook, but it was given to me through one of those two.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked for identification of states RRR. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a screenshot of text that you sent to Laurie Shaver's phone?
That's correct.
You're at this time, the state moves states RRR into evidence as states number 34.
Any objection? All right, over defense's objection, states RRR will be admitted into evidence as states number 34.
During the time frame that you were corresponding with the individual utilizing the Michael Shaver Facebook account, did they encourage you to get a divorce?
Yes, they did.
Did they make any offers to you in relation to that?
I don't know what you mean offers. I'm sorry.
Did they bring out matters of a divorce attorney?
Yes, they did. They recommended one.
Now, ultimately, when you got this information, did you confront your husband about it?
I did.
And at that time, did you both decide to stay together, married, and in the relationship?
We did.
And when did that process and that period of time begin?
For the end of April, May.
And after that period of time, was there ever instances where Mr. Townsend left unknown, was out of places that you weren't aware during that time frame?
No.
No further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, may the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
Your Honor, it's probably going to be lengthy. I don't know if you want to take a look right now or you want me to bring it. You want me to bring it?
By lengthy, how much time do you anticipate?
Probably 45.
45 minutes. We'll break for lunch now then. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be a good time to break for lunch. It's almost 11:45. Please return to the jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll see you at 1 p.m.
Perfect. We get to just slide right through. We're almost live. Almost. What? I am not surprised that her attorney did not ask that witness any questions. What are you going to ask her? I mean, they have apparently stayed married, and good for them. I think we're going to be alive. Hang on to your hats, folks. It says 1:15, and it is 1:19. There we go. Perfect.
For the jurors, but we have not made an inquiry of them yet today about whether or not they followed the court's orders. We did? Oh, I apologize. I missed that.
Yes, sir.
This morning? I apologize. Yes, there you go.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please bring in the jurors. Thank you.
What are you talking about, Gabby? A farmer hat? I don't have a farmer hat. Oh.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the jurors have returned from lunch. And are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Jared Strickland.
You really can't expect me to remember what I said 30 seconds ago.
Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. All set?
Yes, sir.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, JARRODSTRICKLAND.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Corporal Jared Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
What is your current position or assignment?
Currently, I'm a corporal. I'm one of the supervisors within our criminal investigations unit.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since 2021.
Now, taking you back to February of 2017, what was your position then?
In February 2017, I was one of our economic crimes detectives.
And what is it, when you say economic crimes detectives, what kind of crimes would you investigate?
Different types of fraud, credit card fraud, identity theft, sometimes things that deal with computers and electronics.
And how did you become involved into the investigation into the death of
Sure. I was asked to start getting bank records, financials from the different people that are involved, and to review those records as well as social media.
Now, let me ask you this. When a case, a homicide case in particular, is being investigated by the Lake County Sheriff's Office, is it assigned to just one detective or a whole team working on this issue?
Sure. Typically, it's an entire team of detectives that are working on it because we all bring different things to the table.
And was your background, training, experience with various forms of financial, social media records and things like that from your economic crimes background useful in the investigation?
Yes, it was.
Now, as part of the records that you looked into, did you seek out information and documents from Facebook in this case?
Yes, I did.
And in order to obtain records from Facebook, how do you go about doing that?
We have to get a search warrant.
And first of all, did you prepare warrants to get information for a Facebook profile associated with a Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you has already been entered into evidence. It states exhibit number 10. Swing. It's already in evidence. Okay, certainly there's a thumb drive in that envelope. Can you go ahead and take a look at that? And the case number 10, are those the Facebook records that you obtained through Facebook?
Yes, they are.
And when you obtain these types of records, particularly we'll start with Michael Shaver's Facebook records, are they sent to you printed out in boxes, or how are they sent to you?
They're not. So Facebook has a law enforcement records request portal where they will upload all of that information to, and then we then download it in a zip folder because it's usually quite large.
And do they assign it a special number to associate with the request that you've made?
Yes, they do.
Does that number appear in the records themselves?
Yes, it does.
And then does that number also appear on the business record certification that's included in that folder?
Yes, it does.
Now, the records that we're dealing with there are on a thumb drive. Do we have over 3,000 pages on that thumb drive?
Yes, correct.
Now, as you've gone through, after you've initialed it, you have gone through all of those records, looked at the pictures, things of that nature.
Yes, I have.
And as you went through that, are there pieces of information that identify the potential owner of that profile?
Yes, there is.
What kind of information is included in there?
There's a phone number as well as an email that's associated with that, along with what Facebook calls the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that cannot be changed within the Facebook records.
And as you went through those particular records, does that include photos that the user may have uploaded or someone using that account may have uploaded?
Yes.
Did you see photographs of Michael Shaver throughout the Facebook profile associated with the Michael Shaver account?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Facebook?
I am.
Did you ever have a Facebook account?
Previously, yes.
You no longer have one?
No, sir.
All right. What is the process that you go through in order to log into Facebook?
Sure. So Facebook is typically it's used on a mobile device. It can be logged into on a computer, but if it's in either case, if the password is stored on whatever that device is, you can just load right into it. There's also a way that you can use biometrics such as Face ID or your thumbprint, depending on what kind of phone you have, or if you have the device that was previously logged into it and it hasn't logged out.
Is there anything that would prevent another individual from logging into someone's Facebook account as long as they had either the password or a device that was already associated with that and currently logged in?
No.
What is an ISP?
So an ISP is a internet service provider. That is the company that you pay for internet through, whether it's Spectrum, CenturyLink, any number of the different providers that provide cable, internet, fiber services.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address stands for Internet Protocol. This is a unique identifier to a network that a device is connecting to the internet on.
Now, as part of your background and training into investigations of economic crimes, have you had experience investigating cases involving the use of IP addresses and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Now, as you went through the Facebook records, do they maintain IP logs for activity associated with that account?
Yes, they do.
And does that IP address give you a physical address that's associated with that IP address?
No, it does not.
Are you able, once you get that IP address, to do anything to start investigating where the physical location of that may be?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
So once we have an IP address, we're able to use internet resources to find out who the internet service provider is. Once we have the internet service provider, depending on what kind of request they want to release records, typically it's a subpoena or sometimes a court order, we can send them a subpoena and they will give us subscriber information, which includes the service location, the names on the account, billing information if we request it, and so forth.
And the IP addresses that we are going to be referencing go back to how far back?
The IP addresses that we have go back to at least 2015.
And when did you become involved with this investigation, start looking into the issues involved with this IP address and things like that?
February 2018.
When you got the IP addresses associated with the Facebook account, were you able to determine which service provider was linked up with those IP addresses?
Yes, I was.
And which service provider was that?
By and large, it was CenturyLink.
And when you went to try to obtain information from CenturyLink to associate it with any physical addresses, were you able to get that information?
I was not.
Why not?
CenturyLink told us that they only keep records for one rolling calendar year.
So trying to get records of physical address associated with IP addresses in 2018 for stuff that happened in 2015, 2016 was just impossible.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your review of the Facebook profiles, did you also obtain a search warrant in order to get the information from Laurie Shaver's Facebook?
That's correct.
I'm showing the defense what has previously been states HH. No, that's Ms. Shaver's records, the other one was Mr. Shaver. I'm showing you what has been previously, can you go ahead and just put that back in the envelope before? Showing you as was previously remarked as states HH, you recognize those records and the thumb drive contained within.
Yes, I do.
And what is contained on that thumb drive?
These are Laurie Shaver's Facebook records.
And how do you know that's what's on that thumb drive? Have you reviewed it and initialed the thumb drive?
Yes, yes, I have.
And are those all the records that Facebook sent to you with their identifying a number associated on that thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state moved HH into evidence as 36.
35, I believe. Is it 35? 35.
35.
Yes, sir. Any objection?
Or motion on this on the digital data?
Yes, sir.
As we've raised before.
All right. And the motion, the objection is overruled, and states HH will be entered into evidence as states number 35.
Now, similar question, have you gone through all the data that's contained on there?
Yes, sir.
And did that have information associating it with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it did.
What kind of information was that?
The same information. It will have the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that is set up whenever the account is established, along with phone numbers and email addresses.
Did it include pictures of herself, her children, her home, things of that nature?
Yes, it did.
And how far back does that activity go?
I believe 2015 at least.
And that would have been the time frame that you obtained the warrant for?
Correct.
And the amount of information on that thumb drive, how is that in relation to the records from Michael Shaver?
Significantly larger.
Based on the activity that you saw, was she more frequent poster on Facebook than the Michael Shaver account?
Yes.
As part of those records that are already in evidence, does Facebook maintain all of those IP addresses associated with the activity?
Yes, they do.
And now, does that mean every single time somebody just pulls up Facebook, scrolls, looks at a picture, does something like that, that activity is going to be referenced on those IP logs?
Typically, no.
What types of things register on the IP log history that you get from these records?
Sure. Login activity is one of the big ones. Anytime anybody accesses Facebook on their device, whether it's a phone or a computer, Facebook will log that IP address. Whenever messages are sent, photos are shared, statuses are updated, Facebook will log that IP address for that activity.
If someone were to upload photos, change your profile picture, with that type of thing?
Yes.
And does the actual IP logs contain information not only that the account was accessed, but the type of activity that was done?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you what's previously been marked for identification as states II and JJ. Do you recognize these two exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These are the IP logs for each of the Facebook accounts.
And specifically, does II match up with the IP logs for Michael Shaver?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states II into evidence as states 36.
Any objection?
Objection as to the motion that's previously been held on this and the testimony received.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States II will be admitted into evidence as states number 36.
And states JJ, is that the IP log history for Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states JJ into evidence as states 37.
Second objection, Judge.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States JJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 37.
Now, can you first pull up Michael Shaver's IP log history and just tell the jury how many pages? Look the number at the top.
Sure. The Michael Shaver IP logs for Facebook span 13 pages.
And the Laurie Shaver Facebook account, how long is it?
77 pages.
Now, in order to assist the jury with your testimony regarding the information that was contained in those IP logs, was a summary prepared of the information contained in those folders?
Yes, it was.
And specifically, what types of IP addresses were summarized for this purpose?
We did a comparison based on IP addresses for both Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook activity that were shared IP addresses. Those were IP addresses that hit both of the accounts.
And so the summary that we're about to talk about covers any IP address that appeared in both of those folders.
That's correct.
And as this was a trial exhibit, who actually prepared the summary?
The state attorney's office.
You go back through the summary in order to check to make sure that the information contained in here does reflect the information in those folders.
Yes, I did.
I'm showing defense was previously marked as states KK.
Your Honor, second objection to the data log summary as to this is not a business record, it's a summary, it's not been stipulated to, and it doesn't follow the.
Come up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
I have no L's. There's no L's left. I'm all out of L's. I'm so lost without them. Yes, I can write a new Air Supply song. Dang it. Gabby, where are you? You're missing out. If you're not in my chat, you're missing out. Maybe you're not. I don't know. But I have no L's and I'm lost. Wait. Nope, I don't. Dang it. Oh well. I do need money for breakfast water. Breakfast water, and if I save enough, I can have some ice. Just ask a dare. All right, I really am interested in what this guy is going to say because he might actually be our tie that we don't have yet. But my gosh, it takes a long time to get there. All righty.
All right. Detective Strickland, have you had a chance to look at the summary that I have just given you?
Yes, I have.
Is that the summary that we have just been discussing?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves A into evidence as number 38.
All right, over defense objection, court will move exhibit KK into evidence as states number 38.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to step down.
Certainly, please feel free to move.
And go ahead and bring all three of those folders.
Yes, sir.
Now, as you went through both sets of IP logs, how many different IP addresses did you find that both the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account shared?
There were 13 shared IP addresses.
Now, if someone were to connect to their home Wi-Fi, and we had multiple people in that home using that home Wi-Fi, would they all register the same IP address?
Yes, they would.
And similarly, if I went to go visit you, you gave me your Wi-Fi password, and then I started utilizing my mobile device, would I then be utilizing your Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And then therefore your IP account?
That's correct.
If you were to go to Starbucks and then you utilize their password and log into their account, would you then have a different IP address located in your phone?
Yes.
And if you utilize anything on Facebook while you were doing that at that outside area, would that IP address reflect in your records?
Yes, it would.
Now, publishing page 72 from the Laurie Shaver records and page 13 from the Michael Shaver records, can you basically just summarize first for the jury the information that we're looking at?
Sure. So this is the Facebook IP address log for both of the accounts. The Michael Shaver records are on the left, the Laurie Shaver records are on the right. You'll notice that it's in reverse order. So at the bottom of the page is actually the oldest activity that we got. And as you go up, it can come toward recent in history. The information that you will see is an action, which tells you what kind of activity was done while it was logged in. You'll get the date and time. The time is in universal coordinated time, which, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings or standard time, is either 4 or 5 hours behind our current time.
Detective Strickland, let me just let it pause there. When you talk about the universal time, then what is that?
So it's basically it's a time zone that, for many different purposes, is used so that we don't have different time zones for everything. And because we all live in different time zones, things are relative.
So Facebook has to send records probably all through the world, and so all of their times that are going to appear from here would be universal time?
Correct.
And how do you convert universal time to Eastern Standard?
We can use either a website to convert it or just subtract or add 4 or 5 hours, depending on what time zone we're in, whether it's daylight savings time.
So when we're depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings time, it would be 4 to 5 hours different from UTC.
Correct.
All right. Now, you've talked about the time. What other information are on these IP logs?
The IP address itself.
Now, the area, first of all, that is in the blue box, both on the Michael Shaver records and the Laurie Shaver records. What is the significance of those two entries in that blue box?
So those are the same shared IP address that both of the accounts conducted activity on within a certain amount of time of each other.
And can you just point those two IP addresses and read them out loud for the jury?
Sure. 71.49.14.136. 71.49.14.136.
Okay. And then what is the next line in that blue box?
The next line is the time. So January 5th, 2016 at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. January 5th, 2016 at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
And then what is the last line that is in the blue box image of this?
The action that was done, photo uploaded, photo uploaded.
Now, what about the red box? Is that the same IP address that appeared in the blue box area?
It is the same IP address.
What is the time difference between when the device accessing the Michael Shaver records access compared to the device accessing the Laurie Shaver records?
203, 103.
So approximately within an hour.
Correct.
And because it's utilizing the same IP address, that indicates that those devices were in the same area.
That's correct.
Moving on to the next slide, what information first of all, is this from the summary?
Yes, it is.
Now, is this how the information from the previous two pages from the individual records themselves have been compiled into the summary for purposes of the jury?
Yes, it is.
So the area in the red box on here, is that the same information that's on the previous slide?
Yes, it is.
And then the blue box?
Yes, it is.
So if the jury were so inclined, they could actually take the original IP logs from those two folders and look and verify all the information that's in the summary if they chose.
Yes, they could.
All right, moving on to the next slide. First of all, what is the date of this activity?
The date of this activity is April 3rd, 2016.
And can you just show the jury on the summary where they get that information? All right, and for the actual chart itself, is that labeled on the chart as far as the date?
Yes, it is.
And can you show them there?
The date is right here. And then April 2016, and then the date is in that column.
Thank you. Now, this particular April 3rd date, is that utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, it is.
And is that why it's together on that same line?
Yes, it is.
And the activity on the Michael Shaver account and the device associated with that, how far apart is that from the activity on the Laurie Shaver account?
11:39, 12:07.
So that's within a half an hour.
Correct.
Moving on to still April of 2016, specifically April 21st. Was there another instance of close activity?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury to show them by using the summary?
The action on the Mike Shaver account was a login, and the activity on Laurie Shaver's account was an uploaded photo.
Okay. And what was the time difference?
17:09, 17:41, 30 minutes.
And the summary that we have, and that's been admitted into evidence, does that also have the time conversion to Eastern Standard that you using the formula that you described to the jury?
The summary does, yes.
Okay. And can you show them where that goes?
In the parentheses.
So everywhere after the UTC time where it says EST, that would be local time.
That's correct.
Moving on, now in May 3rd of 2016, what was significant about the activity on the two accounts here?
The same IP address. Mike Shaver's account was a login. Laurie Shaver's account was a uploaded photo. The times were approximately 15 minutes apart.
I want to focus a little bit specifically on Michael Shaver's account. Did you review Facebook messages from that account between the Michael Shaver Facebook account and Vanessa's house?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to those records themselves that are already in evidence, what was the first message and the date that that message was sent from the Michael Shaver account?
So the first date was February 25th, 2016, 7:43 Universal Coordinated Time.
And did you find Facebook messages preceding the delivery of any sort of flowers to Vanessa Townsend through the Facebook records?
Yes, I did.
And I'm showing it has previously been admitted into evidence in states number 32. Are those records?
Yes, they are.
And as we go through, moving on to the messages themselves, when was the message sent that said that the individual utilizing the Mike Shaver account had something for Miss Townsend?
It is the top, which is on 2 pages, April 5th, 2016.
Okay. And what about, was there a phone number shared to Vanessa Townsend utilizing this account?
Yes, there was.
And what was that content and when was that sent?
That message was sent on April 9th, 2016 at 21:26 Universal Coordinated Time. The message read, please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And then is there something that indicates that Vanessa Townsend should receive something that day?
Yes.
And when was that sent and what was the content of that message?
On April 11th, 2016, the message stated, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you.
When you went back to the IP logs, were you able to find consistent IP shared history on February 25th from the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, I was.
All right. And can you go ahead and describe to the jury the information that we have here?
Sure. These are the Facebook records that we received, the IP activity log that was put into the summary. This is Michael Shaver on this side, Laurie Shaver on this side. The purple highlight is all for the same IP addresses, and it also shows the dates and times and what activity was conducted.
And is there activity from Michael Shaver's account using that IP address on the day that these messages start being sent?
Yes, there is.
And what was the date and time?
That was February 25th, 2016 at 21:57 Eastern Time.
And then did Laurie Shaver's account utilize that same IP address on that same day?
Yes, it did.
And what was that time?
February 25th at 7:06 Eastern Time.
Now, when did Michael Shaver's Facebook account have the most activity during the time frame that you were looking?
Sure, the most activity was concentrated around this time, the end of February 2016.
And then did that extend to the time frame that messages were being sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes.
What was the time frame that you obtained these Facebook records and IP addresses for both the Michael Shaver and the Laurie Shaver account?
We tried to go back to 2014 until whatever the present time was that we got these records sometime in 2018.
Is it fair to say that this shared IP history extends from November 2015 to November 2017?
Yes.
And going through the time frame in April, once the flowers are received, is that when the majority of the activity appears on Michael Shaver's account?
Yes.
And going ahead and just, we're publishing page 27 and 28 of the history of the summary, and can you summarize the types of activity that you're seeing on the Michael Shaver account and talk about how that relates to Laurie Shaver?
Sure. So according to the summary, it looks like once a day, Michael Shaver's Facebook account was accessed using the same IP address that Laurie Shaver's account was also accessing while Laurie Shaver was uploading photos.
Now, during this time frame, is this when Facebook messages are being sent to Vanessa Townsend prior to the flowers actually arriving at Vanessa Townsend's work?
Yes.
And these are the time frames that the messages were not being responded to?
Correct.
And then what is going on Laurie Shaver? Is Laurie Shaver's account utilizing the same IP address throughout that same time frame?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to pages 29 and 30, from the summary, does this activity reflect actions that happened after the flowers had been received by Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, it does.
And what type of activity is being reflected here?
So this activity, there are photos that are being uploaded, but there are also photos that are being sent.
Now, when it says photo, does that differentiate between an actual picture and screenshots of text messages?
It does not differentiate.
And during this time frame of all of this activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account, are there large number of photos and shared, basically screen captures of text messages between Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, there are.
Moving on to page 31 and 32 of the summary, what is the activity?
So it's very similar. You have logins. This one says that there were 40 photos that were sent, 8 photos sent, another login, 16 photos sent, 29 photos sent, 30 photos sent.
Pages 33 and 34, this is still all the same day as the previous page?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what is the activity here?
44 photos sent, 29, 15, 31, 44, 31, 27 photos sent.
And moving on to page 35 and 36, are we seeing activity both on Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook utilizing that same IP address?
Yes, we are.
Now, all of these pages that we have gone through here during this time frame, all of these IP addresses are consistent.
Yes, they are.
On both accounts.
Yes, they are.
37 and 38, what information, first of all, what date time frames are we talking about here?
April 22nd, 2016. This is the 23rd. This is the 24th.
So this is basically everything that we have here as far as once this activity heightens up is from April 16th to April 24th. That's all this activity is just over a week.
Correct.
Now on April 24th, does Laurie Shaver's account start utilizing that same IP address that we've been talking about the whole time again?
Yes, it does.
And the is there a entry at approximately 2,100 hours that is close in time to each other?
Yes, there is.
And what is the time difference between the activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account and the Laurie Shaver Facebook account on April 24th?
So this is about 2,100 to 2,100, so within minutes for the Mike Shaver, and then Laurie Shaver's account is at 2,130, 30 minutes.
So approximately with 30 minutes gap for these two profiles to be accessed from the same IP address.
Correct.
Which means we're in the same area.
Connected to the same network, yes.
That flurry of activity over that week where you kept on saying this many pictures, how much actual data are we talking about that was sent to Vanessa Townsend?
There were approximately 500 images that were sent, 40 of which were actual photos. The rest were screenshots and text messages.
I'm showing you
Thanks, Carmen. Momo Shark, you just were gifted a membership by Carmen on my channel. Congratulations. Ugh. Pigeon is not. I do think some places eat pigeon. So, yes. Thank you, Carmen. Back to this guy's fun, riveting job.
let me show the defense. States PPP for identification.
That's true. You don't get to pick where it goes.
Showing you states PPP for identification. Do you recognize those?
Judge, I'm going to object as to relevance.
All right, let's have a sideboard. Thank you.
Yes, Judge, let's. I have like room for 1L. Let's use it. Oh, 2 L's. That's it. 4 L's. But I won't make you guys listen to the white noise. And I do apologize. So if you missed it this morning or yesterday, I got to mute over there because I can't hear. The state said they had like 15 more witnesses and would rest probably tomorrow. So the defense should start tomorrow. They had, I think, 5 witnesses. We'll see. And then possibly her, which I don't know. Part of me thinks that she might testify because she seems kind of so full of herself. But I'm waiting for her daughter. Like, give me the daughter. All right, here we go.
Previously marked for identification as states PPP. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And what are those photos?
These photos are from Laurie Shaver's Facebook account that were sent to.
Find me some more L's. Carmen, thank you. And yes, please be done. Mrs. JPO got that membership gifted by Carmen. Thank you very much. And then Gabby, thank you. Sent a $2 super chat just because she's buying us more L's. That's why. Let's be honest. All right. Oh, one was from Cheyenne. Sorry. One from Carmen, one from Cheyenne. Got it. Thank you.
Sent out to Townsend through Mike Shaver's account.
And just to go ahead and make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding or a potential misspeak, the source of this information was from Michael Shaver's Facebook?
Correct.
And this is the information that was sent to Vanessa's house?
Correct.
At this time, the state moves states PPP into evidence as states
Number 39.
39?
Yes, sir. All right. Any further? Okay. Objections overruled over defense's objection. States PPP will be entered into evidence as states number 39.
Publishing portions of those photos. These photos that are contained here are some of the photos that are in that exhibit that we just went through?
Yes, they are.
And on the left, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
That's Laurie Shaver.
And on the right, do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend.
All right. Photographs identified as page 1145 and 1150. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1156, 1164. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1178. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1184. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
1192.
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
And 1193.
Laurie Shaver.
1196.
Laurie Shaver.
Now, is that all the photos that were in that folder?
No, it's not.
That's just some of them right now to get through this.
Correct.
All right. Now, also contained with all of that information, you had mentioned there were screenshots of text messages?
Yes.
Sorry, I got
things
ahead of
you
myself.
can't-
We'll put that in the next time that you're going to testify. Now, the last message to Michael Shaver's, from Michael Shaver's Facebook account to Vanessa Townsend, when was that posted?
The last message was the end of 2016.
Was there a message on September 20th of 2016 from the Michael Shaver account to the Vanessa Townsend account?
Yes.
And what was that message?
The final message was on September 20th, and it says, "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well."
And based on your review of the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, were there pictures of the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body prior to the September 20th date that message was sent?
Prior to, I believe so.
And what was the IP address associated with that?
199.116.175.8.
Now, did you also obtain bank records associated with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Showing the fence states LL. At this time, the state moves states LL into evidence with previously filed notice of intent to rely on business record certification and the appropriate business record certification attached. Just a quick approach.
All right, sidebar, please. Thank you.
Perfect.
To the state renews its motion to have this admitted as business records.
Your best, Carmen.
And yes, sir, number 40. So over defense's objection, states LL will be admitted into evidence as states number 40.
Showing states 40, you recognize those documents.
Yes, I do.
And what are those records?
These are Laurie Shaver's BB&T bank account statements.
And did Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver maintain separate bank accounts?
They did.
And we'll talk about Michael Shaver's bank account when we call you later this afternoon. But was there activity contained within those records that show payments to CenturyLink, the internet service provider that we have discussed?
Yes, there was.
And also, was there any sort of records associated with the purchase of flowers around the time that the flowers were sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, there was.
And publishing portion of that exhibit, the area in red, can you go ahead and state the date of that?
The date that the transaction posted to the account was on April 8th. Says BB&T check card purchase from you flowers. Transaction date was April 7th in the amount of $42.98.
Now, is it unusual in your experience, both personal and in investigating financial crimes, that the actual purchase would come on the bank records on a date other than the purchase day?
Yes.
And the actual purchase that we are looking at here, is that consistent with the flowers that were sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, it is.
The company that is reflected on there, is that a local business or is that an online company?
From You Flowers is an online company.
So whoever's purchasing flowers through that business would not be writing out a card or anything like that, but they include a message to be sent with the flowers.
Correct.
Right. And then is that From You Flowers, do they then associate with local florists who do the actual delivery?
That's correct.
And was this transaction associated with the local delivery of the flowers sent to Vanessa's house?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Hold on one second.
Thank you.
Oh, just one moment, Mr. Wiggs.
Okay, and just to be clear, because I did mention the fact we would be talking about Michael Shaver bank records. These BB&T records, do they indicate in there who this account belongs to?
Yes, it does.
And who does this account with the flower purchase belong to?
This is Laurie Shaver's account.
All right, thank you, sir.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs, please proceed. Thank you.
Please, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Officer Strickland, is officer or deputy you prefer to go by?
Either one.
Okay. Did you just handle the digital data that you've just testified to in this case?
Did I handle it? Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
The entire team of investigators that were working this would have reviewed it at some point.
Okay. And you submit your documents and your reports in this case to Tamara Dale, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Who was the lead officer on this case?
There were several of us that could have been considered the lead detective.
Who did the primary report?
There were a few of us that did primary reports.
Tell me everybody that did who was the primary on the case?
Okay. I did very lengthy, several reports. Now Lieutenant Tammy Dale also did lengthy primary reports, as well as Detective Dorier also did primary lengthy reports.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, there were several.
Okay. Who all?
Sir, I couldn't name them all without seeing all of them. I know Detective Clay Watkins did reports. I know that the initial responding deputies did reports. There were a multitude of people that did several reports.
Okay. Who handled all the digital data as to the officers involved?
So I can only attest to myself to maintain that chain of custody. Whenever I received those records, I was the one that was responsible for submitting it to evidence. Once it was put, typically back then, data was put on a CD. Once it was placed into evidence, I would have a working copy on my computer that would then be shared with the other detectives that were also working the case. But the records that as they were received in their original format, I was responsible for those, and I can't speak to everybody else.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned early on that there were, and I think this is the way you phrased it in your documents, that you were advised that the IP addresses were rolling accounts or rolling IP addresses, correct?
No, sir. What I advised is that CenturyLink only maintained subscriber records for one rolling calendar year.
Rolling year. Okay. Now, what happens after an extended period of time? What happens to the IP addresses that are on record with the company?
For CenturyLink, I don't know what they do with their records after a year.
Okay. Do you know whether they expire, they're deleted, anything that happens to them?
Sir, I do not know what happens to CenturyLink's record after a rolling calendar year.
What do you know about Facebook? What happens to their records after an extended period of time?
I don't know what their retention time frame is. However, we were able to go back at least 4 years in this case.
Okay. With Facebook?
Through Facebook, yes.
Okay. Now, do their records go back and allow you to trace the records they have back to the physical address of the individual?
Facebook, I do not believe, collects address data.
Just a question for everybody. Is anybody trying to type anything in chat and can't? Because I can't, Carmen can't, Cheyenne can't. I don't know what's going on. Just asking, but you can't, I don't think you can tell me. So I don't know. I'm trying to fix it. So hang on. Don't know why we would be down, but yeah. It says error. Huh. Maybe we got in trouble. for pudding. All right, I'll see what I can figure out. I will be back.
Okay. The registered address for the IP is a registered physical address, correct?
The IP address that is provided by the internet service provider would be the subscriber information.
And it would be registered to a physical address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after a period of time, do you know whether or not that data is deleted, expires, or anything happens to it?
Some companies are different. Some companies, their records will expire sooner than others. Some companies keep their records for perpetuity.
Okay. Do IP addresses change at all?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So IP addresses that may be out there for a period of time can actually change.
Yes, they can.
And identify or use somebody else's address, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Which is why the date and time stamp that is on the activity is so important.
Okay. In this case, were you able to link up an IP address with a physical address and a device?
Not through CenturyLink, no.
Okay, not through CenturyLink. Were you able to link it up from Facebook to a physical address to a device?
I think I was, yes.
You think you was?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean? Tell me, what do you mean?
The same IP address that was used for Laurie Shaver's account was also used on Mike Shaver's account.
Okay.
An IP address is a unique identifier that works similar to mailing a letter through the U.S. Postal Service. So if your address was constantly changing, there's a possibility that you would not get the mail that was intended for you and vice versa. That's why the date and time stamp that's on IP address logs are so important.
Let me look through this in a second. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35 for identification. Okay, you look at that, please. On the first page, I think there's a business record certificate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on that business record certificate, where did that come from?
This comes from Facebook.
Facebook. Okay. Does Facebook identify with any degree of specificity what was sent or delivered to law enforcement?
They received a search warrant requesting IP address logs, messages, photos, transactional information, and other content for the Facebook unique identifier. In response to the warrant, Facebook, Meta, as they're called now, provided responsive records on March 8th, 2019, and those records were downloaded by me.
Okay. Does it identify the records?
It does by the Facebook user account number.
Okay. Does it identify the records themselves?
By the user Facebook identity.
Okay. On paragraph 4, does it not state the records provided were an exact copy?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't tell you what the exact copy was there, does it?
No, it does not.
That we made and kept in by our automated systems. Doesn't tell you what was there, does it?
Sure.
Okay. And in the course of regularly conducted activity as a regular practice of Meta, the records were saved in a format after search and Meta's automated system in accordance with the above specified legal process. The records were made at or near the time the information was transmitted by Meta, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And then it says further, Meta no longer retains a copy of the records provided, correct? So they send you a certificate saying, we at some point in time had this data. We're sure at some point in time we sent you some accurate information, but we don't have the documents anymore to verify anything, correct? That's what you got a certificate saying, correct?
So Facebook records back in 2018, whenever we sent the search warrants.
Please allow the witness to finish answering. Okay, please conclude your.
Whenever we received the records back in 2018 in their original format, Facebook records back then were self-authenticating. What that means is that the records were contained in a...
Please allow the witness to finish the response. Thank you.
Beyond the scope of what I asked.
Okay. Please allow the witness to finish. Please finish your response.
The records were received in a .zip folder because the files were so big that it had to be compressed to where it could be sent via internet portals. So whenever those records were received, they were in one singular folder. That folder was then put through an algorithm. It's called SHA 256, which generates an extremely long chain of letters and numbers that is unique to those records that were provided by Facebook back then. The records back then were self-authenticating. Facebook did not provide business record certifications back then because their records, according to Facebook, were self-authenticating.
Okay, but we're dealing with records today. We're here in court today dealing with the case before us, not what was received and sent in a prior procedure, correct?
No, sir, those records were the records that I received in 2018.
Right, but we're here today, and now the records don't authenticate what you declare was self-authenticating on a prior date, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the approach.
All right, come up for a sidebar.
Perfect. All right. Apparently YouTube was having issues with chat. It wasn't just on my channel or Jody's channel. So hopefully if you are watching on Jody's channel, hopefully her chat is fixed as well, because I don't have any way to refresh her stream and I don't know if that's what it needs. Yeah, YouTube, I thought we got in trouble. I didn't know why. I've seen worse said on YouTube than what we said. But yes, YouTube Daddy had an issue. They fixed it. All right. Oh, that was scary. Are you testing that on Jody's? Yes, it works. Perfect. Thank you, Carmen. All right. All right. Now we have a little L time. Not much. A little. I do kind of feel like this defense attorney gets shut down every avenue he tries to take. Now we're live. Which kind of feels a little unfair. That's right, Shiny. That is what happens when Carmen says a woman is other than you is her favorite. Hey, it is what it is. But yes, I forgot to tell you that yesterday, Carmen. I was a little distracted. So I will tell you all about it. The world collapses because it can't make it. But I will tell you all about it later. Whew, all right. Well, that was exciting, as in it wasn't, because I didn't know if I was still here. I mean, I thought I was. It's just funny because my phone was going crazy. I was getting Thank you for the messages in Discord, George. It felt like we were just isolated, and it's a weird day to have everything go down like that. So I don't like it. If it was tomorrow or yesterday, I wouldn't feel so weird about it. But being September 11th, when weird things happen.
Acknowledge, though, the records we just looked at doesn't contain any representation specific of any documents. Does it, sir?
Sure.
Okay. And your testimony is based as well on a vanity name, correct? And that's a method that you use to verify the documents that you proclaim that you received, correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah. You were talking about on direct examination that there's ways of verification, and one was the vanity name on the account, correct?
Sure. The vanity name is one of the unique identifiers.
Okay. Do vanity names ever change?
Vanity names that are internal to Facebook cannot change.
Can anybody use another person's account?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you say, well, we're relying on a vanity name that other people have access to, that's not a real dependable or reliable system to identify documents in the user, correct?
The way that I answered that was based on the assumption that you meant that somebody could use that account. No, the vanity name is not recycled. It cannot be issued to somebody else. That vanity name is unique to that account forever.
Yeah, but I just spoke to you and I just said other people can have access to that account, correct?
Sure, if they have access to the device that it's logged into.
If anybody within the residence has access to the browser or knows the password, they have access to that information.
Access to the device or knows the password, absolutely.
And as you sit here today, you don't know which, if any, of those multiple documents that were submitted were utilized by any other individual, correct?
No, sir, I know who they were used by.
Okay. Did you witness the person signing in?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness the person sending?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness who was at the house at all hours, all times?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And when somebody is at, as we spoke at like Starbucks and people are accessing one account, you would acknowledge other people can access that same account, correct?
Sure.
Accounts can be hacked, correct?
They can.
So out of the multitude of all the documents you've spoken to, you can't direct attention to this specific document or this specific document and say that came only from Laurie Shaver.
No, sir, I believe I can.
Okay. In light of what you just testified to, correct?
The multitude of the evidence when taken as a totality and taken as a whole, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you request the Facebook records of Jeremy Townsend?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Do you know anything about Jeremy Townsend?
I've met him and spoke with him.
Okay. Did the state talk to you about Jeremy Townsend at all?
The state?
Yes.
No, sir.
Anybody in law enforcement mention his name to you?
In what capacity?
Well, I'm asking you.
Yes, sir. We were conducting a thorough investigation and he was obviously part of that.
Okay. Did you look into his records?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you look into Jeremy Townsend's bank records?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Was any kind of audit done of Jeremy Townsend?
An audit?
Yes.
No, sir.
Now, in the records that have been thrown into evidence at this stage, is there any statement in there, in any single record, about commission of a crime?
No, sir.
Any statement within those records about any collusive effort to cover up a crime?
No, sir.
So these records allegedly deal with purportedly Laurie Shaver and Deborah Townsend.
Which records?
Most of the records that have been introduced here.
Deal with Michael and Laurie, yes.
Okay. And yet there's no bearing on any crime or an attempt to cover up any crime within those records, correct?
By whom?
Whoever's communicating. Did you see any evidence or communications in those documents of any effort to cover up a crime?
No.
Any mention of a crime?
No.
And had there been, surely law enforcement would have made an arrest, correct?
Yes.
Now, we spoke about, or we saw messages dealing with flowers. Okay. Do you know the motive of the individual that sent those?
That sent the flowers? Yes, I do.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with a crime?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. And the flowers that have been referenced, they have anything to do with the crime?
Not directly.
Okay. They have anything indirectly to do with the crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you put that in your...
The portion of the flowers was not part of my investigation other than the finding of the records in the bank statement.
And was there some follow-up on the flowers that showed that the flowers were utilized in the commission of a crime?
Not in the commission of a crime, no, not directly.
Now, CenturyLink Is that associated in a connective link with Facebook?
That was the internet service provider that the IP addresses using Facebook were accessed from.
Now, Facebook is one system, CenturyLink's a different system where the browser is connected to, correct?
With internet connectivity, yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a business record certificate from CenturyLink?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that business record certify the reliability of any of the records that you received from Facebook?
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Thanks, Your Honor. I mean, honestly, he's asking good questions. Did this happen with the crime? Nope. Did this happen with crime? Nope. Did this happen? They have, like I said, I think she probably did it, but they've just not put it on her yet. They've not connected it to her other than him being in her yard. And then you've got this whole thing with her daughter and this whole thing with the state trying to keep a bunch of stuff out with her daughter and keep the whole Jeremy Townsend connection out, which I think they were successful on keeping the Jeremy Townsend connection out. Apparently, he was there that night, and apparently he said he would take care of it. And then apparently, allegedly, that's the word I should be using, he's not seen again. However, she would know that. So if she didn't do it, at the very least, she would be an accessory after the fact, but I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. But it just seems that they just aren't being allowed to do anything. Greek yogurt is not sour cream. Although your sister-in-law would disagree.
Hey, any personnel from Facebook here today?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Have you spoken to anybody directly about Facebook?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Now, when we talk about routers as well, and people having access to a router, if somebody's in the vicinity of a router, they can proceed through that router if they can hack it or have access to it, correct?
As long as they have access to the path key.
Right. Okay. So when we talk about the records that have been moved into evidence at this stage, do you know who, if anybody, may have had access at all hours, at all times, for any and all of these documents?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Lurker. That's the second time she's been busted, but you would know that because you're lurking.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir. Those IP addresses where the information is shared between both the Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook, does that go from November 2015 to November 2007?
Yes, it does.
And how many separate IP addresses were shared over those 2-year periods?
13.
And did that basically go that entire 2-year period, that there was continual shared IP address information with those two accounts?
That's correct.
So for an individual that was hacking into that, each and every one of those IP addresses, this would have to be a systematic 2-year period where they were trolling outside the Shaver residence or wherever that IP address would be in order to maintain that.
That's correct.
Overruled.
Well, I'm sorry, what's your answer?
That's correct.
I agree.
Now, when you were talking about information regarding criminal activity in those Facebook records on cross-examination, let me ask you this hypothetical. if an individual killed another person and had access to their Facebook account, and then after the person was dead, proceeded to post on that Facebook account over a period of years to try to show activity that that person was still alive, would that be evidence of a crime?
Yes.
As it relates to potential hacking into someone's account, if someone in China is getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account, would the IP address be the same one that is accessing the Laurie Shaver account?
No, it would not.
That would be an IP address somewhere in China.
That's correct.
The Facebook records that you obtained, on that business record certification, did that spell out the specific number that was associated with those records?
Yes.
And if you were to pull those records up on the various thumb drive, would that number be contained there as well?
Yes, it would.
When you obtained those records originally in 2018, did it contain that same identifying number?
Yes, it did.
And when you went back to Facebook because of the fact that the documentation for evidence and submission changed in the time frame that the investigation was going on, did you ask them for the same information that you received back in 2018 utilizing that number?
Yes, I did.
And did they give you that and give you the same information that you had originally?
They gave us the business record certifications, yes.
And was that tied together with the records that you already had obtained?
That's correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs. Okay, may the witness be excused from his subpoena?
No, he's going to be recalled.
All right, sir. So you're subject to recall. Thank you for appearing today. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Tammy Dale.
All right, please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
All right, Cheyenne, I might give you that one. But it's not the consistency of ranch. It's thick like mayo. But Greek yogurt and sour cream are two completely different things. They don't taste like each other because plain Greek yogurt is gross. It's disgusting. So, anyway.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Tamara Rose Dale, Tamara Rosedale.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Tamara Dale,
where do you work?
Lake County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Been there for 21 years.
And what is your current position?
I'm a lieutenant in criminal investigations. So unfortunately, lieutenant is a lot of administrative duties now, but I supervise detectives, specifically major crimes detectives, homicide, sex crimes, child abuse.
Back in 2018,
I was a sergeant in criminal investigations.
And how did you become involved into the investigation relating to the death of Michael Shaver?
So the lead detective in that case, she moved positions just within criminal investigations, and I became her supervisor, her sergeant at the time, and the case moved with her.
When did that
I don't remember exactly when she moved positions, but I think it was sometime in 2018.
Now, at some point, did Detective Thoria leave?
Yes, she did.
And when she left, did you kind of step up in order to take on some of the responsibilities of this investigation at that point?
Yes, I did.
Now, during the course of this investigation, were you provided with potential names from Mr. Wiggs that he thought you needed to look into and investigate?
We were, yes, sir.
And what were those names?
Jeremy Townsend and James or Jimmy Ballou.
And were those individuals interviewed?
They were.
And did law enforcement go and look into the assertions made by Mr. Wiggs about them?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the sheriff's office, and when an investigation like this is being investigated, is there just a single detective assigned, or is there a team?
There would be a team. We have a lead detective, as I mentioned, but several detectives who work on a case of this complexity and size.
And does basically everybody work together, so not everybody's doing every interview, but all the information is being consolidated?
Correct, yes. So the lead detective kind of organizes everything and delegates to some of the other detectives some duties.
Now, during the course of the investigation, was information about Michael Shaver's phone obtained from the service provider?
Yes, sir.
And what was the phone number of Mr. Shaver that was looked into?
Michael's phone number was 352-431-5121.
Were made in order to track down the information associated with that.
So we served a search warrant on his service provider, which was Verizon Wireless, and that was to get, of course, more information about the number itself.
I'm sure.
Excuse me.
Previously enlarged the state's MM. All right, this time the state moves state's MM by way of business record certification and proper notice as the state's number 41.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, state's MM will be admitted into evidence of state's number 41.
I'm going to go ahead and present this to the witness. Can you go ahead and take a look at those records? Are those the records associated with the phone number that you just discussed?
Actually, Gabby, I'm sitting here, and thinking about I could bring you all down and just stop this all with just telling you what phone call I just got. But I'm not. I'm trying to be nice. But if I told you, you would stop talking. It's just sad. So Hensley is ready for me to pick her up. That was my vet that just called. So I'll have to go do that tomorrow, and I'm not looking forward to it. Not a good secret, Dill. So there you go. Really sucks. Like this trial. No, I'm fine, Brie. I'll get her tomorrow when I head to my dad's. I'll just run down there tomorrow and get her when I head to his house. But thank you. It's not like Like, not like I can't control her. So. But anyway, there we go.
Yes, sir. 5121.
Now, who actually is does that include information, subscriber information about who the account is assigned to?
Yes, sir.
And who is the account assigned to?
Laurie Shaver.
And were there multiple phone numbers associated with Laurie Shaver through this account?
Yes, sir.
Focusing first on the phone records associated with the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver, what information is contained in those records?
So it has, we call it a call detail record, and it details date and time that calls came to or from this phone, duration of those phone calls, of course, who the subscriber is, like you just mentioned.
Does that include information that would include content of text messages or things like that?
No, sir.
The records that you have solely talks about actual phone calls then?
That's correct.
And when we are looking at the various phone calls, does it indicate incoming, outgoing, things of that nature?
It does.
And does it indicate call duration?
It does.
Now, throughout the records, are there numerous entries for calls that have a duration of 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean that every call of that type of duration is necessarily answered by the person that is being called?
No, sir.
And if you were to look at the records of a person being called, if the call was not answered, would it then not register on their account?
No, it would not register on their account.
And the time frame for which you got the phone records associated with the 5121 number, what is that?
What we asked for or what we received?
What you asked for?
We asked for August 1st, 2015 through March 9th, 2018, that being the day Michael Shaver's body was found.
And I want to go ahead and direct your attention to November of 2018. And if you need to step down in order to demonstrate to the jury the information that we have here, please be my guest.
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Now, first of all, up here in this red box, what information is contained there?
It says detail for Laurie Shaver, which again is the person who pays for the phone. The person the phone is in and the name of the phone is in. And it says 352-431-5121, so the phone number.
Now, what is the last phone call that was made from the device associated with 512, meaning the last phone call out?
That's highlighted in blue at the bottom, and that's on November 7th, 2015 at 5:48 p.m.
And what the phone number was called on November 7th of 2015?
407-560-6999.
And did you do research into what that phone number went to?
Yes, we did. It's a landline for Epcot, which is where Mike worked at.
Now, the phone numbers and the activity that's highlighted in yellow, what phone number is the areas highlighted in yellow associated with?
That number is 352-431-0. At the time was Laurie Shaver's cell phone number.
Okay, and how do you know that?
We would ask, at the time, we would ask other people, what's Laurie Shaver's cell phone number?
Did you also obtain that information from Verizon itself?
We did.
And is that the other number back in November of 2015 that was associated with the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, on the same account as this.
And can you go ahead and summarize the activity between the two numbers, the 5121 and I believe you said 0419 number, for the month prior, the time prior leading up to the November 7th, 2015?
0419, yes. So this would be my cell phone, and these are all his incoming or outgoing calls to or from the 0419 number or Laurie's cell phone. And leading up to the month or the day that he disappeared, there were 19 attempted or completed calls to or from Mike's phone to Laurie's phone, to or from.
And you say to or from, so this is back and forth. He's calling her, she's calling back. There's at least some entries where they actually talk.
Correct.
And some of these entries that you're referring to here, that appear on these records, do they have that duration time of 1 minute?
Yes, several of them do.
And so some of the activity that we might see in the 5121 number, if it is a call out to the other number, but the duration is 1 minute, we might not see any activity on that other number's account.
That's correct.
Now, is there any activity on the 5121, the number associated with Michael Shaver's account after the November 7th, 2015?
There is one incoming call.
I'm going to go ahead and move to that. What call was that?
So that was on February 17th, 2016 at 3:47 p.m. an incoming call.
All right. And what was the number associated there?
352-787-2277.
And did you do research into where that phone number was associated with?
We did. It belongs to a loan company called Mariner Finance.
I'm showing you what has been entered into evidence of states number 29. These are the business records from Mariner Finance. And do these records reflect a phone call to that 5121 number on February 17th of 2015?
Yes, sir. 2016.
2016.
Yes, sir.
Did you also obtain the records for that second number associated with the account?
0419, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
And then was that also obtained through the search warrant?
Through a separate search warrant, yes, sir.
Showing defense what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit NN.
What's going on? I didn't even hear a sidebar, sorry. Hey, don't make fun of my forehead. It's not nice. I know I have a big forehead.
To that phone number done through search warrant as well.
Yes, we did.
Showing the defense what has been previously been marked for identification as State's 00.
Judge, same objection as to the certificate.
All right, over. And are you moving the 00 into evidence, sir?
Yes, because of proper notice, business record certification and notice, we would move State's 00 into evidence, State's number 43.
All right, over defense's objection, states 00 will be admitted into evidence of state's number 43.
Now, in stage 43, what kind of records are reflected in that document?
These are called customer notes by Verizon. First one I came to.
And what type of activity is referenced there?
So it's kind of an ongoing narrative, I guess, typed by a customer service representative of activity on the account. Maybe they added a feature or took away a feature, things like that.
Does it also include information when an account holder does things such as changing a phone number?
Yes.
And is there record activity on that Verizon account for the 5121 number being changed at any time?
Yes.
And first of all, when was that 5121 number changed?
April 16th, no, April 6th, thank you.
Okay.
April 6th, 2016, 5121, which is Mike's number, cell phone number was changed to 352-801-0941.
And now, in order to have a phone number change that is consistent with the individual having the device itself to change the phone number.
Correct.
And the period of time that the phone number was sent to Vanessa Townsend, was that after that April 6th, 2016 entry?
That was 3 days later, I believe, on April 9th.
And how long did that phone number, that 0941 number, remain under Laurie Shaver's account?
That was for 10 days until April 16th.
All right. And what happened on April 16th?
So the number was changed again.
Okay.
On April 16th, 2016, 0941 was changed again to 352-431-8444.
And did you do any research into the phone number ending in 8444?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'm showing the defense was previously marked as State's Exhibit PP. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's PP into evidence as a certified court file, court document from case number 2016 SC, I believe that's 1508.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, State's exhibit, which is marked as PP for identification purposes, will be moved into evidence as State's number 44.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is that document?
It's a Lake County Court document. It's titled Notice of Current Contact Information.
And who is that notice of contact current information associated with?
Laurie Shaver.
And does it include her address?
Yes, sir.
What is that address?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont, Florida, 34711.
And is that the address where the skeletal remains of Michael Shaver were found underneath the fire pit in the backyard?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date of that document?
Dated July 6th, 2016.
And does that document also include a phone number?
Yes, sir.
And what phone number is that?
352-431-8444.
The same phone number that the number originally associated with Michael Shaver had been changed to in order to contact Vanessa Townsend, and now changed again 10 days after that.
Yes, sir, to 8444.
During the time frame, you can go ahead and have a seat. During the time frame that Mr. Wiggs provided you with information relating to names he thought you needed to investigate, did he give you any information regarding Isabel Shaver?
No, sir.
And at some point after Laurie Shaver's arrest, did you interview Isabel Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, how old was she?
It was in 2018, and she had just had a birthday, so I think she had just turned 12 a few days earlier.
And in the course of your training experience, have you had training about how to interview children?
Yes, sir.
And that's an important skill involved with, obviously, child sex investigations. Have you ever participated in those?
I have, yes, sir.
And you also interviewed at the Child Advocacy Center.
Yes, sir.
And what is the Child Advocacy Center?
So it's a place where child victims or witnesses can be interviewed in a very friendly, child-friendly setting by people whose only job it is to interview kids and talk to them, get information, useful information, truthful information, but without re-traumatizing them in any way. And the setting is completely, like I said, child-friendly. They sit on couches, they have toys they can play with, there's cartoons in the waiting room. So basically, completely the opposite as than us taking them to the sheriff's office and putting them in one of our waiting rooms.
But to clarify, when you interviewed Isabel Shaver, where did that occur?
That was at their house. And did I say I interviewed her in 2018?
When did you interview?
I interviewed her in 2020. If I got the year wrong, I'm sorry.
I might have been. But that was not done at the sheriff's office. That was done.
No, that was at her house. Yes, sir.
Now, not getting into any specific things that she said at that time, did she bring up anything related to her involvement or Jeremy Townsend's involvement that required further investigation by the sheriff's office at the time she gave either of those interviews?
No, sir.
Are you aware that there have been discussions through Mr. Wiggs about Isabel Shaver's involvement in this case since the time that you would have interviewed her and the child advocacy interviewed her?
Yes, I am aware.
At the point that those statements came forward, were charges already pending against Laurie Shaver.
Yes.
And any other talking of witnesses would be done through the state attorney's office at that point.
Correct.
And Miss Isabel Shaver, are you aware, was deposed through the course of the pending case?
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that.
As part of your duties, are you a firearms instructor?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what kind of training do you have to do to get that type of role?
So initially, it's a 40-hour FDLE course through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and then there's continuing courses that you take to keep that up, and you have to continue to teach each year in order also to keep that up.
Now, as part of any sort of firearms training or defensive tactics, our law enforcement officers or anyone else trained in a similar fashion, trained to basically try to make headshots in stressful situations?
No.
Why not?
Well, we're trained, if we're using deadly force, it's to eliminate a threat. And in a real world situation, unlike at the range, your threat is going to be moving, most likely. You're going to have adrenaline going, maybe other things going on. So unlike at the range, maybe you're a really good shot at the range and you can make a headshot, but you don't want to miss what you're shooting at in real life, because if you miss, two things are going to happen. First of all, you didn't eliminate your threat, and they're going to keep doing whatever they were doing. But also, we in law enforcement, we're responsible for every round that comes out of our gun. And in a real world situation, if we miss what we're shooting at and it hits someone or something behind that person, we're responsible for that. So I say all that to say a head is a small target, or like on TV, if they shoot a gun out of someone's hand, that's a small target. So we're trained to shoot what's called center mass, which is right in the middle of the largest target, which is the person's body, because that's a large target. And if you miss by a few inches, you still hit the person's body that you're aiming at, and you stop your threat, number one. And number two, you're less likely to miss even under stress, and even while that person's moving, and maybe also you're moving and everything else is going on.
Did anyone train with that type of training? That would be just ingrained as second nature.
Absolutely. That's day one of firearms training in the police academy. And every time we train on the range, unless we're just playing around, we're always shooting center mass on the target.
Nothing further, Judge. We'll go ahead and move the screen down.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon. I erroneously said good morning. I'm sorry.
May?
I erroneously said it was morning. Good afternoon.
You replaced Lisa Dorier on this case, correct?
I wouldn't say I replaced her. She left, and I helped out more after she left, but
I inherited the job, correct?
I wouldn't say that either. She was a detective. I was a sergeant, but I helped more after she left.
Okay. You graduated, my understanding, from and went to work immediately with the sheriff's office, correct?
I'm sorry, you said I graduated and
Got your certificate for law enforcement. You went to work with SO, correct?
yes, this is my first law enforcement job. Yes, sir.
Right. You only worked with law enforcement there, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not to belittle you in any respect. Okay. Do you have any certificates or training in digital?
No, sir. No, sir.
And so you relied on other people within your report to gather information, correct?
Within my report to gather information,
You were the case officer, correct?
I was never the case officer. No, sir.
Is your name on the incident report?
I did supplements. I don't know what you mean by.
Okay. That's your deposition. I took incident report. It's her report and the data she submitted at the if I can approach to it.
Yes, sir.
Showing you, let's mark this, I guess, Madam Clerk.
I'm going to object to that, Judge.
All right, sidebar, please.
To be a record amount of sidebars today. I don't have any L's left. But I will be nice and mute the white noise for you. I don't know who that judge reminds me of, but he reminds me of somebody. It's like a weird version of Bill Maher or somebody like that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Because so far, I haven't heard the defense win a single objection. Wolverine. Well, Carmen, yes, it is 9/11, and that may be why they have those on, but they always have something on. They always have a little pin on. FBI, police, whoever, they always have a pin. You should know that. You probably have one. Or maybe you had one. There's a defense attorney looking at that steak guy. Oh, hang on. I have a phone call.
Officer, showing you a document. Is your name anywhere on or within that document? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 1 at the moment. Oh, you talking about this post-it note?
No. The primary document that you've been handed.
It looks like just a bunch of typed notes. I don't know what it is.
Are those notes your notes?
I think so. I don't.
Do you bring any records with you to your deposition?
I think I did.
Okay. What would you have brought? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Does that document that you hold in your hand, does it contain your name anywhere within it?
I'm looking.
Take your time.
Eric, can we approach, please?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
You just approached. Welcome back, Adair. How you doing? I thought you were outside. Hello, Kelly. How you doing? We're kind of just off the rails in chat. If you're just looking at it again for a little after a little bit, I apologize. That's all I can do. And boy, she's really looking hard while she's getting a chance. I don't even know what she's looking at. No problem. You've seen the text we get from Gabby. It's all good. No, she did not. No, she did not. You plowed 40 acres? Wow. You've been a busy man today, Adair. Yes, Carmen, please see yourself out. Adair, this is going to be one of those trials that feels like it never ever ends. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. We're just going to be sitting here. She's like, I still have time to look. Look at. She's trying to, I don't know what she's trying to find. Her name? Is that what she's trying to find? Because I had my phone ring. It was a better call, but okay.
Probable cause on this case.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You see your name in there?
Yes, on the probable cause affidavit.
So when I asked you earlier, is your name on any of these documents? You said, let me look, correct?
Yes.
Your name's on the probable cause, correct?
Yes, it is.
You made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver, correct?
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay.
16.
Is it fair to assume you were the primary officer making that decision?
No. I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Somebody tell you?
No. No.
Okay. You signed that affidavit after receiving other information from other people, correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
So it was based on your conclusions that Laurie Shaver was arrested, correct? You're the one that vouched for the arrest.
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay?
Yes.
And based on that probable cause, Laurie Shaver was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. As his case was going about, was it listed as a cold case file at any
No,
time?
it was not.
Okay. How long was the investigation?
Well, from March 2018 to September 2020 was when the arrest was made. So,
Did you ever put it on the internet as a cold case file?
we put it on the internet. So we have a section called cold case files. Yes, and I know what you're talking about, but that's the only place we had at the time to put cases to get more information. But we did not determine it to be a cold case, because a cold case is something in our eyes where we have nothing else, no other information to go on.
So you weren't hot on the trail of Laurie Shaver or any particular individual when you put that on the internet, correct?
I don't remember exactly the time frame that happened, but I think we were waiting on more information to come in, search warrants. I don't remember exactly what date that happened. Maybe you do if you have that in front of you.
Okay. When that was put on the internet, were you holding any evidence, any inference that you could suggest guilt to Laurie Shaver?
I don't remember when that was put on.
Okay.
What we had at that time. Yeah, I don't know when it was put on the internet. It was just basically to get out to the public, to get the case out in the public's eye, to get tips if anyone had any. That was our intent.
Were you aware of any internal conflicts within the Shaver residence?
Michael and Laurie Shaver?
Correct.
Yeah, I heard of some of the witnesses described. Of course, this is third party because I never spoke to Michael or Laurie, but having both of them described some domestic violence incidents.
In the probable cause affidavit, was there a decision that you signed off on to arrest Laurie Shaver for the charge of murder?
Yes.
And that was your decision, correct?
I signed the affidavit.
Okay, when you say you signed the affidavit, was somebody telling you to sign the affidavit, write murder in there and write accessory?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I just want to make it clear that I wasn't the only detective working on this.
Yeah,
It was a group effort. Absolutely not. No, sir.
Let me finish my question.
Not what I'm saying. No.
Your decision.
It was my decision. It was a group decision, but I signed the affidavit. Yes. Yes.
Group decision, but that you were part of that.
Yes, absolutely. It's not the Declaration of Independence. We can't all sign it. So I signed it.
Recall me taking your deposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did at any time you believe when I was taking your deposition that I may be there trying to trick you, or did you assume that?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And thus, if you assume such, would your answers maybe possibly be guarded?
I'm sure they were. I don't recall specifically.
Now, you, along with others, made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the crime of second degree.
Sidebar, please.
Another sidebar. I should have kept a tally and tallied all these up today. Good heavens, this guy can't ask a question. Yeah, Dare, why are you doing a 7-day celery fast? What's up with that? That's a long time to only eat celery. I agree, Teresa. She's driving me nuts. She's driving me nuts. Step over. We're usually telling them to get closer to the mic, but I'm like, sit back, please, and get a Kleenex. Do you make they used to make like a soup back in the 90s or something like that was supposed to be a weight loss soup? Was that celery? Oh, hang on.
Proceeded to charge and arrest Laurie Shaver, not charge, but arrest Laurie Shaver with the crime of murder in the second degree, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what the elements of murder in the second degree are?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sidebar, please.
All right, Adair, now you have more time to tell us why 7 days that you're fasting and eating just celery. You say you don't know why, but you're doing it for some reason. Oh, that defense training. Celery juice? Or you're blending it, not juicing it. Ew, Adair. Can you put peanut butter on it at least during your fast? Yes. Carmen does gag easily. Please don't explain. They're kind of animated up there today. Does anybody know what time they generally stop for the evening? It makes you pretty and witty. Well, Adair, you have been on it this week. I will give you that. It's been fun. I will try my best to get there. I might have to leave Jody just a little bit to do tomorrow. Or me. I don't know what's happening with Jody. I know she's not feeling well, and I think she's probably sleeping because she's been quiet for a while, which is fine. She needs to sleep, get rest, and get better. So, if she cannot stream tomorrow, there won't be one because I cannot. But we shall see in the morning how she's feeling. Also, yes, Carly Gregg starts the 16th. I'm doing that one. I've been waiting on that one. I'm hoping this one is over. I know, like just take a Kleenex, blow your nose. You've been wiping it with your fingers. Wait, come on, people. Oh, sorry.
Murder in the second degree. Are you aware of the elements?
I can't quote them, but generally, yes.
Pardon me?
I can't quote the statute book, but generally, yes.
Okay. What are the elements for the crime of second degree murder?
So, unlawful taking of a human life, not premeditated, obviously.
I'm sorry.
I said obviously not premeditated.
Okay. Tell me, so there's a death, correct?
Yes.
By another individual,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Anything that surrounds the nature of the killing?
You have a statute book?
No.
Well, I can't quote it. No, I can't.
Okay. And you understand that all elements must be established?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes.
When you went through this case, did you consider elements or issues of self-defense, whether there were any?
What do you mean, did I consider them?
Yeah. Well, there was a death.
I'm unaware of any.
Okay. You were aware that there was a death? Did it enter your mind that possibly there was an issue of self-defense involved?
But I'm unaware of any.
Okay. Did you investigate to determine whether or not self-defense was plausible in this case?
I'm unaware of any. So no one made a self-defense claim. Michael was shot in the back of the head. I don't know of any self-defense. No one made that claim.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't expect me to come in and make it, correct?
No. I would expect someone to make it if they acted in self-defense. That's how it normally occurs.
So let me ask you then, if you see certain elements, but nobody's suggesting self-defense, do you just presume guilt and make the arrest?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything, therefore, to see whether or not there was any issue of self-defense?
If no one suggests self-defense, how would I know there's self-defense?
Okay.
And I didn't see any evidence of self-defense. And normally in self-defense, you don't bury the body in a backyard. I've never seen that before anyway.
No objection. Move the strike. Unresponsive. Whatever lawyery stuff.
There was testimony, I think, that you provided about address changes, correct?
When?
Earlier on direct examination, you looked at some documents, saw a certificate of an address change.
I think it was just declaring that was her address at that time.
Okay.
I think is what that was.
Okay.
Tell him hello.
Did the address change have anything to do with the homicide?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document.
Pardon me?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document declaring that was her address at that time and phone number.
Okay. Would that suggest to you a homicide?
No.
Okay. You also testified about documents of utilities in somebody's name, correct?
Cell phone bills?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that suggest a homicide?
Just a cell phone bill by itself?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Is a cell phone bill with anything else going to suggest a homicide?
I mean, it's the contents of the record, not
Okay.
the cell phone bill.
Those records don't suggest a homicide in any form or any manner, do they?
The cell phone bill?
Yeah.
It's what they show, and not by themselves. No, of course not. It's the totality of everything.
Your investigation never uncovered any kind of financial motive as a motive for any homicide, correct?
No. No.
Did you put that fact in your report?
That we didn't uncover a financial motive?
Correct.
No.
That wasn't in there?
In my report or my PC affidavit?
In the report.
That we didn't uncover a financial motive? No. And
Now, do you think it's important for the jurors and everybody that you document all facts, including exculpatory evidence?
yes, absolutely.
Okay. That would be an exculpatory factor, correct?
Yes, but
No financial motive in this case.
well, I mean, I wouldn't put in there. I would have to put then. I didn't uncover a financial motive. I didn't uncover this motive. I didn't uncover that motive. So I can't list every motive that I didn't uncover.
But that's often a primary factor in a homicide, is it not?
Well, you don't have to prove motive, but yes, if you have one, it would be a primary factor.
And in your investigation, you discovered that the body had been dead through your correspondence and with other witnesses for several months to years, correct?
I believe that is what the K-Phil lab said.
Okay. So we've heard testimony in this case about people getting emails on this date and the last time Michael Shaver showing up at work on this date or that date.
Mm-hmm.
Those don't suggest homicide, do they?
I mean, well, his cause and manner of death is what suggests homicide.
I mean, the fact somebody doesn't show up for work is not an element suggesting that Laurie Shaver murdered him on any particular day, correct?
No.
Now, you understood, pursuant to the requirements, that the death had to have been the criminal act of Laurie Shaver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Or somebody acting on her behalf, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't present during the death of Michael Shaver, correct?
No, I was not.
You can't testify what happened during that incident, can you?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was present, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was any aggressor, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify whether or not somebody was exercising self-defense, correct?
No, sir.
Neither can you testify as to who, if anybody, shot a gun.
I wasn't there, so no, sir, if that's what you mean.
And yet such facts are imperative as essential elements to the crime of homicide, correct? That the criminal death occurred by a particular individual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those are essential elements that are not revealed in any report, correct?
Well, I never witnessed any homicide. I've never witnessed a homicide.
But those facts are not gleaned by other evidence within this investigation, correct?
I believe that they are.
Okay. Now, there was a point in time in which law enforcement responded to the residents in reference to a well-being check, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you there for that?
No, I was not.
Okay. Do you know how many officers were there?
I don't. I think at least 2, but there may have been more. I don't know.
Now, when law enforcement went there for a well-being check, you can't make any declaration they were hot on the trail and were making headway on that case, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, they went to the residence as a consequence of a call from a Scott Amatuccio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Amatuccio never indicated he had witnessed a crime, correct?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was working on a suspicion, correct? That something may have happened at that house.
I guess you could call it that, yes, sir.
Yeah, because he hadn't seen his friend in some time, correct?
He had other suspicions, but yes, including that.
And Mr. Amatuccio stated he hadn't seen his dear friend for some years, correct?
Since the end of 2015.
Did your ears go up when you heard that he hadn't seen his friend for several years? What his relationship was with Mr. Shaver? Did that spark your suspicion at all?
I wasn't involved in the case at that time.
Okay. If you were involved in the case at that time, would that raise some suspicion in your mind?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, but it quickly went from one person hadn't seen him to several people hadn't seen him.
Okay. So it became a numbers game?
Your words, not mine, but one person hadn't seen him, and then his family hadn't seen him, and then no one, we couldn't find anyone who had seen him.
You know what his relationship was with his family?
Specifically, no.
Okay.
But I know the point is, people he worked with, absolutely no one had seen him. No one. People who saw him at work, no one. Since the end of 2015.
Okay. My understanding was your position that Laurie was arrested because it was your feeling she was key in covering up the body that was found on the property, correct?
That's part of it.
Okay. When you made that conclusion, did you reach any particular conclusion based on any physical evidence that Laurie knew he was buried there?
I'm sorry, you say that Laurie knew he was buried there?
Right.
Physical evidence, no, sir.
Pardon me?
No, sir. Physical evidence, no.
Okay. So you had no evidence to suggest that Laurie knew his body was there, but basically she was just the closest one to the body, correct?
That's part of it, but not all of it.
Okay. So she's closest to the body. She gets arrested.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, you say that's part of it.
Well, that is part of it. It was on her property and his property under a fire pit that she built, but that's not the only reason she was arrested.
Well, what was it? What else am I missing that you can fill me in on that factored into that decision?
Well, she was the last person seen with him alive.
Does that mean she murdered him? Let's stop there.
We are taking each thing I'm going to say and ask, does that mean she murdered him? Yeah. Each thing, no, by itself, no. I would never have arrested her for any one thing I'm going to say, no, sir.
Okay,
no.
So she's the last to see him. Does that mean she murdered him?
By itself, No.
Okay, let's go to the next issue. What's the next issue that factored into that conclusion?
So she was the last person, she left with him. The two of them left together. Last person to see him that we know of on planet Earth. Alive. She immediately started lying about his whereabouts.
Okay, stop. Right there. Is Laurie sitting here today charged with lying?
No.
Okay. Is that an element to the crime of murder?
No.
What other factor did you rely upon?
She immediately started lying about his whereabouts to everyone. She took 2.5 years lying about to everyone his whereabouts, which delayed his friends and family reporting him missing, which delayed discovering his body, which delayed discovering his homicide and investigating his homicide. I don't know who that would benefit other than the person who killed him and put him in the ground.
Okay, let's stop a second. You initially began your testimony and stated you were aware there were issues in the Shaver family, correct?
Yes.
That there were tensions within that family, correct?
Yes.
Did it enter your mind, considering those facts, that maybe Miss Shaver was happy he was gone?
Well, that could be, except that he wasn't gone. He was dead and buried under her fire pit.
Well, he wasn't there bothering her?
But he wasn't gone. He was murdered under her fire pit.
Do you have evidence that Laurie Shaver placed Mr. Shaver under that fire pit?
Well, everything I'm listening to you is what led me to conclude that no one else did.
Well, let you think.
No, just everything I'm listening.
Everything you're listening to. Okay. And as one of the agents on this case, you reviewed what was gathered from that fire pit, correct?
I agree, Kelly.
Okay. And you have personal knowledge that not one single item in that fire pit linked Laurie Shaver to that pit.
Physical evidence, you're correct, yes.
Okay. There's no forensics, correct?
Correct.
That factor into your decision to charge Ms. Shaver with homicide.
Correct, yes.
The fact there was no connective link.
Yes, but by that logic, then we can never charge anyone.
You think?
Well, by that logic, yes, there's no evidence against anyone. There's no forensic evidence. There's no anyone DNA in there.
For instance, do homicides occur where people leave knives with fingerprints on them?
Yes.
Okay. Do they leave a gun registered in their name where ballistics link up to that gun?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Were those present in this case?
No.
So when you say you could never charge somebody with such an offense, okay, that's not an accurate statement, is it?
Well, you're making it sound as if there's no DNA in that pit with his body, which there wasn't,
Okay.
then we can't charge anyone.
Let me ask you, was there any DNA on his physical body?
No.
Any hairs from her?
From no one, though.
Okay. So were hairs found in the pit, correct?
Not foreign to him.
You don't know about that?
Not that we could test on anyone else, that could compare to anyone else.
So Laurie's closest, so Laurie gets charged, correct?
All I'm saying is, by your logic, if we find no physical evidence in with his body, we can't charge anyone, which would mean we could never charge anyone. So I mean, I think you would agree that with his body being on their property, it would have to be someone who knows him. He wasn't robbed on I Drive and by a stranger, and they brought him back to his property and buried him.
You don't know who was residing in that residence, do you?
Oh, well, I wasn't there, but
Okay.
I know who
You
says.
don't know how the altercation occurred, correct?
I wasn't there.
Correct.
Correct.
Did you see or uncover any photographs of Laurie Shaver having anything to do with the patio itself?
The fire pit or the concrete, because those were built at separate times.
Mhm. Did you see anything, any images or photographs of Laurie pouring the patio?
Not pouring the patio.
Anything to do with the patio?
I think she had some photographs of bags of cement on her Facebook, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And where did you see those images?
On her Facebook?
So Laurie Shaver is going to pour a patio, and she's got on Facebook photos of the concrete she's going to do it with, correct?
I saw photos of bags of concrete on her Facebook, yes.
Did you make a note of that, put it in your incident report? This may constitute exculpatory evidence, suggesting this person didn't know the body was in there?
I don't know what you mean.
We usually go about advertising that they're going to put a patio over a body, do they?
I don't know. This is my first case with a patio over a body. And it was in my report, so whether you call it exculpatory or inculpatory, I don't know.
In fact, you would acknowledge that that doesn't suggest guilt.
What doesn't suggest guilt?
The fact that she had anything to do with the patio and that the concrete had been posted.
Here's what I find out about that is she had a 5-acre property and she put it over his body. So that would...
Do you know what the ground looked like before?
Before what?
The concrete was laid?
No.
Do you know what was going in on that spot possibly before?
I was told a duck pond.
Okay. Did you put that in the report as potential exculpatory evidence?
It's in the report about the duck pond. It's not in my part of the report.
Do you make any notations that that would be evidence potentially for consideration?
That what would be evidence?
Pardon me?
That what would be evidence? I'm sorry.
That this patio was put there for a reason specific, not necessarily to cover up a crime.
I don't know her reason for putting it there.
Correct, correct. But you made the decision, one of the people made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver.
Yes.
Implicating she had knowledge of the body being there, correct?
Well, yes.
Yes. Knowledgeable, in fact, of the fact that there was another ulterior purpose for the existence of the ground prior, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I apologize.
And at the same time, you knew that the ground had another purpose, intended purpose, correct?
We were told that Mike was making a duck pond.
Correct.
Yes, we were told that.
Now, it's my understanding, or that you have a belief that the crime can't be committed just on a bare suspicion, correct? Of guilt.
Right. Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's your feeling, correct? Some bare inference, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet, when you arrested Ms. Shaver, there was no evidence that you held establishing any knowledge on her part that the body was under the patio, correct?
Well, to me, her building the patio over the body was what did it for me. If you call that exculpatory, that's our agree to disagree moment, I guess.
Okay. You disagree with that statement?
That her building the patio over his body means she did not know it was there, is what you're saying?
Okay. Have you made a statement inconsistent with that in the past, is what I'm asking you?
Inconsistent with what?
What you just stated. I'm referring you to your deposition. I'm going to refer you to page 30, line 14 through 16. If you'll read that.
Line 14?
14 through 16.
Question, but how do you know that Miss Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit? Answer, with actually putting the dirt in. Question, correct. Answer, I don't.
So you don't know whether or not she had any knowledge of anything, anybody in the ground, or had any partaking in the placing of the body in the ground, correct? By your prior statement.
What, with filling the pit?
Or you had any knowledge that the body was in the pit or partaked in placing the body in the pit?
Can I see that again? I don't think that's what that said. I just want to see it again. I apologize. May I?
That's okay.
Because I was reading rather than paying attention.
No, that's okay. Tell me.
My brain will only do one thing at a time.
No, that's fine. It's late in the afternoon. Okay.
And I mean, without reading the rest for context, it says had anything to do with filling in that pit.
Yeah.
And I said with actually putting the dirt in.
Question was, but how do you know that Miss Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit?
It doesn't sound like you're asking, did she know the body was
further.
There? Okay.
With actually putting the dirt in there, you asked me? And I say correct. And your answer? I don't. Correct? So
Yes.
It's not a matter that the head is in her yard. You know there's got to be some evidence to establish that Miss Shaver had knowledge of the body and the ground, correct?
It doesn't sound like that's what you're asking me there without reading more context. I apologize.
All right.
But you're asking about filling in the pit?
Now, Mr. Camuccio was asking you about information gleaned from myself or anybody else. Did Mr. Camuccio relay to you any conversations and facts I had relayed to him about the minor child?
Just general facts of her story, yes.
Okay. And a revelation of what had come forward?
Yes, sir.
For that minor?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And when you met the child at Child Services?
Children's Advocacy Center?
Yeah.
Yes,
It wasn't that the child misrepresented anything. The child didn't want to speak to you, correct?
I didn't speak to her at the Children's Advocacy Center. Right. She was interviewed by the professional interviewers.
And no information was gained from that child, correct?
About?
Anything. Did she relate to them one story that changed from another?
I mean, that's a broad statement. She didn't say anything about shooting Mike.
Right. She didn't say anything about anything, did she?
What do you mean she didn't say anything about anything?
Do you know anything that the child did?
Yes, but...
Sidebar, please.
Did you hear what she just said? The state said, "Judge, may we approach?" And she said, "Thank you." Somebody was looking to get saved. Holy cow, hurry up. This has gone on forever. Have they even had, did they do an afternoon break? Did we? I don't even know anymore. She should, a lot of Florida courts, you'll see the, like Ashley Benefield did and Matthew Terry, I think. They had headphones they could, and maybe she does, and I just can't see them under her hair, but they had headphones that they put on so they could hear everything that was happening up at the sidebars. Aha. I don't remember the last comfort break they took. I just need them to get done.
She gave a statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll pack
Provide
it
a
up.
statement. This minor child didn't fail to provide a statement. The child didn't give you any statement, correct?
They have a bad whip.
It sounds like you're saying she gave a statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the statement materially different, or did the child just say she didn't? It was personal.
Materially different than what?
What was later revealed?
It was materially different in that she did not say at the Children's Advocacy Center that she shot her dad, if that's what you mean.
She didn't want to talk about it, correct?
About
the event.
About shooting her dad? I mean, they didn't ask her, did you shoot your dad?
Did the child indicate in any form or manner she didn't want to talk?
About some things, yes.
Right. Did the state converse with you at any point in time about any conversations that I may have communicated to the state from that child?
Not in detail, just generally what she said. Yes, sir.
And whatever the state revealed to you, did you follow up on whatever was communicated to you by the state?
No, by that time, Laurie had been arrested and charged, and the state would be responsible for. If they wanted me to interview her, I would have, but it's my understanding they deposed her.
In this case, we've covered the grave, but there was no evidence that you're aware of that was unturned from the residence implicating Laurie Shaver.
No.
And you've testified previously that you take the position that there must be some evidence, not simply a bare suspicion.
Yes.
Okay. And you understand there was no link ballistics, correct?
No ballistics, you said?
Correct?
Yes, sir, I understand.
You were aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is she doing? Did you see that look she just gave the jury? What is she doing? Stop it, woman. If you feel like you're losing, then you're losing. I don't think you are. I think you're fine. But don't look at them and smile and raise your eyebrows like, this guy's nuts, isn't he? Just stop it. Stop it. Isn't it? She's going to lose me. I'm just ready for them to be done. My goodness. She is hiding bananas in her shoulders. Maybe Bride needs to eat another one. I don't know. I don't want to. But you continue. Ugh, you guys, I'm hitting play. Alcohol?
Was there any DNA within the residence that linked Laurie Shaver
No, sir.
to this crime?
No, sir.
Right. There was no digital device recovered in this case, was there?
No, sir.
All right, somebody talk to me because our number just went to 0. I knew somebody was here. Liars.
You would agree with me that creates To a degree, a lack of evidence.
Oh, physical evidence.
No physical evidence,
Yes,
correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn in this investigation how Facebook maintains or takes care of their IP information?
No, I didn't do anything with IP.
Okay. Did anybody supply you information about the IP information from Facebook?
I don't remember learning anything about IP.
Okay. All right. Had Laurie Shaver posed as Michael Shaver on Facebook, you would agree that doesn't mean Laurie Shaver murdered Michael Shaver?
By itself, no.
No. Okay.
It's been
Do you
doing it all
know
day,
whether or
but
not
never to
anybody in
zero.
the house
At least not
could
today.
have posed as Michael Shaver?
Well, it only benefited Laurie.
Did it?
Correct.
Okay. You were supplied information about Jeremy Townsend, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Jeremy Townsend was in a relationship for some term with Laurie, correct?
Correct.
And if Jeremy Townsend was in the residence, did it enter your mind that possibly Jeremy Townsend had been on the router and the computer?
Well, why would Jeremy Townsend try to break up his own relationship with his wife?
Okay, let me ask you. You can't segregate some emails to the exclusion of all the emails. For instance, you can't say, this is from Jeremy, this is from Laurie, this may be from Jeremy, this may be from Laurie, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
You know whether or not you have evidence that every single email document that's been moved into evidence came from Laurie Shaver exclusively.
Do you mean Facebook?
Facebook, excuse me.
That every single one came from Laurie exclusively. So I guess if I say no, then by what you're suggesting, both Laurie and someone else, potentially Jeremy, was pretending to be Mike, then sure, two people could be pretending to be Mike.
You would agree with me. That's a reasonable inference, correct?
I don't think so, but okay.
The other individual was involved in the homicide.
I don't know. I don't know.
You never looked at anything, any accounts of Jeremy Townsend, correct?
I didn't, no.
Did anybody?
I don't think so.
Did you meet with anybody from Facebook or CenturyLink?
No, sir.
Do you know whether any of these records are linkable, connected to one particular person, location, or device?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how long Facebook saves IP addresses?
I didn't deal with IP addresses at all, sir.
Pardon me?
I did not deal with IP addresses at all.
Is there any information in your report dealing with that?
I don't think in my report. I didn't deal with IP addresses.
Let's see if it's in there. I don't know if this is going to be numbered. Did you talk to, who was the IP investigator? What's his name? That just testified, do you know?
Detective Strickland, Corporal now Strickland? Yeah.
Did you talk to Strickland about his findings?
I'm sure we talked, yes, sir.
Did he talk to you about revolving IPs?
We talked, yes, sir, but I didn't deal with it. I didn't research that at all.
Well, probable cause.
Yes, I signed the probable cause.
Okay, and you factor in other people's findings as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified on behalf of the state about, and I think I covered this, but about utilities being listed in Laurie's name, correct?
The cell phone bill?
Well, utilities, I think, on the residence, correct? And other information,
Earlier today?
correct? Do you know how long they've been listed in Laurie's name?
Earlier today, I talked about the cell phone bill.
Okay. Do you know how long that's been in her name, or if it was ever in Michael Shaver's name?
If I had the records, I might.
Okay. Did you, in your investigation, go back to discern if they were ever in Michael's name?
We asked for, I think we got from whatever date we got from. I don't have it in front of me, but from the dates that I had, it was not in Michael's name.
Okay. So you just assumed because they were in Laurie's name, something happened.
See you, Cheyenne. Thank you for stopping by. Well, you can buy us all too if you'd like to do that. That'd be fine. Get us out of this.
No.
Okay.
I don't see what you're saying there. No, sir, I didn't. A lot of husbands and wives have their cell phones in one person's name.
Now, you didn't look into the history of Mr. Townsend, it's my understanding, because you felt it was years later and a lot of the records had been gone or were gone in that time frame, correct?
Are you talking about Facebook or?
Facebook records.
I don't know why they didn't.
Pardon me?
I don't know why they didn't.
Okay.
I didn't deal with Jeremy.
45 of your deposition.
Okay. Sorry, page 45?
Just look at page 45.
Judge, call it.
The
Call it
question
for
was
the day.
asked of you, did you ever look into the history of Mr. Townsend? Page 45, line 13.
Okay.
14. In your response?
Okay, yeah, you also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Laurie Shaver's records were reliable, could be looked at, and could be brought before the court in your mind, but Mr. Townsend's were unreliable, correct?
I didn't say unreliable, but
Is that what you said?
it said we're gone, didn't it say?
Unreliable?
Oh,
Gone?
I'm sorry. My memory's unreliable, sir.
Well, it's afternoon, I'm tired too.
I'm sorry. I know I just read it.
Page 45, line 15 through 18.
It says,
You want to read that aloud?
I will. You also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Mr. Townsend's records were not available. They were gone for events occurring within the same time frame, correct?
I don't know. I didn't deal with Mr. Townsend at all.
That was the answer you supplied, correct?
Okay. Yes, sir. I did.
And did you speak to Kendall Davidowski?
Yes.
Okay, and who was she?
She at one time dated Mike Shaver.
Okay, did you look at her computer?
No.
Her digital data?
No.
And that again was because years had gone by?
No.
And hers wasn't available?
I don't think that's why.
Okay, I'll refer you to page 61. line 10 through 12.
Again, this is a couple years afterwards, so a lot of things are lost, but I felt like we were comprehensive in what we did.
Okay, so you didn't look at Miss Davidowski's because of age, correct?
Assuming that's what we're talking about.
Well, that was your answer, correct?
I don't know what you asked me there, but yes, okay.
As such, correct?
If that's the question you asked me, you just had me read the answer. But yes, okay.
Give the jurors a comfort break at this time.
Very well, Judge.
So we're in recess for 10 minutes. Please take the jurors out. Thank you.
No, we are in recess until tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Judge, you should have just put a fork in it. Put it out of its misery. Ended this poor jury for the day. My goodness. Ugh. Yeah, Kelly, I'm tapping out too because I can't. I'm falling asleep. I gotta go feed my dogs. I gotta get ready to go to dinner. Yeah. But, however, I need to save the timestamp so I can tell Jody where to start. But for now, I can go away. Your dog may not get one treat. Anyway, thank you guys, everyone, for being here. Thank you, mods, even though sometimes you are part of the things that get testy. Just kidding. I love it. Kept me awake, kept me interested today until chat just completely shut down and then I freaked out. I'm hoping that Jody will be available tomorrow. She is not feeling well at all. I do believe she has a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I don't know if her tomorrow was our today. I'm not sure. When she says that, I get confused on what tomorrow means because she does too. So I'm not sure. I generally hear from her very early in the morning, so we will, I should know something by then. If I don't hear from her and she can't stream, we will not be streaming tomorrow because I cannot stream tomorrow. I'm hoping that the defense rests. That'd be great. The defense rested tomorrow. I'm hoping the state rests tomorrow. The defense gets going. They wrap up on Friday, even though I hate when cases wrap up on Fridays because I really feel like juries just want to get home, and I don't blame them. But I do want everybody to get a fair trial. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe. I don't know. She got here. She got to 9/11 before we did, and that was a bad joke. Bye. But anyway, keep your notifications on. So those of you who were watching over on Jody's channel, that's why she was not here the majority of the day. She was popping in and out of chat this morning, but I think she finally went to sleep as she should have. So we will see how she's feeling in the morning and we'll go from there. So make sure you have your notifications on and you will get that little bell when we set up a stream. If we don't see you tomorrow, we will see you Friday, and her and I will figure it out how we're going to catch up if we're not here tomorrow. I'm sure that we can skip some and you all will not complain because my heavens, has this been rough today. Her anime is hot. It is pretty, isn't it? You just like the boobs. I know you. I know you. Alrighty. So, outro music coming up. You guys have a great night. Be safe. Don't do anything stupid. Don't do what George said and wind up in the jail. Because I will not get you out of jail. But I tell you all the time, I'll stream your trial. So don't do anything like that because I'd rather just have you here. There he is. George, look at that. You just pop in right at the right times, don't you? You're welcome. Thank you for hanging out. There we go. Man, I am tired. Alrighty. Gotta make sure I don't hit the intro. All right. See ya.